is the black market version of that science, the version that doesn't require ethics boards or clinical trials, the version that requires an island with no cameras and a very short guest list.
I believe it's going to move a lot of whistleblowers to come forward, but not one. In the hundreds, maybe thousands of them worldwide start coming forward and telling the truth of what's really going on.
Hundreds, thousands, worldwide. That's not the language of someone talking about a small operation. That's the language of someone who knows the full scope and is bracing the public for what's coming. Let's go deeper on Oprah, because her role in this story isn't simply that of a wealthy person with suspicious associations. According to Jim Caviezel, her role is structural. She is, in his words, the gatekeeper. Think about what that actually means in practice. Oprah Winfrey has more cultural influence than almost any individual in American history. She has decided which books people read, which doctors people trust, which politicians people vote for, which spiritual healers people follow, and which stories people never hear about. She put Harvey Weinstein on her arm at every major industry event for decades. She introduced him to young actresses. She lent him the most powerful social credential in Hollywood, her personal endorsement, at a time when dozens of women were already suffering because of him.
I had Oprah Winfrey there with him, who entered the room and was swinging off his arm and just seemed like a very dear friend. And these, like Oprah, Naomi, Rita, and Georgina, they all sat at his table. And for me, you know, meeting Oprah was like, oh my God, like I would have thought that I would have to be someone who's established, who everyone would have had to know about before I was privileged enough to meet someone like Oprah. So that gave me so much confidence in him at the time when he approached me.
That young woman trusted a predator because Oprah was standing next to him. That's not a coincidence. That's a mechanism. And whether Oprah knew exactly what she was enabling or not, at a certain point, ignorance stops being a defense and starts being a choice. She did the same thing with John of God, a Brazilian faith healer she promoted to millions of viewers across multiple appearances on her show. A man who was later convicted of serially assaulting dozens of women. A man whose background any basic researcher could have flagged in an afternoon. And yet Oprah gave him a global platform, a stamp of legitimacy, and access to her audience's trust.
Just go to bed, wear white, just wear everything is white, drink the water, take the herbs.
And then there's Diddy. Oprah was a fixture at his events. She was photographed, praised, celebrated in those circles. The same circles that are now the subject of federal investigations so serious they have shaken the entire entertainment industry to its foundation. Now let's be precise about what Caviezel is actually alleging here, because this is important. He is not saying Oprah is simply a person who made bad friends. He's saying she is a node in the network, a legitimizing force, the human infrastructure that makes predatory systems appear safe, trustworthy, and even aspirational to the public. Harvey Weinstein, John of God, Diddy, Epstein's files, the South African school. The pattern is identical every single time. Proximity, validation, silence, rebrand, and then, perfectly timed to redirect public attention, the philanthropy surge, the Maui fundraising, the Golden Globes speech about believing survivors, the Me Too pivot. Every time the heat gets close, Oprah doesn't run, she rebrands. She becomes the solution to the very problem she was part of creating. Now we need to talk about what happens to people who try to speak. Anne Heche was Ellen DeGeneres' girlfriend throughout the late 1990s. Theirs was one of the most publicly visible relationships in Hollywood at the time. Celebrated, photographed, put on magazine covers. The perfect progressive love story. But witnesses close to Anne in the years after the relationship ended described a very different private reality. Sources who claim to have worked alongside Anne on a documentary about child trafficking and a project called Children of the Machine have described her as someone who had witnessed things during her time with Ellen that she spent years trying to process, things she could barely articulate, things that, when she finally started putting them into words for the documentary, apparently made her a liability to very powerful people.
She didn't go through hell for nothing. We'll get it out there.
In August 2022, Anne Heche died following a fiery single-car crash in Los Angeles. The crash was spectacular, her car traveling at high speed, slamming into a residential structure and erupting in flames. Toxicology reports indicated the presence of drugs in her system. The official conclusion was accident, but people close to Anne and sources within the documentary team have been vocal about their belief that the timing of that crash was not coincidental, that Anne had been getting too close to information that certain very powerful people needed buried.
That crash wasn't random. It was a hit to shut her up. And the poison started way before, in her relationship with Ellen.
Now, we are not stating this as confirmed fact. We are reporting what witnesses are saying, what the people closest to Anne believed in the aftermath of her death, and we are placing it in context, because when you understand the broader pattern Caviezel has been describing, the question of whether powerful people silence inconvenient witnesses stops being a paranoid fantasy and starts being a documented historical reality. Epstein himself died in federal custody. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His cellmate was conveniently transferred the night before. The security cameras outside his cell malfunctioned simultaneously, and the man who knew more names than anyone in the history of modern elite scandal took every single one of those names to his grave. That's the world Jim Caviezel is describing. That's the world he's been standing in front of cameras talking about, at personal cost, at professional cost, at what he clearly believes is potential physical cost. Because Jim Caviezel isn't just exposing a past, he's predicting a future, and his predictions have been getting increasingly specific. At conferences across the country, gatherings of people who have been paying attention to the Epstein fallout, to the trafficking data, to the disappearing border children, Caviezel has been describing what he calls the event, a divine reckoning, a storm of all storms. He's positioning the Epstein documents not as an ending, but as a trigger, the last domino before a cascade of arrests, exposures, and institutional collapse that he believes is already in motion. And here's what makes that prediction impossible to simply dismiss. Over 300,000 children under 18 have been pulled into trafficking operations in the United States alone. Approximately 85,000 children who crossed the southern border in recent years have simply disappeared. No follow-up, no records, no answers from anyone in power.
85,000 children crossed the border this last year and disappeared. Where did they disappear to?
Where did they go? That is not a rhetorical question. That is an open criminal investigation. And every name in the Epstein files, every person on those flight logs, every attendee at those private dinners, every guest in those estate basements is a potential answer to that question. Caviezel has said publicly that he believes the saints themselves would want to be alive on this earth right now, because there are more souls to save at this moment in history than at any previous point in human civilization. That's prophetic language. That's the language of a man who genuinely believes he is standing at a hinge point in history.
I know that the saints in heaven wish to be on this earth right now because there are far more people on this earth than there's ever been. And there are far more souls to save right now than there has ever been.
And whether you share his spiritual framework or not, the facts underneath his fury are real. The files are real. The names are real. The missing children are real. The pattern of silence, complicity, and institutional protection is real. The question Caviezel is really asking, the one he's been asking since before most people were paying attention, is simple, and it lands like a verdict. They'd be in jail, but Oprah isn't in jail. Ellen isn't facing a public inquiry. The circles Caviezel is describing are still intact, still protected, still operating behind the same walls of money and media influence that have shielded them for decades. Jim Caviezel told us this film would move whistleblowers. He told us hundreds, maybe thousands would come forward, and slowly, painfully, at great personal risk, they are. Children of the Machine is still being finished. The team Anne Heche was working with, reportedly still underground, still building the case, has said they will release it no matter what. And when they do, the names you've heard in this video will not be the last ones. They'll be the beginning. Stay locked in, because this story is not over. It is just getting started.
January 24th, 2026. The U.S. CENTCOM commander arrives in Israel for a meeting with Israeli Chief of Staff and Air Force commander. 56 hours later, 16 mysterious cargo planes landed in Iran. They were believed to have advanced weapons to counter any American-Israeli attack. The country that sent it had a legitimate concern. They knew if Iran gets in trouble, even they would start dying a slow death. And right now, they are. With the world's second largest population and an industry-driven economic model, China simply burns more energy than any other country on Earth. But unlike major Gulf producers such as Saudi Arabia, China does not sit on a vast, easily accessible oil reserve. This is why, in 2024, China consumed over 16.3 million barrels of oil per day. That makes it the world's second largest oil consumer. Although it produces oil domestically, that covers only a fraction of what its economy actually needs. So, to keep its economy running, China must rely heavily on imported crude. That vulnerability changed the entire geopolitical equation of the world. China imports nearly 74% of its oil consumption. According to trade data, China brought in about 11.1 million barrels per day, and roughly 2/3 of those imports came from just 5 countries: Russia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Iraq, and Oman. Do you feel something missing here? You might ask, where's Iran on this list? Because you have all heard that Iran is one of the largest suppliers of oil to China, right? Iran is missing because officially China barely buys any oil from Iran. According to tanker tracking and industry data, Venezuela and Iran are two heavily sanctioned producers, but together they represent about 17% of China's overall oil purchases. In fact, that share has risen mostly in the last few years. But shockingly, records of most Iranian and Venezuelan oil are not clearly found in China's public customs data. On paper, those barrels barely exist. In reality, it's a dirty little loophole at play. That game started deepening its roots after oil sanctions. But these aren't the sanctions on Russia you're thinking of. Before Russia was sanctioned over the Ukraine war, Iran and Venezuela were already under heavy US sanctions. During the first term of Donald Trump, Washington tightened pressure on both Tehran and Caracas. Venezuela sought limited temporary relief at different points, but Iran remained under strict sanctions. By 2018 onward, both countries were largely cut off from mainstream global oil markets. So they were already selling oil at deep discounts. But even before the sanctions, their oil wasn't a top priority for most buyers. The reason was the quality of the oil. Iranian and Venezuelan crude is generally heavier and more sour, harder and more expensive to refine. Even major buyers like China and India were cautious and were purchasing limited volumes mainly for blending purposes. In fact, the quality of oil decides the fate of an oil-rich nation. The quality of oil was dependent on three factors: the gravity, sulfur content, and refining complexity. And those differences determined the cost, the refining difficulty, and the final products you could produce. For example, Russia's main export, the Urals blend, mixes heavier crude with light Western Siberian oil. That mix makes it great for producing diesel and gasoline. On the other hand, most of the Iranian oil is heavy and high in sulfur. That makes it harder to refine, and only advanced refineries can process it effectively. But the greatest option was Saudi Arabia. About 70% of Saudi oil reserves are light crude, easier to refine and perfect for making gasoline and jet fuel. They produce medium and heavy grades, so buyers get flexibility. Add to that the low production costs, favorable geology, huge output, and you realize why Saudi oil became one of the most reliable and preferred options on the global market. In fact, Saudi Arabia was China's top supplier until 2022. That year alone, it sold 87 million tons of crude to China. But the entire equation was about to change after 2022. That year, the Russia-Ukraine war shook the entire world. Russia was hit with sweeping Western sanctions, and global oil markets were thrown into chaos. Therefore, Middle Eastern crude prices surged. It briefly climbed above $120 per barrel, worsening already high global inflation. The economies of many oil-importing countries were pushed onto a ventilator. In July of 2022, Sri Lanka plunged into a severe economic and energy crisis. Fuel shortages paralyzed transportation. Electricity blackouts became routine. Even Pakistan was importing around 85% of its oil needs. It struggled with soaring prices. The Pakistani rupee collapsed from about 170 per dollar in early 2022 to nearly 305 per dollar by August 2023 before stabilizing. But for Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, this crisis became a strange opportunity. As prices surged, even sanctioned oil looked attractive. The discounts were so deep that even lower quality crude made sense. But the logistics didn't. Sanctioned ships could not easily cross international financial and insurance systems. Payments were restricted, tankers were blacklisted. So China decided to play the smart, dirty game. A shadow trading system expanded, involving ship-to-ship transfers, alternative payment mechanisms, opaque intermediaries, and rebranded cargo. This so-called black market nexus existed even before 2022, but it was relatively small. It was mostly used for blending discounted Iranian or Venezuelan crude. But even after the Ukraine war, it scaled up dramatically. Russia, Iran, and Venezuela were all willing to offer China major discounts. By 2024, crude subject to US and Western sanctions likely accounted for more than 1/5 of China's total oil imports, 1.4 million barrels per day from Iran, and around 268,000 barrels from Venezuela. But who was buying most of it? China's independent refiners, the so-called teapots, concentrated in Shandong. These refiners operated outside the direct umbrella of state giants like Sinopec or PetroChina. On paper, they are private, commercially driven entities. And this gives Beijing plausible deniability. Officially, the Chinese government can distance itself from direct purchases of sanctioned oil. But in practice, these teapot refineries account for roughly 1/4 of China's refining capacity and are major importers of discounted crude. These teapots kept Iran's economy alive. Because of these refiners, China became the world's largest buyer of Iranian oil in 2024. In fact, China buys more than 80% of Iran's seaboard crude exports, making it by far the dominant destination for Tehran's oil sales. According to tracking data, Iranian oil accounted for about 13.4% of China's total maritime crude oil imports in 2025. And roughly 1/3 of China's crude entering by sea passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Yet, officially, China's customs data recorded 0 Iranian shipments. The secret lies in Malaysia. China's imports from Malaysia surged from just 5,400 barrels per day in 2015 to 1.4 million barrels per day in 2024. But Malaysia only produces about 565,000 barrels per day. The difference strongly suggests ship-to-ship transfers in Malaysian waters, where Iranian and Venezuelan crude is relabeled before heading to Chinese ports, effectively bypassing sanctions. Meanwhile, Russian oil flows surged. Exports from Russia to China rose from 1.6 million barrels per day in 2021 to 2.2 million in 2024, giving Moscow nearly 20% of China's crude import market. That is the highest share in history. As discounted Russian and sanctioned crude flowed in, Saudi Arabia saw its share decline, with shipments falling about 10% between 2021 and 2024. China reshuffled its energy map, prioritizing cheaper, politically complicated barrels over traditional, stable suppliers. Most people think China paid a heavy price for playing this dirty game, but they are shocked once they find out that they printed billions of dollars using it. Sanctioned crude represents almost a fifth of global tanker capacity. This clearly shows the size of the black oil market. Shadow fleets allowed adversaries, mainly Russia and Iran, to sustain themselves despite pressure from Washington. These fleet networks also intersected with illicit finance and criminal activity. Venezuela became a logistical and financial hub, linking sanctioned oil trade to broader gray networks. Russia, Iran, and even Venezuela survived financial isolation. But the biggest winner was China, all thanks to the biggest loophole. Once crude oil enters China and is refined by private or independent refineries, it no longer looks like Iranian, Venezuelan, or Russian oil. It just becomes gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, or fuel oil, products that can be consumed inside China, stored in reserves, or exported to the global market. And this is where the strategy comes into play. After refining, one part of that crude is stored in strategic or commercial reserves. Part of it is used domestically, and a significant portion is blended with Russian and Middle Eastern crude. Once blended and processed, the original source becomes almost impossible to trace. Then those refined products are resold internationally at a higher price. That explains why, in 2025, refined petroleum became one of China's major export categories. It is worth around $39.4 billion, ranking among its top exported products. Major destinations include Hong Kong, Singapore, Liberia, the Philippines, and Australia. At the same time, exports to Belgium, Japan, and Vietnam showed some of the fastest growth. So China is not just importing discounted crude, it is adding value, refining it, blending it, and then re-exporting it. For example, China was exporting asphalt and bitumen that originally came from heavy crude sources like Iran. These products are mainly used in the construction industry, and there are higher chances that instead of consuming all of it domestically, Chinese companies were reselling it to the global market. Why? Because in 2025 alone, China exported around $2 million worth of bitumen and asphalt, making it the 1,145th most exported product out of 1,218 product categories in China. The main destinations of China's bitumen and asphalt exports in 2025 were Iraq, Russia, Canada, and African countries like the Republic of the Congo. The strategy itself is not illegal. Many countries refine imported crude and export finished petroleum products to increase export value and trade surplus. But in China's case, the key factor is cost. China's petrochemical and refinery exports have been heavily dependent on cheap crude from Iran, Venezuela, and Russia. If Chinese refinery companies were forced to buy raw crude only from regular market suppliers like Saudi Arabia or the UAE, their profit margins would shrink significantly. That would also expose the business model of many proxy or independent refiners that rely on discounted sanctioned crude. Then came a major policy shift in December of 2024. China's Ministry of Commerce reduced the export tax rebate on refined oil products from 13% to 9% under general trade. That move effectively increased export costs for gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel by roughly $3 to $3.3 per barrel. Gasoline was hit hardest because its export profit margins are thinner. Gasoline crack spreads in Singapore jumped sharply within a month, while diesel and jet fuel margins remained relatively stable. This showed that China was not just reacting to global refinery product prices, it was influencing them. By adjusting tax rebates and shifting to processing trade mechanisms, China kept its refiners competitive even as margins tightened. The more flexible system helped protect export volumes while managing rising costs. For Washington, this became a strategic problem. The United States could pressure smaller economies through tariffs and secondary sanctions, but China was different. First, China openly positioned itself as an alternative to the Western economic system. Second, it controls critical mineral and metal refining chains that are essential for American tech, defense, and electric vehicle industries. That gave Beijing leverage. So instead of direct confrontation, pressure points began appearing around the system supporting this oil nexus. In 2025, one phrase kept appearing in American political speeches: the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal is a critical choke point for global shipping, and shadow oil tankers often pass through major maritime routes connected to it. Tensions rose over Chinese influence in port operations near the canal, particularly involving the Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison Holdings, which operated port terminals at both entrances. By early 2026, Panama's authorities moved to terminate those operating rights, citing legal grounds. Officially, it was a domestic legal decision, but geopolitically, it signaled something larger: a tightening environment for Chinese logistical reach. At the same time, U.S. enforcement against Venezuelan oil intensified. American authorities increased maritime monitoring in the Caribbean, targeting tankers suspected of sanctions evasion. Legal seizures of vessels and cargo became more aggressive. In December of 2025, just 1 month before the arrest of Nicolas Maduro, the Panama-flagged tanker Centuries was seized carrying sanctioned Venezuelan oil. China criticized the move, but the White House made its position clear. Without U.S. approval, Venezuelan oil would not pass freely through key maritime routes. After the U.S. intervention in Venezuela, it was already out of China's refinery supply list. According to reports, shipments from Venezuela averaged 394,000 barrels per day in 2025. That's about 4% of China's total seaborne crude imports. But after the U.S. moved to control Venezuela's oil sales in January, shipments fell sharply. Floating storage of Venezuelan origin crude in Asia dropped to 8.3 million barrels by January of 2028. Roughly half of the 16 million barrels held at the start of 2026. Somehow, China had already absorbed the shock of losing Venezuelan oil. A painful adjustment, but manageable. But what shocked Beijing was a direct military strike on Iran's leadership by the United States and Israel. In a dramatic escalation in late February of 2026, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in a major joint US-Israeli airstrike on Tehran. This conflict could create a major political shift inside of Iran, and there are high chances that Iran's former royal family figure, Reza Shah Pahlavi's son, could return and attempt to form a new government. What is more concerning for China is that Reza Pahlavi is considered a pro-Western leader and has been living in the United States for the past 4 decades. So China has no option but to save Iran's current regime. It might not enter the conflict directly, but it would keep supporting them indirectly, like the 16 cargoes that landed in Tehran. Israel intelligence indicated that China sent those cargoes with advanced weapon systems in them. It is believed to have advanced air defense systems, electronic warfare equipment, and possibly anti-ship missiles. The aim was to bolster Iran's defense capabilities against any American-Israeli attack. It is estimated that these Chinese military flights have transported advanced long-range air defense systems to Iran, such as the HQ-9B system, to enhance the protection of sensitive installations, in addition to specialized electronic warfare equipment for radar jamming, ballistic missiles, and modern Chinese suicide drones. Iran has also announced its complete switch to the Chinese Beidou satellite navigation system as an alternative to the GPS system. This enhances the accuracy of its weapons guidance, moving it beyond American and Western control. China has reportedly supplied key components, including industrial materials and solid fuel ingredients like sodium perchlorate. This would help Tehran build its own ballistic missiles while avoiding direct transfer restrictions. There are also reports that Iran has explored buying advanced Chinese fighter jets to strengthen its air force. All of this fits within the 25-year strategic cooperation agreement between China and Iran. And with Russia busy fighting its own wars and sending fewer weapons, China is increasingly seen as Iran's most important military partner right now. A pro-West regime could also put China's current investment in Iran at risk. Like back in 2021, China signed a 25-year cooperation pact with Iran. It envisioned up to $400 billion in investment across gas, oil, petrochemicals, and infrastructure. Beijing's objective was bigger than just buying crude. China wanted to build an alternative economic corridor for its energy sector and revive the Belt and Road Initiative here, which had slowed due to instability in Afghanistan and ongoing insurgency in Pakistan's Balochistan region. The goal was simple: reduce dependence on maritime routes like the Strait of Hormuz, routes that can be monitored, sanctioned, or disrupted by the United States. As part of this strategy, China supported a newly operational freight link connecting Iran's Afrin dry port to Xi'an. This land-based corridor was designed to create a safe and more controlled pathway for transporting Iranian oil and raw materials directly into China, a bypass to vulnerable sea lanes. It was a strategic workaround to sanctions pressure. At the same time, that partnership gave Tehran a critical financial lifeline under Western sanctions. But if permanent political changes occur in Iran, China could lose another stable and cheap oil supplier for a long time. And that miscalculation may now become one of the biggest energy risks Beijing has faced in years. Because in 2025 alone, Iran exported 520 million barrels of crude oil to China, more than 3 times the volume China received from Venezuela. The problem doesn't end here. Another 1.4 billion barrels also came from 5 other Middle Eastern countries that rely on the Strait of Hormuz. In total, more than half of China's crude oil imports came from countries now facing trade disruptions. Iran's Revolutionary Guard warned ships not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. There were attacks on oil tankers. Ships began rerouting away from the Suez Canal and the Bab el-Mandab Strait out of caution. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have alternative transport routes, including pipelines over land, but those can only manage part of normal volumes. Qatar's exports are also heavily dependent on Hormuz, and its natural gas production relies on an offshore field shared with Iran. If Hormuz is disrupted for a prolonged period, Chinese refiners will be forced to compete aggressively for alternative supplies. That means higher prices, and the market already reacted. Brent crude opened at $81.57 per barrel, a 12% jump after the strike. However, on paper, China still looks prepared. Analysts estimate China's total strategic and commercial crude reserves at around 1.3 billion barrels of crude oil, enough to cover roughly 200-plus days. This is higher than many countries. In fact, China's crude reserve coverage is stronger than most major import-dependent countries. This gives Beijing a short-term cushion in case of sudden supply shocks. But the real vulnerability lies elsewhere. China's manufacturing and petrochemical sectors are where real impacts will be felt. For years, discounted Iranian and Venezuelan crude allowed Chinese refiners to make massive profit margins. If the Iran-Israel conflict drags on, those margins shrink fast. Because replacing barrels priced $12 below Brent with Gulf or Russian grades closer to benchmark prices will squeeze refining profits. Clayton Siegel estimated that crude prices could rise by at least $10 to $12 per barrel if Iranian supply is disrupted more. So higher import costs means tighter margins for refiners, and more importantly, higher production costs across China. And China's global competitive edge depends on one thing: cheaper manufacturing. Most analysts believe China will now turn back to Russia and increase oil imports from there. And on the surface, that makes sense. But this time, the situation is different, because Russia knows China has fewer options. With conflict in the Middle East and uncertainty in the Strait of Hormuz, global buyers are becoming nervous. Countries like India, along with several African, South Asian, and Southeast Asian economies, are also increasing their purchases of Russian crude, especially through eastern export routes. That changes the balance. Earlier, China had leverage because it was one of the largest and most consistent buyers of discounted Russian oil after the Ukraine war. Moscow needed Beijing. Now, demand is rising from multiple regions, which means Russia can reduce discounts. And if China loses that discount advantage, its refining margins shrink even further. So instead of escaping the crisis, Beijing may find itself paying more for the same barrels it once bought cheaply. And if you step back and look at the bigger picture, the timing looks striking. Over the last year, the Trump administration increased pressure step by step. First, tightening enforcement on shadow oil flows, then moving against Venezuelan oil channels, then escalating pressure around Iran. One after the other, China's discounted supply routes have come under stress. Now, just as China's facing rising energy uncertainty, President Trump is scheduled to travel to China between March 31st and April 2nd to meet with President Xi, the first visit by an American president since 2017. At the same time, China has openly criticized the recent US and Israeli strikes on Tehran, expressing anger over the escalation. But if it still goes ahead, it could shape the future of US-China trade relations. And the timing could not be more sensitive. Last year, when the United States imposed tariffs on Chinese goods, Beijing responded by signaling its control over critical minerals, especially rare earth elements. That rare earth leverage gave China negotiating power. But if oil prices surge and refining margins collapse, China's manufacturing sector, the backbone of its economy, comes under pressure. Factories depend on stable, affordable fuel or transportation, petrochemicals, plastics, shipping, and industrial production. Manufacturing, chemicals, steel, cement, heavy machinery is the backbone of China's economic model, consuming enormous volumes of diesel, fuel oil, and oil-based feedstocks. In most estimates, industries account for roughly 40 to 50% of China's total oil consumption. Then comes transportation, the most visible oil consumer. Cars, trucks, buses, cargo ships, aircraft. Despite Chinese aggressive push into electric vehicles, but diesel for trucks, jet fuel for aviation, bunker fuel for ships, these sectors still run largely on petroleum. But over the last decade, one sector has surged ahead as a key driver of imports: petrochemicals. China is now the world's largest producer of petrochemical products. In just 10 years, it built 7 massive petrochemical hubs, surpassing the United States as the biggest producer of ethylene and polyethylene, the building blocks of plastics, rubber, and synthetic fibers used in everything from electronics to packaging. The industry is dominated by giants like Sinopec, and China's petrochemical sector now accounts for roughly 17% of global industry revenue. If energy costs spike while trade tensions escalate, Chinese exporters could suffer. And that means employment pressures at home. Millions of jobs are tied to export-driven manufacturing. So this time, Beijing may have less room to escalate. Because if China pressures Russia to keep oil prices artificially low, or signs new long-term energy agreements at heavily discounted rates, Washington could intercept that as a strategic alignment against U.S. sanctions policy. If the U.S. responds by imposing even steeper tariffs on Chinese goods, the situation could become worse for Chinese exporters than the oil shock itself. Higher production costs plus higher tariffs is a double hit. That combination would directly weaken China's price advantage in global markets, the very advantage that powered its manufacturing dominance for decades. So now, every move Beijing makes has to be calculated. It's no longer just about securing cheap oil. It's about balancing domestic industry stability, export competitiveness, geopolitical pressure, and upcoming trade negotiations all at the same time. China can't afford a misstep, because at this moment, energy security and trade diplomacy are no longer separate battles. They are part of the same strategic equation. The solution China has found is to help Iran militarily. And this isn't the first time it has reportedly supplied Iran with weapons. It has done that in the past too. But whether they can outperform American and Israeli weapons is something you will soon witness for yourself.
Tehran has carried out more attacks on Gulf states, despite an apology by the president to Iran's neighbors. Civilian targets have been hit, including airports and vital infrastructure. Who's in control in Iran, and how will Gulf states react as the attacks continue? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. More than a week after Israel and the US attacked Iran, the crisis they've ignited is worsening. While Iran has suffered the most casualties, it's retaliated by attacking neighbouring Gulf states and says it's targeting US military assets. Havens of stability in the region, these countries are vital global hubs for energy, business and aviation. All have been severely disrupted, with the impact felt across the world. From Iran, mixed messages add to the chaos. Apologies from the president for the attacks, yet they have continued. Questions now about who's actually in control in Iran. Unpredictability too from US President Donald Trump about his plans, strategy and aims in bombing Iran. So what does all this mean for long-standing US alliances in the Gulf? And what now for Iran's relations with the Gulf states? We'll speak to our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Imran Ullah Khan.
Tehran seems to be sending out mixed messages about how it will proceed in an escalating regional war. Since the US and Israel launched attacks on Iran at the end of last month, Tehran has been retaliating against countries in the Gulf that host US military assets. But as well as bases, the attacks have hit hotels, airports, embassies, and more in Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, causing anger amongst Gulf leaders. On Saturday, President Masoud Pezeshkian apologized for the strikes and said they would stop.
We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighbouring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace, and the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighbouring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged from their soil.
But shortly after the message aired, more Iranian strikes hit Gulf countries. Then Iran's armed forces weighed in, saying they respect the interests and national sovereignty of neighboring countries. But they also said U.S. assets would remain primary targets if attacks on Iran continued. Pezeskian spoke again, saying his words earlier were misinterpreted.
The enemy has a distorted understanding of my words. They want us and our neighbouring countries to be at war and are seeking to create discord between us and other nations. If they attempt to invade our territory from any country, we will be compelled to respond to that aggression. However, this response does not imply that we have a conflict or disagreement with that country, nor do we intend to upset its people. We are simply forced to act in defence. The more pressure they exert on us, the stronger our response will be.
The attacks are having a global impact, too. Energy supplies to countries worldwide have been hit, with refineries and plants attacked and tankers unable to sail through the Persian Gulf. Flights have been severely disrupted, with Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha vital aviation hubs, all having a serious impact not just on the region, but being felt across the world. Imran Allah Khan, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Well, to discuss all of this further, we have an eminent panel of guests joining us for today's Inside Story. So, in the United States, in Virginia, John Brennan, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency under the Obama administration. In Kuwait City, Bader Al-Saif, a professor at Kuwait University and fellow at Chatham House, specialising in Middle East history and politics. And also joining us from Virginia, Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. Let me start with you, John Brennan, former director of the CIA. So you've been at the very top of US decision-making, a member of the cabinet. Let me ask your assessment, big picture assessment of where we are over a week into the war. Would you say you are more worried about where this is going than you were when it started a week ago?
Well, I think I'm as worried about where this conflict is going. The attacks over the past week certainly have expanded now and are bringing in some civilian infrastructure in Iran. And there is continued defiance on the part of the Iranian regime in the face of the Israeli and U.S. operations. So the fact that I think the Trump administration has not really articulated exactly how we're going to get out of this conflict, aside from an unconditional surrender, really makes me worried that this is going to be more long-lasting than the Trump administration anticipated.
Bader, let me ask you about how the Gulf countries are coping. Clearly, we've got to remember that the worst situation is for the poor civilians in Iran and also in Lebanon. But with the exception perhaps of Kuwait, which had an invasion by Saddam Hussein, most of the countries in the Gulf have not ever experienced anything like this. How would you say the Gulf is coping at this stage?
This is an unnecessary war. And I think it starts with the mindset that the Gulf has always exhibited all along, prior to the war and even prior to the June 2025 war. This is unnecessary. We could have averted it, and there is a way forward for a peaceful resolution. The Gulf states have assembled the best defense mechanisms. They're defending themselves on their own. The U.S. bases that are there for sharing, training, capacity building, and they only started in there, James, when my country was invaded back in 1990-91. Those bases did not exist before that, nor are they there now to do anything towards Iran. This is something that needs to be remembered by the Iranian state, and this is something that got picked up by the president yesterday with his apology, but it seems it has not cascaded down to the other forces, or it has not been communicated properly or agreed upon within. We need some clarity on this front, and they need to focus on where their targets are coming from. They're not coming from our airspaces, and the bases in the Gulf are not being used against Iran.
So, Trita, Let's focus on that apology from the Iranian president. The Gulf states, are countries that all, before this war, maybe not historically, but all before this war, had cordial relations with Iran. He clearly wanted to apologise, but there was a really confusing message sent out after that, wasn't there?
Yes, although I think what happened is a bit different from what your package has presented. I've spoken to folks on all sides, and I'm getting somewhat of a different picture. There were very, very sensitive negotiations initiated by regional states with Iran for a de-escalatory path. The first step was for the president to come out and give that message, although he kind of messed up the message because he was not supposed to issue an apology. And if you notice, he said that he personally apologizes, not on behalf of the state. And this caused some problem inside of the Iranian state. But other than that, everyone was essentially on the same page that there was a necessary de-escalatory step. The Gulf states, as a result, were then observing to see whether this would then also be implemented by Iran's military. In between, however, and this would take them a few hours, in between, however, Trump issued his Truth Social post that declared victory, humiliated Iran, and even threatened Iran further. On top of that, there was an attack by the United States on Qeshm Island's desalination plant, which was a major escalation. So far, neither the Iranians nor the Israelis had been targeting each other's desalination plants. This then threw everything off, and then you saw massive Iranian retaliation, again, against these GCC states, despite the fact that most of these states, not only before the war, but also during the war, have done quite a lot, if not everything they could, to actually de-escalate this war. But what happened in this specific case, and it is not clear to me whether it was that Trump was deliberately trying to sabotage this, or if the US side actually is in disarray and did not know, and as a result, the president goes on his own, he issues this tweet, the military attacks the desalination plant without necessarily fully understanding what was happening, what was being led by some of the regional states in terms of this de-escalatory negotiations that were taking place. As I understand it, they're still trying at this point, and it's absolutely necessary for this de-escalation to take place. But in this specific case, it seems to have been something in which not everyone was on the same page, and Trump, with his tweet, and then later on with that major escalatory attack, derailed everything.
John Brennan, I mean, Trump's tweet, well, it was actually on his own social media platform, Truth Social. He said, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologised and surrendered to its Middle East neighbours. He called Iran the loser of the Middle East. What do you make of the way Trump is conducting this war? I mean, it's the way Trump does business, but rarely have we seen this from a US president at a time of war, a president who launched the war rather than a solemn address in the Oval Office, did it from Mar-a-Lago wearing a baseball cap.
Well, we've never seen this behavior from any previous US president, and Donald Trump is a very unique individual. I think these are just traits that he has demonstrated over time, whether he's doing domestic policy or international affairs. He uses social media platforms to basically make policy and announce policy. The traditional U.S. interagency process, whereby you have the different departments and agencies come together and formulate a policy, that is not happening by all accounts now. It is more that Donald Trump decides based on his gut feelings what to do. And this war is something that was initiated by, I think, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. They decided that they wanted to take down the Iranian regime. I think he had a real misunderstanding about the complexities and difficulty of doing something like this. I think he's infatuated with the U.S. military power and the powers of the presidency. And I think the success in Venezuela, removing a single person, Maduro, from the leadership there, led him to believe that the cause in Iran was going to be similarly successful.
So, John,
I think what he's finding now.
Yes, so John, at a time like this, a time of war, the most combustible time possible, these sort of social media messages, I mean, how dangerous are they?
I think they're very dangerous. The stridency of his rhetoric, I think, is increasing. The callousness, I think, of some of the commentary also is leading individuals to really be concerned about the future course of this war. And I agree that I think the recent language and the recent actions of the United States have led to real inconsistency, I think, in how the U.S. policy is being perceived, as well as the reaction on the part of the Iranian government. When he says he wants to, change the regime, he wants to have a role in selecting the next supreme leader, the leader of Iran. I think it really just demonstrates that Donald Trump doesn't really understand just how challenging this whole situation is and is going to continue to be.
But we heard from Trita his assessment of what happened with regard to the president's statement. But there is another factor in all of this, isn't there? That Iran has put in place what it calls its mosaic defence. Basically, they've delegated control of missile systems to individual commanders who are out in the field. That means that there is not the coordinated central chain of command that you'd expect.
And that's a very dangerous thing. And that's why we would like to see some kind of order and sense coming through from Iran. It's difficult when they're under war and under attack, no doubt. But I think the naming of a supreme leader, probably the consolidation of their command structures would lead to some form of coordination when it comes to the battlefront. But let me make one point very clear. We need to work on our Gulf-Iran ties, irrespective of what happens between the US, Israel, and Iran. And I think we have that in our system across the Gulf to work more on these relationships. We've been working very hard on them in the past. There are many spoilers during this war, whether it's from various militias outside Iran that are doing things on their own or coordinated with other elements. Israel is the biggest spoiler in all of this. They stand to benefit from the fragmentation and the chaos and the war that will happen and unroll in the Middle East. So I think by focusing on that joint target and by not taking their wrath unto the Gulf states, they can come to a better focus on their objectives. Going all out is not going to serve their interests, and it's not going to serve anyone's interests.
Trita, I mean, if we do get a new supreme leader appointed soon, does that solve the problems of the chain of command in Iran? Because it's going to be a new figure in charge of a very large country, 92 million people, after one man had been in charge for 37 years, and a country under total bombardment. I mean, is a new person going to be able to take total control?
First of all, let me just say how much I agree with Badr that there has to be thinking in Tehran about the day after of this war. It seems like their thinking, because they believe that this is existential, has been one in which they really haven't put much thought or consideration to what happens the day after in their relationship with their neighbors to the south. And this is very, very dangerous, particularly mindful of the fact that many of them went out of their way to try to prevent this war. I don't believe, however, that this is an issue that is resolved by picking a new supreme leader, because what was decided already halfway through the June war is that they took a lot of control away from central command and gave it to local military commanders. This was done deliberately in order to make sure that if their central command and control was disrupted or destroyed by the United States or by Israel, the defense of the country could continue. They saw clearly that the Israeli strategy back then, as well as today, is regime decapitation. They've also made sure that every governor in the country has the same authority as the president does in case of a collapse of Tehran's control. So that will not change with picking of the supreme leader, because he had nothing to do with the supreme leader. The supreme leader actually was taking out of operational decisions, mindful of the fact that it was so clear that he was a target. What I'm more fearful of, however, is that some of the most hardline names that could become the supreme leader, who were probably not the main candidates prior to this war, have now become the main candidates, particularly after Trump has said that some of them are unacceptable. I think that actually ended up becoming an endorsement for them that may see the next supreme leader of Iran going into an even more hardline direction than the previous one did.
And John, I mean, that if that is the outcome and you get a more hardline supreme leader, that person may have learnt one lesson, and that is, let's actually get the bomb.
Well, I think Iran is still a long way away from getting the bomb. But as you point out, I think Iran is going to be trying to decide what course to take in order to prevent future aggression and gain some type of deterrence, which is what I think a lot of people presumed was the intention behind some of the commentary of Iranians about seeking a nuclear weapon. But there was no evidence that there was nuclear weaponization program underway recently. I agree that this is an unnecessary war. There was no imminent threat. It was something that Donald Trump, again, and Bibi Netanyahu, I think, decided to do. But it's clear that Donald Trump is not going to relent at this point. He's going to continue to push forward. The U.S. still has a lot of U.S. military capability that it could bring to bear. He avoided discounting the prospect of putting U.S. boots on the ground yesterday. So Donald Trump doesn't like to lose. He likes to win, but yet he could cast some future situation as a victory for the United States. But I don't think he is going to be able to achieve his goal or his stated goal of vanquishing this regime and basically bringing in a totally new leadership. The IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, is very much embedded in the fabric of the Iranian government. And I don't see any indication that they're ready to lay down their arms and surrender, as Donald Trump would like them to do.
But, I mean, one of the problems is we don't really know what Donald Trump's goals are because they have been all over the place. We didn't properly explain to the world or the American people why he started the war, and he hasn't properly explained what will end the war. But one of the ideas that floats around and comes up from him regularly is the idea of a Venezuela model. Given the fact that Iran is still firing and firing, every few hours, particularly at the Gulf, is there any chance of a Delcy Rodriguez emerging in Iran?
U.S. strategy, we can't even use the word strategy when it comes to U.S. objectives in this war. It's quite unclear where they're going and whether they're leading the show or not, or allowing Israel to run the show for them. And this in itself is quite dangerous. They need to go back to their senses and look at how they can serve their interests best. To try to impose what you call a Venezuela model on other countries is just it's fallacy. This doesn't work. Each country, it's its own circumstances and conditions, and they deserve to decide what works best for them. We shouldn't allow outside forces to do that. Regime change has been tried and failed in the region. Look at Afghanistan. Look at how Iraq has been unfolding in the last 20 years. And this is not something that we want to replicate in a much bigger space like Iran. This will not help anyone. This will destabilize states, societies in the region. It will roil the energy markets. It will make it hard on everyone. And don't even forget, and this is the most important thing, the human toll of suffering. We lost 2 service members today in Kuwait. Hundreds were lost in Iran, others across the Gulf, and even in Israel and Lebanon, and the list continues. This shouldn't be the fate of the Middle East. We deserve better than this.
John, I mean, from your position and having advised presidents in the past, I mean, what do you think those who have served at the highest levels in the military, in the intelligence community, still are there in the system, are making of a war with no real strategy and no real end goal?
Well, I think a lot of them have the same questions that Badr and Trita had mentioned about the reasons for the war and the future course of this war. But as military and intelligence professionals, when there is an order that comes from the commander-in-chief, they carry it out. But there are questions about whether or not, it is violation of international law. There are questions about the targeting, the rules of engagement, other things that I think military and intelligence personnel need to be looking at closely. But this is the responsibility of the military professionals to prosecute the effort the best they can. They're not the ones that make decisions about the political objectives of this administration. But I do think the longer this goes on, the more questions will arise, as well as the more concern is going to arise in U.S. Among American citizens. We already see demonstrations against the war So this is only 8 or 9 days old, and we see the tremendous toll it has taken already, as Badr pointed out. I do think that there's going to be even more repercussions of this, not just on the battlefront, but also in the larger economic and energy dimensions that I think are going to have a real impact on people, including in the United States, but also globally.
Well, let's talk about those repercussions, particularly economic, Trita. I mean, most of the world in this are watching this as pretty helpless bystanders, but the Gulf states are on the end of these missiles coming from Iran, and clearly they are the economic engine of much of what goes on in the world. So what they say and do is one place where there is leverage, one place where there's potential impact. What do you think the Gulf states want right now?
I think the vast majority of the Gulf states want exactly what they did before this war, which is for this to never happen at all. This is, as Badr pointed out, and as John has also hinted at, is absolute disaster for these states. I remember years ago, and a GCC official told me it was in regards to the dilemma they had in regards to U.S.-Iran relations. He used an African proverb saying that whether the elephants fight or make love, the grass still gets crushed. There was a fear on the GCC side that if the US and Iran were to become significant friends, which I never thought was really in the cards, nevertheless, there was a fear that this could actually strategically diminish the role of some of the GCC states. But on the other hand, if they went to war, it would also be devastating for the GCC states. And now we're seeing the second scenario playing out in front of us. And as Badr also pointed out, we have to keep in mind that there is a significant interest on the Israeli side in order to make sure that not only does the US's and Iran's relations get destroyed for decades to come, but also Iran and the GCC's relations. And it seems to me that the Iranians, given the fact that they don't have any other American targets within their reach, the US Navy is very far away from Iranian waters precisely because of the effectiveness of Iranian missiles. The US has already emptied much of its bases in the region, but those are the only targets Iran have, in addition to some hotels in which the Iranians suspect that American soldiers have been housed in. So from the GCC standpoint, they knew that this was going to happen. This is part of the reason why many of them lobbied so hard for this never to start in the first place. But at this point, as John, I think, hinted at as well, the only way out of this appears to be that the cost becomes too high for everyone, and that Donald Trump concludes that he already has things that he can point to as a victory, claim that victory, and then end this war.
Badr, I mean, I have heard the argument, though, among some, and whether this is felt in the GCC, I'd like you to tell me, that some believe that Trump needs to finish the job because otherwise the government in Iran is going to be like a wounded animal and it will continue to lash out in the coming years. Do you think that is a feeling, and do you think there's the possibility of any of the Gulf states actually allowing the US to use their bases right now or actively joining the US and Israel in this war?
Look, there are many options on the table. The way that Iran has conducted its attacks on the Gulf has not helped its case. And trying to go after civilian targets or spaces and under the mask of there being a possible American presence just doesn't make sense. And we've made ourselves very clear. We've made our spaces inviolable in terms of not being used for attacks against Iran. I think we need to see how this moves on. The Gulf states are in a bind. There are many difficult choices ahead. There needs to be wisdom. I think their restraint has been something that's welcomed. And joining the front will not do them any good. I think it would serve into the Israeli playbook. This is not our war. We shouldn't be involved in it. And there is no end game. I mean, to topple the regime is not something that even U.S. intelligence assessments have agreed on, that this is not something that's in the cards.
Let me end, Badr, if I can, with John, who, of course, headed an organisation that prepared those US intelligence assessments. You prepared presidents with possible scenarios of what might happen. It's a bit of a grim question. What now, as you look at things, what's the worst-case scenario?
Well, the worst-case scenario is the United States decides to escalate and creates tremendous chaos, havoc, and destruction inside of Iran. But I don't see, even under that scenario, the Iranians relenting. I see extended disruptions in the energy market through the strait, that there's not going to be the flow of oil, natural gas that has been, the impact on the global economy. And then also terrorist attacks. One of the things that is pointed out, Iran sees this as an existential threat. They do have a capability to be launching attacks in other areas, and they haven't opted for that at this point. But I could see that as their backs are pushed against the wall, they will pull out all stops and do whatever they can to try to not just to lash out against their adversary and their attacker, but also to try to cause as much pain as possible on the international front.
Thank you very much to all of our guests today, John Brennan, Bader Al-Saif and Trita Parsi. Extensive coverage of the war continues around the clock on Al Jazeera, with our teams based all over the region. And remember, you can get further analysis and context at aljazeera.com. As ever, we'd like to hear your comments too. Go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or look for us on X. There we are called @AJ Inside Story. For now, from me, James Bays, and all the team here, stay safe and well. Bye-bye for now.
Something strange is going on. Jim Carrey recently showed up looking different in Paris. Very different.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. I really took on a pretty big challenge trying to do my speech in French.
After this footage dropped, social media exploded. People weren't just talking about his award. They were asking one wild question. What happened to Jim Carrey? Is that even Jim Carrey? Many people believe that it was a clone. And now, with Cat Williams speaking out about Hollywood secrets, some fans are taking things even further. They're saying this proves something bigger is going on.
Researched my whole life on what the entity was before I got there, you know. My intention was to get in there and kick up some dust and try to become a whistleblower that they don't knock off. Because, you know, they get all the whistleblowers.
Jim showed up at the 51st César Awards to receive an honorary award for his lifetime in movies. That's a huge deal. He even gave part of his speech in French, but nobody online cared about the speech. They were focused on him, the way he looked, the way he talked, the way he moved. All of it seemed unnatural.
There is a huge conspiracy theory about beloved Hollywood actor Jim Carrey right now because people are saying he's acting and looking very different. Did the Illuminati finally get their loudest whistleblower and clone him, thus silencing him? This is like two conspiracy theories in one, so here's everything you need to know.
I'm here tonight to blow the lid off it, to be the whistleblower.
So yesterday, 64-year-old Jim Carrey received a César Award in Paris, which is like a French Oscar. And he was just suspiciously acting out of character for the iconic Jim Carrey personality. And longtime fans also noticed he looked younger or very different. And for a lot of actors in Hollywood, that's the norm. He's 64. I support people getting work done. But a lot of conspiracy theorists who are really just diehard fans say normally Jim Carrey would never do this. His whole brand is drastically changing his facial expressions and melding his face into whatever he needs to do for his role. It's just the last person you would ever expect to do that. But what's really freaking people out and driving home the conspiracy theory is that his eyes are a completely different color now. They are green, but they used to be very obviously brown. Is it him? Is someone new under the mask? And Jim Carrey is infamous for his whole career long time, giving very powerful speeches against government corruption, against capitalism, against those in power.
Some people said he didn't seem like himself. Others said he looked completely different. A few even claimed he had been replaced. And yes, the word clone started trending. When clips from the red carpet hit the internet, fans began comparing them to older interviews. They pointed to his eyes, saying they looked more blue than brown. They said his jawline looked different, his teeth looked different, even his voice sounded softer and slower. One person wrote, "There's no way in hell that was Jim Carrey." Another said that "I'm dead" was super cryptic and dark. Someone else said, "They're testing us one last time if they can get away with it like Joe Biden." The theories got wilder from there. Some believe the real Jim stepped away from Hollywood years ago, around 2017. Others say he knew too much and started speaking out about how fake the industry is. And that part isn't made up. Jim has openly criticized Hollywood before. He has openly criticized the government and all the alleged criminals running it before.
He criticized capitalism without a conscience. And that's what we have now. We have capitalism without a conscience. He showed the common man being fed through gears of the brutal, dehumanizing industrial age. He took on the American right wing of his day, its worst evils: hatred of immigrants, contempt for the truth, greed, and the abuse of power. We are fighting those same evils today. In America, in the United Kingdom, across the globe. And we need to be clear, shamelessness is not and will never be a superpower. It is the mark of a villain. Children is not what great nations do. Almost half of America at this moment believes there is a sinister deep state diabolically plotting to what? Give them health care? What is the sinister plan here? Sure, I can afford the miracle drug for restless leg syndrome. I should take the pills, I guess. We in America are misinformed. Reality shows have warped our idea of what a hero is, or what the truth is.
Remember that famous red carpet interview where he said none of this is real? Where he told a reporter he doesn't believe in personalities and that we don't matter? That clip went viral years ago.
Tell me, is it true you're wandering the streets? You need a date to the party? What's up?
No. I'm doing just fine. I just, there's no meaning to any of this. So I wanted to find the most meaningless thing that I could come to and join, and here I am.
They're celebrating.
You got to admit it's completely meaningless.
Well, they say they're celebrating icons inside.
Celebrating
Do you believe
icons,
in
boy, that is just the absolute lowest aiming, possibility that we could come up with. It's like icons. Do you believe in icons? I don't believe in personalities. I don't believe that you exist, but there is a wonderful fragrance in the air.
You don't believe certain icons have the power to make change, to think differently, to be bold, to inspire others? Artistry, you're one of them.
On the good foot. Ha! Yeah. You shut it down now. Yeah, no, I don't believe in icons. I don't believe in personalities. I believe that peace lies beyond personality, beyond invention and disguise, beyond the red S that you wear on your chest that makes bullets bounce off. I believe that it's deeper than that. I believe we're a field of energy dancing for itself. And I don't care.
But Jim, you got really dressed up for the occasion. You look good.
No, I didn't.
Was that an
get dressed
accident?
up. I didn't get dressed up.
Who did?
There is no me.
There's no you.
No.
He sounded deep, philosophical, almost like he had pulled back the curtain on something. Back then, people said he was just being spiritual. Others said he had seen the dark side of fame. Now, fast forward to Paris. Fans say this version of Jim seemed excited to play the part again, smiling, joking, acting like everything was normal. Did something suddenly change? Could Jim have changed his deep-rooted convictions overnight? Critics online say it didn't feel natural, that it's not possible for this to be Jim. Some even compared the situation to other celebrity clone theories that have floated around the internet. Kid Buu once claimed that there exists a cloning facility in the US, and that he himself was a clone that managed to escape that place.
Okay, and what nationality are you?
Sicilian and Puerto Rican.
Okay, Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay,
yeah,
I can see that now.
Those are my
up.
two genomes.
Okay, so who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one?
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and I guess the father, the surrogate, you could say, was the sperm donor was the Sicilian.
Okay, so you were a test tube baby?
Yeah.
What's that?
Shout out Clonaid.
Yeah. Well, you could actually, as soon as you die, they could actually freeze your body.
Well, what happened with my first gen is they took the skull because he initially had written in a will to the Raelian movement that if something were to happen to him, they can ship the skull over immediately to Clonaid. So they can remove a fragment of bone that's located here. And in this fragment of bone, it stores all of your memories and consciousness. And with that, they can make a sufficient replica of yourself, a reproductive version of you, including your memories. And you can be selective as to which ones you keep or don't keep. This process has been around for quite some time. Like Dolly the sheep was cloned back in, I think, the late 70s, early 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Dolly the sheep, yeah, I remember that. And they've cloned a lot of animals over the years.
Yeah, Clonaid, I don't want to say too much information. This is going to be broadcasted on the internet.
But I don't think they could transfer the actual memories, though.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You're living proof of this?
Yeah, I'm living proof. Except all the memories. A lot of them I don't have because of drugs and alcohol as a teenager. So it's kind of like burning an MP3 CD, right? So let's say, we don't do this, people don't do this anymore, but back in the day, you would bootleg a CD, you would need the original copy. You put it in, it reads the disc, transfers all the files. You have the same exact CD, it's the same thing. All the tracks, everything. Every bar, every hit from every note, everything's gonna be on there. Now, if I scratch that CD, I may not be able to read all the files on the disc, making it impossible to transfer and make a new one, a new copy.
To be fair, people change. Jim is older now. Faces age, voices shift. Lighting can make eyes look different. And yes, celebrities sometimes get cosmetic procedures, but that hasn't stopped the speculation. Supporters of the clone theory say the biggest clue isn't his face, it's his energy. They say the old Jim was wild, loud, unpredictable. The man from The Mask and The Truman Show had a certain spark in his eyes. Many people have speculated that this isn't Jim at all, that the real Jim was taken out a long time ago for speaking out against the powers in the shadows. One key piece of evidence here is the tragic death of Jim's former girlfriend years ago, with many believing she was taken out in order to send a message to Jim.
Jim Carrey was devastated last September when his 30-year-old girlfriend killed herself. Now, 10 months after the funeral for makeup artist Katrina White, the just-released autopsy report details her final days. She left a suicide note for Carrey. They had broken up the week before. I've spent 3 days now in disbelief that you're not here. I can go on brokenhearted and try to put the pieces back. I could, I just don't have the will this time.
She had not been seen in 4 days at that point. The last person she'd spoken to, it's believed, is Jim Carrey.
Chris Spargo is a reporter with thedailymail.com, which obtained the autopsy report.
Jim Carrey texted her the night before saying that he was actually missing a bunch of pills from his medicine cabinet, asking if she had them, but there was no response.
The toxicology report says she had multiple drugs in her system, including pain medication prescribed to an Arthur King, who is believed to be an alias used by Carrey, according to published reports.
She had obtained 3 bottles of pills from someone under an alias. It's believed it was possibly Jim Carrey.
Carrey last spoke to Katrina White via FaceTime for 3 minutes. Her body was found 4 days later in her rented home in Los Angeles. In her note, Katrina left the funeral arrangements up to Carrey.
We know they called Jim Carrey first when they found her body after finding her cell phone, before they even called her family. So he obviously was incredibly, incredibly torn up about this, but he really was there in the aftermath.
She ended her note to Carrey saying, "Please forgive me. I am just not for this world." She signed it, Dewdrop, the pet name given to her by Jim Carrey.
It has, unsurprisingly, been reported that he was threatened, that he was given a choice, that something happened behind the scenes. Then there's one of his most popular rants ever, the one where Jim grabbed attention by talking about secret symbols and mocking tongues, the one where he joked about talk show hosts distracting the public. He sounded half serious, half sarcastic. He mentioned secret meetings in the woods.
Is that a gang sign? Have you,
Oh, like you don't know what it is. You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You don't know. Jimmy Fallon doesn't know. David Letterman doesn't know.
We don't know.
All the comics and show business don't know what this is. Right? Yeah.
What is it?
Come on, Jimmy. Seriously, the time is up. People are hip to this kind of stuff. I'm here tonight to blow the lid off it, to be the whistleblower. I'm sick and tired of the secrets and the lies. It is the secret symbol of the Illuminati, and you're a part of it, and it is the all-mocking tongue.
Oh. I like it. It is a scraping.
It's the symbol of the all-mocking tongue. And I'm sick of it. I want everybody to be in on the joke, man. You know what I mean? For years now, talk show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to throw you off the track, to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile so you don't know what's really going on. You know, when they get out there in the woods in a circle naked and they decide these things and, you know, and you know, look at them trying to...
That clip is now being shared again as proof, because Jim Carrey has always blurred the line between comedy and truth. He says things in a funny way, but sometimes there's a deeper message under it. That's what makes him interesting.
I don't exist. So they're all characters that I've played, including Jim Carrey, including Joel Barish, including any of those things. They're all characters. Jim Carrey was a less intentional character, because I thought I was just building something that people would like, but it was a character. I played the guy that was free from concern so that people who watched me would be free from concern.
Over the years, Jim has slowly changed. The wild man from Dumb and Dumber became quieter, more reflective, more philosophical. He started talking about ego, identity, and illusion. Still, critics point to his comments about big pharmaceutical companies years ago, when he and Jenny McCarthy questioned vaccine schedules on national television.
Yesterday, the world was World Autism Awareness Day. You both must be encouraged by all that's happened in this subject since you literally started it.
Yeah, you know, we've come a long way within the community. When I first had Evan diagnosed with autism, there wasn't much of anything. I had to find out about biomedical treatment on the internet after I typed in autism on Google. And out 3 years later now, there's 3 books and many thousands of children getting better because of biomedical treatment.
Jenny brought so much focus to this problem. And kind of that's why I'm here, is I want to bring as much focus as we can to this problem.
You married autism. Or, well, you're not married, so you live with autism.
When I invited Jenny into my life, I invited Evan into my life. And when I first met Evan, he was like he was on another planet. I wasn't in the room. There was no eye contact. There was no response to dialogue. There was no affection. And over time, I witnessed Jenny pull Evan through the window of unconsciousness and isolation into our world, where he is now a fully functioning person who can communicate, who can connect, and this is through biomedical treatments, GFCF diet, and the therapies that she's talking about. So I believe that autism, in my heart, is preventable
and treatable.
Fully functional. He's
completely recovered, Larry, completely recovered. And he's not the only one. There are thousands in this community that are getting better.
Why did you go so publicly? I mean, you had an autistic child. He got better. So why are you here?
I could have, you know, hid and not said anything, and Evan would have blended into society. I made a pact with God, though. The day Evan became diagnosed with autism, I said, if you show me the way, God, and show me how to heal my boy, I will continue to teach the world how I did it. And within 1 year of that kind of conversation with God, Evan was undiagnosed from autism.
But it's still shocking to see how many people are ignoring this information.
The American Academy of Pediatrics, I begged and have sat down with and said, why are you not sitting down with our doctors and our scientists who are treating and recovering children with autism? And they refuse to this day to sit down.
I think if there was any possibility that a child was being helped, that someone would listen, someone would take a look. And the fact is, they're not even considering the information. They're not only not considering, they're discouraging it.
That brought massive backlash, headlines, criticism, heated debates. After that, he seemed to step back from those topics. Some fans say he was silenced. And you know who else was also almost silenced? Cat Williams. Meanwhile, late-night shows like Jimmy Kimmel Live continue diving deeper into political comedy. Hosts mocking politicians, politicians mocking hosts. The crowd cheering for their side, that's where some people connect the dots. They believe Jim and Kat were criticizing the entire system of distraction, not just one host. The idea that we stay divided, entertained, and emotionally charged while bigger forces move quietly in the background. Is that dramatic? Maybe, but it's also not new. Powerful industries shaping narratives isn't a sci-fi concept. It's media studies 101. Many people have since alleged that when Jim was trying to tell us about secret societies and warning kids not to enter Hollywood, he was actually trying to hint at Epstein and his ring of collaborators. We have nothing but circumstantial evidence to support that argument. But considering how Jim seems to have been replaced all of a sudden right after the files come out, you can't help but feel it does seem a little suspicious, especially considering recent developments. The state of New Mexico has officially reopened a criminal inquiry into Zorro Ranch, the sprawling property once owned by Jeffrey Epstein. This isn't rumor cycle YouTube speculation. This is a state attorney general announcing renewed prosecutorial review.
I'm standing by what used to be Zorro Ranch, Jeffrey Epstein's massive property in New Mexico. And as of now, no one's really investigated exactly what happened here. Zorro Ranch is in Stanley, New Mexico, about 30 miles southeast of Santa Fe, essentially in the middle of nowhere. Epstein owned the property from the early 1990s up until 2023, and some people have accused him and others of wrongdoing at the ranch. Zorro Ranch is mentioned multiple times in the Epstein files, including an account by late survivor Virginia Giuffre.
Many of the survivors had experiences in New Mexico, and as we've learned, there were local politicians and other people that were aware of what was happening in New Mexico. So it's really important that at this point in time, a closer look is taken with respect to that property.
New Mexico State Representatives Andrea Romero and Mariana Anaya put forth a resolution to set up a truth commission on Zorro Ranch. And on Monday, the New Mexico House passed that measure. The bipartisan group will investigate allegations of abuse and trafficking at Zorro Ranch. Epstein died in what was ruled a suicide in a New York jail in 2019 while facing federal charges. When I asked lawmakers why there had never been an investigation into Zorro Ranch before, their big answer was, we don't know.
He was a known sort of gallivanter, ladies' man around town. They called his ranch the Playboy Ranch of Santa Fe. We know very little, if nothing, about, and certainly not a lot that the news has reported on, and what has been reported on is nothing short of alarming. And so for any sense of justice to be had, we have to tell the truth. We have to tell the story of what happened.
Many have alleged that this may have been one of the venues where Epstein purportedly conducted human hunts.
Jeffrey Epstein has leaked emails of people going out and doing hunts. What? Hunting for pleasure. Oh, hunting them like game. The heck? There was actually a woman that's leaking the information of what she said was a Rothschild's hunting trip, right? And specifically certain types of people too, which makes it even more disturbing. This is to Epstein, going to Mean Lana's party now to hunt. Why would you be going to a party to hunt? Snipe hunt is over, moon cricket in a field bag. And then the bottom is so messed up. Look, guess what? Their words. No. Yeah. That's what they're saying in the email. There's speculation they would take a whole bunch of throw them into like a forest on a deserted area enclosed where they can't escape, and they would hunt them like game. And what's even more crazy is, what if this was the first step before consumption?
It makes sense.
There's no exact proof yet where these locations were. Okay. And I don't think necessarily was the island.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thrilling hunt from Ariane de Rothschild. Amazing old male. Amazing hunt.
What the?
She's talking about who she got.
This really makes you wonder why people didn't listen to Jim Carrey sooner. If we had perhaps been more willing to take action, a lot of lives might have been saved. Do you think the Jim Carrey we saw in Paris is still the real one? Let us know in the comments below.
Your mindset is not broken. It is trained. Most people treat mindset like a mystery, something you either have or you don't. They assume confidence, discipline, focus, and optimism are personality traits. Gifts you're born with, advantages reserved for the lucky. That belief feels comforting because it explains struggle without demanding change. But it is also the first trap. because the truth is simpler, more uncomfortable, and far more freeing. Your mindset is not created by thoughts alone. It is created by habits, by what you repeat, by what you tolerate, by what you do every day when nobody is watching and nothing is forcing you to try. If you've ever felt stuck, unmotivated, scattered, or quietly disappointed with yourself, this is not a character flaw. It is not a lack of potential. It is a training result. You have been training your brain all along, whether you realized it or not. Every scroll that replaced focus, every delay that replaced commitment, every promise you made to yourself and didn't keep, every morning you began in reaction instead of intention. The brain does not care about your goals. It does not respond to what you want. It adapts to what you do. It strengthens what you repeat and weakens what you neglect. This is how neural pathways form. This is how behavior becomes automatic. This is how identity is built, not through affirmations or self-talk alone, but through action practiced consistently. This is why positive thinking often fails. You can think positive thoughts all day, but if your habits remain unchanged, your mindset will eventually snap back to its old shape. Emotional highs pass. Habits don't. Habits quietly and steadily rewire the mind from the inside out, without asking how you feel about it. Most people are waiting to feel motivated before they change. That approach feels logical, but it is backward. Motivation follows action, not the other way around. Confidence follows evidence. Discipline follows repetition. You do not become focused and then act. You act, and focus is trained through use. This audiobook is not here to hype you up. It is not here to flood you with excitement that fades by tomorrow. It is here to retrain you calmly, practically, and permanently, to help you rebuild your mindset at the level where change actually happens: behavior. In the next 60 minutes, you will learn 10 positive habits that reshape how you think, feel, and respond to life. These habits are not complicated routines or extreme transformations. They are small, repeatable behaviors that send a powerful signal to your nervous system. I am in control. Each habit works because it targets a specific mental weakness: distraction, self-doubt, emotional reactivity, inconsistency, and replaces it with a stronger pattern: clarity, stability, self-trust, calm authority. This is not about becoming emotionless or rigid. It is about becoming steady. You do not need to adopt all 10 habits at once. In fact, trying to do so would defeat the purpose. You do not need perfection. What you need is consistency. One habit practiced daily is more powerful than 10 habits practiced occasionally. The brain changes through repetition, not ambition. As you listen, pay attention to resistance. Notice which habits create discomfort or excuses. Resistance is not a problem, it is information. It shows you where your current mindset is protecting comfort instead of growth. That is where the real work begins. Not in motivation, but in awareness. This is not about becoming someone new overnight. It is about becoming someone reliable to yourself. Someone who follows through. Someone whose internal world is no longer chaotic and reactive, but grounded and intentional. Someone who does not need to feel inspired to act. Your mindset will not change because you want it to. It will change because you live differently. 10 habits, one direction, a rewired mind. If you're tired of starting over, this is your reset point. No pressure, no judgment. Just training. Listen slowly. Let the ideas land. Then act, one habit at a time, one day at a time. Because the person you want to become is not built by intensity. They are built by repetition. And repetition, done with awareness, always wins in the end. Stay with this process, even when it feels boring. Boredom is often the doorway where lasting change quietly begins. For disciplined, patient, focused people who choose growth. Let's begin. Habit 1. Start the day without your phone. The first thing most people reach for in the morning is not clarity, it is not presence, it is not intention, it is their phone. Before your feet touch the floor, before your breath settles, before your mind has even finished waking up, you allow the outside world to rush in. Notifications, messages, news, other people's priorities, other people's emotions, other people's urgency. And without realizing it, the tone of your entire day is set. This habit feels normal because almost everyone does it. But normal does not mean harmless. What you do in the first moments after waking is not a small detail. It is a training signal. It teaches your brain whether you are the one leading the day or whether the day will lead you. When you start the morning with your phone, you train your nervous system to live in reaction. You're telling your brain again and again, I respond before I decide. The human brain is especially sensitive during the first hour after waking. Hormones are shifting. Neural pathways are flexible. Attention is unclaimed. Whatever you introduce during this window leaves a deep imprint. This is why the first input matters more than anything that follows. When that input is constant stimulation, novelty, and comparison, your brain switches into dopamine-seeking mode. It looks for more updates, more validation, more distraction. Focus becomes harder, not because you are undisciplined, but because you trained your brain to crave interruption. This is why many people feel scattered before noon. Not lazy, not broken, just overstimulated too early. Starting the day without your phone is not about productivity or moral discipline. It is about sovereignty. It is about reclaiming ownership over your attention before it is pulled apart. Most people believe they choose how they feel during the day. In reality, that choice was made within the first 5 minutes of waking. This habit works because it reverses that pattern. When you delay your phone in the morning, even briefly, you send a different message to your nervous system. I decide first. That message is stabilizing. It lowers background anxiety. It creates internal quiet. And from that quiet, clarity can emerge. At first, this will feel uncomfortable. You may feel restless, slightly anxious, bored. That reaction is important. It means your brain is no longer being immediately numbed by stimulation. It means awareness is returning. Discomfort here is not a problem. It is evidence that training has begun. The practice is simple, but it must be intentional. For the first 30 to 60 minutes after waking, do not touch your phone. Not to check the time, not to reply just quickly, not to scroll. If needed, leave it in another room. Remove the option entirely. Instead, begin the day in this order. First, hydrate. Drink a full glass of water. This anchors your body in the present moment and supports wakefulness without stimulation. Second, breathe. Take 10 slow breaths. Inhale through the nose. Exhale longer than you inhale. No music, no podcast, just air. This calms the nervous system before the world enters. Third, remain still with your thoughts for a few minutes. Let your mind warm up naturally. Thoughts will arise. That's fine. Do not follow them. Do not solve anything. Simply notice. This entire process takes less than 10 minutes, but its effect lasts far longer. Over time, your brain learns that silence is not dangerous, that boredom is not an emergency, that you do not need immediate stimulation to function. This is a profound shift. This habit also strengthens self-trust. Each morning you keep this small promise to yourself. You collect evidence of restraint. And restraint is the foundation of discipline. You begin to see yourself as someone who can choose delay over impulse. People with strong mindsets are not constantly stimulated. They are selective. They decide when information enters their mind. They do not begin their day by surrendering attention. Starting the day without your phone does not make life smaller. It makes your mind quieter. And a quiet mind is not empty. It is focused. You do not need to do this perfectly. You need to do it consistently. If 30 minutes feels impossible, start with 10. If 10 feels hard, start with 5. The duration matters less than the direction. What matters is that the first thing you do each morning is something you chose. This habit builds the identity of someone who leads themselves before responding to the world. Someone who begins from intention, not interruption. Win the first hour, and you don't need to fight the rest of the day. Habit 2. Define one clear intention. Every morning, most people don't lose control of their lives in dramatic moments. They lose it quietly, through directionless days. You wake up, you move, you answer messages, you handle small tasks, you stay busy. Yet by evening, there's a strange dissatisfaction, a sense that the day happened, but you were never fully in it. This feeling is not laziness, it is drift. Drift happens when a day has no clear direction, when your attention is pulled by whatever is closest, loudest, or most urgent, rather than by what actually matters. Without intention, the mind defaults to reaction, and repeated reaction slowly shapes a reactive mindset. Defining one clear intention every morning is how you stop drifting. An intention is not a task list. It is not pressure. It is not ambition. It is a decision about how you will show up, regardless of circumstances. The human mind needs direction more than motivation. Motivation rises and falls. Direction stabilizes. When the brain knows what it is aiming for, attention organizes itself naturally. Energy stops leaking into unnecessary decisions. Most people overwhelm themselves with too many goals. They try to fix everything at once and end up fixing nothing. One clear intention cuts through that noise. An intention answers a simple but powerful question. Who am I choosing to be today? Not what will I achieve, but what standard will guide my actions. Without this anchor, the brain seeks comfort. It avoids effort. It reacts emotionally. With an intention, the brain has a reference point, a lens through which decisions are made. This habit rewires your mindset by replacing confusion with clarity. The practice takes less than 1 minute. Each morning, ideally after you've avoided your phone, pause and complete this sentence. Today, I choose to... Only one choice, only one direction. Examples are intentionally simple. Today, I choose to stay focused. Today, I choose to respond calmly. Today, I choose to finish what I start. Today, I choose to protect my energy. Notice how these intentions are not dependent on outcomes. They are behavioral. They describe actions you control, not results you hope for. Say the intention out loud or write it down. This matters. Language solidifies thought. When you name a direction, your brain begins scanning for moments to act in alignment with it. Throughout the day, you will forget the intention. That's normal. The training is not in remembering constantly. It is in remembering occasionally. Each time you recall the intention and adjust your behavior, you strengthen a neural pathway associated with agency. This is how self-respect is built, through small moments of alignment. Many people wait until they feel disciplined before acting with discipline. But discipline is not a feeling. It is a decision repeated. The intention is that decision, made in advance before stress and emotion interfere. This habit also reduces mental fatigue. When you know your intention, you make fewer unnecessary choices. You stop debating internally. You stop renegotiating with yourself all day. The path is already set. Clarity creates calm. At the end of the day, take a brief moment to reflect. Ask yourself one question. Did I honor my intention at least once today? Not perfectly, just once. If the answer is yes, the day counts. The brain learns through success, not perfection. If the answer is no, there is no punishment. Tomorrow becomes the next training session. Over time, this habit reshapes your identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone carried by circumstances. You begin to see yourself as someone who chooses their response. That shift is subtle, but it is powerful. When you define one clear intention every morning, you stop waking up to react to life. You wake up to participate in it. Direction replaces drift. Choice replaces chaos. Habit 3. Do one hard thing. Every day, most people don't fail because they lack potential. They fail because they have trained themselves to avoid discomfort. Over time, life becomes organized around ease. Convenience replaces challenge. Comfort replaces growth. And without noticing, your tolerance for difficulty shrinks. Tasks that once felt manageable begin to feel heavy. Conversations that once felt normal start to feel threatening. The mindset slowly shifts from capable to cautious. This is not a character flaw. It is a conditioning result. The brain adapts to whatever level of difficulty you expose it to. If you consistently choose what is easy, your nervous system becomes fragile. Stress feels louder. Resistance feels unbearable. And your inner dialogue starts to sound like avoidance disguised as logic. Doing one hard thing every day reverses this process. A hard thing does not mean extreme suffering or dramatic effort. It means something you would naturally delay, rationalize away, or negotiate with yourself about. Something that creates resistance before you begin. That resistance is the signal. Discomfort is not danger. It is feedback. It tells you that you are stepping outside a familiar pattern. And familiar patterns, even when limiting, feel safe to the nervous system. When you intentionally choose discomfort, you send a powerful message to your brain. I can handle this. That message matters more than the task itself. Confidence is not built by success alone. It is built by repeated proof of endurance. Most people wait until they feel ready before doing something hard. But readiness is not a prerequisite. It is an outcome. The brain learns capability after action, not before it. This habit rewires your mindset by changing your relationship with resistance. Instead of interpreting resistance as a stop sign, you begin to see it as a doorway. Instead of avoiding it, you move toward it deliberately. And each time you do, the nervous system recalibrates. The practice is simple and flexible. Every day, choose one action that feels uncomfortable and complete it on purpose. It can be physical. Exercising when you don't feel like it. Taking a cold shower, choosing effort over convenience. It can be mental. Focusing deeply without distraction, tackling a task you've been avoiding, sitting with silence instead of stimulation. It can be emotional, having a difficult but necessary conversation. Setting a boundary, allowing yourself to feel something without escaping it. The category doesn't matter. The intention does. Choose the hard thing in advance. Do not wait until the moment arrives. Deciding ahead of time removes negotiation. Negotiation weakens habits. Commitment strengthens them. When the moment comes, act without debate. The longer you argue with yourself, the stronger the avoidance pathway becomes. Action short-circuits that loop. At first, your mind will protest. It will offer excuses that sound reasonable. This is normal. The brain is designed to conserve energy and avoid uncertainty. Your job is not to silence the voice, but to act anyway. This habit works because it increases stress tolerance. Each completed hard thing teaches your nervous system that discomfort is temporary and survivable. Over time, the intensity of resistance decreases. What once felt difficult becomes normal. And when difficulty feels normal, fear loses leverage. This habit also reduces overthinking. When you train yourself to act despite resistance, you spend less time analyzing and more time moving forward. Action simplifies the mind. Avoidance complicates it. Many people confuse self-care with self-protection. True self-care includes challenge. It includes growth that feels uncomfortable before it feels rewarding. Avoiding all difficulty does not create peace. It creates fragility. At the end of the day, acknowledge the hard thing you did. Not with celebration, with recognition. This closes the loop. Discomfort, action, completion, confidence. Over time, your identity begins to shift. You stop seeing yourself as someone who avoids what is hard. You begin to see yourself as someone who meets it. That identity change is subtle, but it is powerful. It alters how you approach work, relationships, and uncertainty. You trust yourself more, not because life becomes easier, but because you have trained yourself to handle difficulty. When real challenges appear, your nervous system recognizes the feeling. You have been here before. You have practiced this state. You do not panic. You move. Do one hard thing every day, not to prove anything, not to punish yourself, but to remind yourself repeatedly of what you are capable of. Discomfort, chosen willingly, builds strength that comfort never will. Habit 4. Control what you consume. Your mind is not a blank space. It is an environment. And like any environment, whatever you repeatedly place inside it will grow. Most people try to change their mindset by controlling their actions, while ignoring what silently shapes those actions every day. They focus on discipline, productivity, and goals, but overlook the constant stream of inputs feeding their nervous system. News, social media, conversations, music, videos, opinions, outrage, comparison. Consumption is happening whether you notice it or not, and the brain does not filter for quality by default. It adapts to repetition. Whatever you consume consistently becomes familiar, and whatever becomes familiar begins to feel normal. This is why so many people feel anxious, distracted, and emotionally reactive without understanding why. They are living inside a mental environment they never consciously chose. Controlling what you consume is not about isolation or superiority. It is about responsibility. Every input carries a tone. Some inputs sharpen clarity. Others agitate the nervous system. Some stabilize your emotional state. Others fragment your attention. Over time, these tones shape your baseline mindset. Your mindset is not created in moments of effort. It is shaped quietly through daily exposure. If your mornings begin with urgency, outrage, or comparison, your nervous system remains activated long after the content is gone. Even when you are no longer thinking about what you saw, your body remembers. Focus becomes shallow. Emotional reactions intensify. Rest becomes harder. This habit rewires your mindset by restoring selectivity. When you consciously choose what enters your mind, you reclaim authority over your internal state. You stop allowing algorithms, headlines, and other people's emotions to decide how you feel. The first step is awareness. For 1 week, observe what you consume without judging it. Notice how often you check your phone. Notice what kind of content holds your attention. Notice how you feel afterward. Not immediately, but 30 minutes later. Some content leaves you informed but tense. Some leaves you entertained but empty. Some leaves you calmer, clearer, and more grounded. Your nervous system is honest, even when your opinions are not. Once you see the pattern, reduce your consumption by about 30%. Not aggressively, not dramatically. Simply remove the least nourishing inputs first. Unfollow accounts that trigger comparison or outrage. Limit news to a defined window instead of constant updates. Turn off notifications that create artificial urgency. Step away from conversations that revolve around complaint and negativity. You're not obligated to consume everything. You're responsible for protecting your attention. Then, replace what you remove with inputs that stabilize rather than stimulate. Silence. Long-form reading. Calm music. Thoughtful conversations. Content that deepens understanding instead of provoking reaction. This is not about being positive. It is about being regulated. When your mind is not constantly pulled in multiple directions, clarity emerges naturally. Focus becomes easier. emotional responses soften. You begin to respond instead of react. Over time, this habit creates a noticeable shift. Your thoughts slow down. Your attention span lengthens. You feel more present, not because you're trying harder, but because there is less noise competing for your energy. This habit also builds self-trust. Choosing what you consume is an act of self-leadership. It reinforces the belief that your inner state matters and deserves care. Many people fear that if they disconnect, they will miss something important. But what they are really missing is themselves, their own clarity, intuition, and depth. Controlling what you consume does not make you uninformed. It makes you intentional. At the end of each day, ask yourself one question. Did what I consume today support the person I'm trying to become? If the answer is no, adjust tomorrow. No guilt, no judgment. Small corrections compound over time. This habit reshapes your identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone overwhelmed by the world. You become someone who chooses depth over noise, clarity over chaos. And in a culture designed to scatter your attention, that choice quietly rewires your mindset toward calm, focus, and stability. Habit 5. Speak to yourself with authority. There is a voice you hear more than any other. It speaks before you act. It comments after you fail. It explains why you hesitate. That voice is not passive. It is training you. Most people believe their inner dialogue simply describes reality. In truth, it creates it. The language you use with yourself shapes how your nervous system interprets challenge, uncertainty, and pressure. Over time, that language becomes belief, and belief becomes behavior. If your inner voice sounds doubtful, apologetic, or defeated, your actions will follow that tone. Not because you lack ability, but because the brain obeys the authority it hears most often. Speaking to yourself with authority is not arrogance, it is leadership. Authority does not mean being harsh, it means being clear. It means giving your mind direction instead of leaving it in negotiation. When your inner language is firm and grounded, your nervous system stabilizes. Confusion decreases. Action becomes easier. Most self-talk is accidental. It appears under stress, failure, or comparison. Phrases like, "I'll try, maybe," "I'm not sure," "I'm just not good at this," feel harmless. But repeated daily, they train hesitation and self-doubt. The brain does not distinguish between commands from the outside and commands from within. When you consistently speak to yourself in uncertain language, your nervous system stays cautious. It waits. It delays. It avoids. This habit rewires your mindset by changing the tone of your internal leadership. The goal is not to lie to yourself or force positivity. It is to replace weakness in language with decisiveness, to speak in a way that signals commitment rather than permission. Notice the difference. "I'll try to focus today" becomes "I will focus today." "I hope I can handle this" becomes "I will handle this." "I always mess this up" becomes "I am learning how to do this." The second version does not guarantee success, it guarantees responsibility. Authority and self-talk reduces internal friction. When your inner voice is clear, your mind stops arguing with itself. You move forward without constant emotional negotiation because the direction has already been set. The practice begins with awareness. Throughout the day, especially in moments of pressure, listen to how you speak to yourself. Notice when your language weakens, when it seeks escape, when it turns against you. Then adjust the tone. You don't need long affirmations. You need firm instructions. Instead of emotional commentary, give yourself guidance. Pause. Breathe. Continue. This is uncomfortable. Do it anyway. Focus on the next step. This is how a calm leader speaks. Not with drama, but with direction. Importantly, authority does not mean ignoring emotion. You can acknowledge fear, fatigue, or frustration without letting them decide your actions. Authority means emotion is present, but not in charge. For example, I feel resistance, and I'm still acting. I feel uncertain, and I'm choosing the next step. This matters, and I'm capable of staying with it. These statements regulate the nervous system. They signal that there is someone steady at the center. Over time, this habit changes how you experience stress. Challenges feel less threatening because your inner voice does not panic. Mistakes feel less personal because your language does not attack your identity. Self-respect grows through tone. People with strong mindsets are not free from self-criticism. They simply do not let it lead. They replace it with a quieter, firmer authority, one that guides instead of undermines. This habit also strengthens follow-through. When you say "I will" and act accordingly, you collect evidence of reliability. Each fulfilled instruction reinforces trust in yourself, and trust creates confidence. Confidence is not a feeling, it is a memory of kept promises. At the end of the day, reflect briefly. Ask yourself, did I speak to myself like someone I respect? Not perfectly, intentionally. If you noticed moments of weak language, that is progress. Awareness always comes before change. Tomorrow gives you another opportunity to lead yourself more clearly. Over time, your inner voice becomes less reactive and more directive, less emotional and more grounded, less chaotic and more stable. This habit reshapes your identity from someone managed by emotion to someone guided by clarity. And when your internal leadership is calm and firm, your mindset follows with quiet strength. Habit 6. Finish what you start. There is a quiet psychological cost to unfinished things that most people underestimate. It is not loud, it does not announce itself, it accumulates silently in the background of your mind. Every task left half done, every promise postponed, every intention abandoned leaves a small residue. Over time, those residues stack up and form a belief you may never consciously articulate but deeply feel. My words don't carry weight. This belief is destructive to mindset. Finishing what you start is not about being productive or efficient. It is about restoring trust between you and yourself. When that trust weakens, motivation collapses, focus scatters, discipline feels forced instead of natural. The brain learns through evidence, not intention. You can want to be disciplined. You can think of yourself as capable. But if your daily behavior repeatedly ends in unfinished loops, your nervous system learns a different lesson. It learns that effort does not lead to closure, that commitment is optional, that stopping is safer than completing. This is why so many people feel mentally tired even when they haven't done much. Unfinished tasks keep the mind in a low-level state of tension. They occupy attention, drain energy, and make rest feel shallow. Procrastination is exhausting because the brain never receives resolution. Finishing what you start rewires your mindset by restoring closure. Completion tells your nervous system, this ends. That signal creates relief, order, and clarity. It quiets background noise and frees cognitive resources. You don't feel lighter because the task was easy. You feel lighter because it is done. Most people believe they struggle with discipline. In reality, they struggle with accumulation, too many commitments, too many open loops, too many things started without a clear ending. Perfectionism often disguises itself as high standards, but it is frequently avoidance in refined form. Waiting to finish until something is better or ready delays closure and weakens self-trust. The brain does not reward perfection, it rewards completion. Completion builds momentum. Momentum builds confidence. The practice of this habit must be deliberately small and grounded. Each day, choose one task and commit to finishing it completely. Not several, not a category. One clear task. It can be simple. sending an email, completing a workout, cleaning a small area, finishing a piece of work, or having a necessary conversation. Before you begin, define what done means. This step is critical. Ambiguity keeps tasks open-ended and encourages endless adjustment. Decide the finish line before you start so your brain knows where it is going. Once you begin, stay with the task. Do not multitask. Do not escape into distraction. Discomfort may arise. Boredom, doubt, impatience. That discomfort is not a problem. It is part of the training. The goal is not to enjoy the process. The goal is to reach completion. When the task is finished, stop. Resist the urge to add more or improve it further. Allow completion to stand. This moment matters. It is the neurological signal that closes the loop. Then acknowledge it, quietly, internally. Recognition reinforces learning. The brain needs to register that effort led to resolution. Over time, this habit changes your relationship with effort. Tasks feel less overwhelming because your attention narrows to the next finish, not the entire workload. You stop feeling buried under everything you should do and focus on what you are finishing now. This habit also trains emotional endurance. Finishing tasks despite resistance teaches your nervous system that discomfort does not control behavior. You learn that you can stay present until the end, even when motivation fades. Self-trust grows in these moments. People with strong mindsets are not necessarily more talented or more driven. They are more reliable. They keep small promises consistently. And reliability directed inward is one of the most powerful forms of self-respect. As unfinished loops decrease, mental clarity increases. Thinking sharpens. Decision-making becomes faster. Rest becomes deeper. You're no longer carrying invisible weight. Completion creates space. At the end of each day, ask yourself one simple question. What did I finish today? If the answer is one thing, the day counts. If the answer is none, there is no punishment. Tomorrow becomes the next opportunity to train reliability. Over time, your identity shifts. You stop seeing yourself as someone who starts with energy and fades with resistance. You begin to see yourself as someone who brings things to completion, someone dependable, someone steady. That identity reshapes your mindset at a foundational level. Confidence follows not from potential, but from proof. And proof is built by finishing. Finish what you start, not to impress anyone, not to chase productivity, but to rebuild trust with yourself. One completed action at a time. Habit 7. Practice. Emotional pause. Most people don't lose control because their emotions are too strong. They lose control because there is no space between feeling and reacting. A comment triggers irritation. A delay creates anxiety. A mistake sparks self-criticism. And before awareness arrives, the reaction has already happened. Words are spoken, decisions are made, energy is spent. Later, regret appears, not because the emotion was wrong, but because the response was automatic. This is how reactivity becomes a lifestyle. When emotions lead unchecked, the nervous system stays in survival mode. The brain learns to associate intensity with urgency. Over time, this trains a mindset that feels constantly pressured, defensive, and on edge. Practicing emotional pause is how you interrupt that pattern. An emotional pause is a brief moment, sometimes only a few seconds, where you choose not to act immediately on what you feel. It sounds insignificant, but neurologically, it is one of the most powerful habits you can build. Without a pause, the emotional brain dominates. With a pause, the thinking brain re-enters. This habit rewires your mindset by teaching your nervous system that emotions are signals, not commands. Most people misunderstand emotional control. They believe it means suppression, pushing feelings down, pretending they don't exist. Suppression does the opposite of control. It stores tension in the body and guarantees a stronger reaction later. Pause is different. Pause allows the emotion to exist without letting it decide behavior. The brain is designed to respond quickly to threats. But most modern triggers are not threats. They are discomforts. The pause gives your system time to recognize the difference. The practice is simple, but it requires repetition. When you notice an emotional surge, anger, anxiety, defensiveness, urgency, do 3 things in this exact order. First, stop. Do nothing for 3 seconds. No words, no gestures, no explanation. Stillness is the interruption. It breaks the automatic chain. Second, breathe. Take 1 slow inhale through the nose, then a longer exhale through the mouth. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system and signals safety. Physiology changes before thought does. Third, choose. Ask yourself 1 question. What response aligns with the person I am becoming? Not what feels satisfying, not what feels justified. What aligns? This entire sequence takes less than 10 seconds, but it can change conversations, decisions, and entire days. At first, you will forget to pause. That is normal. This habit is not about perfection. It is about interruption. Each time you pause even once, you weaken the old reactive pathway. Over time, emotional intensity decreases. Not because life becomes easier, but because your nervous system learns that it does not need to escalate to be safe. This habit also builds dignity. When you pause, you stop saying things you later wish you hadn't. You stop reacting in ways that contradict your values. The mind rests more easily when it trusts your responses. Externally, emotional pause changes how others experience you. People feel less able to rush you, provoke you, or manipulate you. Your presence becomes steadier. Calm begins to surround you. Calm is not weakness. Calm is authority. This habit is especially important during conflict. In tense moments, the urge to defend, explain, or attack feels urgent. Pause gives you space to listen, to choose clarity over escalation, to respond instead of react. You're not avoiding emotion, you are mastering timing. At the end of the day, reflect briefly. Ask yourself 1 question. Did I pause at least once today when I wanted to react? If the answer is yes, the habit is working. If the answer is no, tomorrow is another training session. There is no failure here, only practice. Over time, this habit reshapes your identity. You stop seeing yourself as emotionally reactive. You begin to see yourself as emotionally capable, someone who can feel deeply without being controlled. This identity shift is profound. Life will always present triggers. Emotions will always arise. That is not the problem. The problem is losing choice in the moment. Pause gives that choice back. And choice is the foundation of a strong, stable mindset. You don't need to eliminate emotion to be powerful. You need space between emotion and action. That space is where self-mastery lives. Habit 8. Move your body to train your mind. Most people try to change their mindset by thinking harder. They sit longer, analyze more, and wait for clarity to arrive. When it doesn't, they assume something is wrong with them. In reality, the problem is not effort, it is immobility. The mind is not separate from the body. It is regulated by it. When the body is stagnant, the nervous system stays stuck. Stress accumulates. Thoughts loop, emotions intensify, motivation fades. This is not weakness, it is biology. Movement is how the nervous system resets. Your body is designed to process energy through motion. When movement is absent, that energy has nowhere to go. It turns inward and becomes anxiety, restlessness, or mental fog. Trying to solve these states with more thinking only makes them louder. Moving your body daily rewires your mindset by restoring balance between thought and action. This habit is not about fitness, appearance, or discipline. It is about regulation. When you move, You tell your nervous system that effort is safe, that exertion does not equal danger, and that momentum is available. You do not need intense workouts. You do not need a gym. You do not need motivation. What you need is consistent, intentional movement that reconnects you with your physical presence. Movement changes brain chemistry, releasing dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. But its deeper effect is psychological. Movement creates forward motion, and forward motion interrupts mental stagnation. When you move your body, you remind your brain that you are not trapped. The practice is simple. Every day, commit to 10 to 20 minutes of movement. Walking, stretching, light strength training, yoga, or slow cardio. The form does not matter. Consistency does. What matters is how you move. Move without distraction. No phone, no scrolling, no external input. Let your body guide your attention. Feel your breath. Notice sensation. This pulls awareness out of thought and back into the present moment. This habit is especially important on days when motivation is low. Movement does not require inspiration. It creates it. Many people wait until they feel ready before they act. Movement reverses that order. Act first. Feel later. Over time, this habit changes how you experience resistance. Tasks feel more manageable. Focus lasts longer. Emotional reactions soften. The mind becomes less brittle. This happens because movement trains stress tolerance at the nervous system level. Your body learns that increased heart rate is not a threat, that effort can be sustained, that discomfort passes. This translates directly into mental endurance. Movement also strengthens self-trust. Each day you move intentionally. You reinforce the identity of someone who takes responsibility for their internal state. Someone who does not wait to be rescued by mood or motivation. That identity matters. You don't need to push yourself to exhaustion. In fact, excessive intensity can backfire by triggering stress responses. The goal is steadiness, not strain. If you miss a day, resume the next. No punishment, no story. Consistency is built through return, not perfection. At the end of the day, reflect briefly. Ask yourself one question. Did I move my body today with intention? If the answer is yes, your nervous system benefited. If the answer is no, tomorrow becomes the reset point. Over time, this habit reshapes your mindset from sluggish to energized, from overwhelmed to regulated, from reactive to grounded. You stop trying to think your way out of resistance. You move through it. The body leads, the mind follows. Many people underestimate how deeply physical movement affects emotional clarity. A short walk can dissolve mental knots that hours of thinking cannot untangle. This is because movement restores rhythm. When the body finds rhythm, the mind organizes itself around it. Thoughts slow, perspective widens, problems feel less absolute. This habit also reconnects you with agency. Movement is a choice you can make regardless of circumstances. You do not need permission, resources, or perfect conditions. You only need willingness. Each time you move despite resistance, you reinforce the belief that you can influence your internal state directly. Over weeks, this builds quiet confidence. You begin to trust that no matter how heavy the day feels, you have a way to reset. Not through escape, but through engagement. Movement becomes a grounding ritual rather than a task. Eventually, you will notice a shift. Your posture changes. Your breathing deepens. Your reactions slow. These physical changes signal psychological stability. The mind mirrors the body's steadiness. This is how movement becomes mindset, not through intensity, but through consistency. Not through force, but through presence. When you move daily, clarity stops being something you chase and becomes something you access naturally without forcing effort. Habit 9. Review the day, don't judge it. Most people end their days the same way they live them, unconsciously. They move from activity into distraction, from effort into numbness. The day ends, but nothing is processed. Experiences pile up without meaning, lessons go unnoticed, and tomorrow begins with the same patterns, the same mistakes, the same emotional residue. This is not because people don't care about growth, it's because they confuse reflection with self-judgment. Reviewing the day is not about criticizing yourself. It is about extracting awareness. Judgment activates defense. When the mind feels attacked, it closes. Awareness does the opposite. It opens. The brain learns best in a state of safety, not shame. This is why harsh self-talk rarely leads to change and often leads to avoidance. Reviewing the day calmly rewires your mindset by turning lived experience into usable insight. Without review, days blur together. You repeat behaviors without understanding why. You feel stuck without knowing where the pattern begins. Life feels like something that happens to you instead of something you learn from. With review, each day becomes feedback. Most people avoid reflection because they think it will make them feel worse. In reality, unexamined days are heavier than examined ones. What you don't process stays active in the nervous system. This habit works because it creates closure. The practice is simple and structured. At the end of the day, ideally before sleep, ask yourself 3 questions. No more, no less. What worked today? This question retrains your attention. The mind is naturally biased toward problems. By asking what worked, you restore balance. Even on difficult days, something was effective. Noticing it builds realistic confidence and prevents the mindset from becoming overly negative. What didn't work? This is not about blame, it is about observation. What was ineffective? What drained energy? What created unnecessary stress? Remove emotion from the analysis. Treat it like data, information, not evidence of failure. What is tomorrow's focus? One clear adjustment, one intention. This gives the mind direction and prevents rumination. Tomorrow does not need a full plan, it needs a starting point. These 3 questions take less than 5 minutes, but their impact compounds over time. Reviewing the day improves emotional regulation. Instead of carrying unresolved experiences into the night, you process them. The nervous system settles. Sleep becomes deeper. Mental clarity improves. This habit also strengthens self-honesty. You stop telling yourself vague stories and start seeing patterns. You notice recurring distractions, emotional triggers, energy cycles. Awareness replaces confusion, and awareness is the foundation of change. Importantly, reviewing without judgment builds resilience. When mistakes are treated as information, they lose their emotional charge. You adapt faster. You learn without shame. You move forward without dragging yesterday behind you. Over time, this habit creates continuity. Days feel connected rather than fragmented. You experience your life as a learning process instead of a series of disconnected events. This also builds self-trust. When you consistently review your day, you signal to yourself that your experience matters, that your growth is intentional, that you are paying attention. People with strong mindsets are not perfect. They are reflective. They notice what works and adjust what doesn't. They don't punish themselves for being human. They learn from it. At the end of the review, stop thinking about the day. This step is critical. Once reviewed, the day is complete. There is nothing left to solve. Rumination after review defeats the purpose. If you skip a day, do not catch up. Review only the present day. The goal is consistency, not accumulation. Over time, this habit reshapes your identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone stuck in patterns. You begin to see yourself as someone who learns from experience. That identity stabilizes your mindset. Instead of reacting emotionally to each day, you respond intelligently. Instead of judging yourself harshly, you guide yourself forward. Awareness replaces judgment. Learning replaces regret. And when you treat your days as teachers instead of verdicts, growth becomes inevitable and sustainable. Habit 10. Repeat until it feels boring. Most people quit not because something doesn't work, but because it stops feeling exciting. At the beginning of any change, there is energy. New habits feel fresh. Motivation feels natural. Progress feels visible. You feel different quickly, and that difference creates momentum. But then something shifts. The habit becomes familiar, predictable, ordinary. Boredom appears, and this is where most people stop. They interpret boredom as a sign that the habit has stopped working. In reality, boredom is the signal that the habit is starting to work. It means the behavior is no longer novel. It is moving from conscious effort into automatic pattern. Repetition is how the brain decides what matters. The nervous system does not rewire itself through intensity. It rewires itself through consistency. Anything repeated long enough becomes familiar. Anything familiar becomes safe. Anything safe becomes automatic. This is why motivation is unreliable. Motivation depends on emotion. Habits depend on structure. When you rely on how you feel, your behavior fluctuates. When you rely on repetition, your behavior stabilizes. Repeating a habit until it feels boring rewires your mindset by shifting your identity from someone who tries to someone who does. Most people are addicted to beginnings. They love starting, they love planning, they love the emotional high of change. But transformation does not live in beginnings. It lives in continuation. Continuation is quiet. It is repetitive. It is unglamorous. And that is why it works. The practice of this habit is simple, but it requires patience. Choose one habit. 1. Not 5. Not a system. One behavior that supports the person you are becoming. Commit to repeating it daily for 30 to 90 days. No optimization. No upgrades. No switching when it gets dull. The goal during this period is not improvement. The goal is installation. During this phase, your emotions will fluctuate. Some days will feel easy. Some days will feel pointless. Some days you will feel resistance with no clear reason. None of that matters. The habit continues anyway. When boredom shows up, do not change the habit. Notice the boredom. Continue regardless. This trains a critical skill, separating action from emotion. When you act only when you feel motivated, your identity remains unstable. When you act regardless of mood, your identity solidifies. You stop being governed by internal weather. Over time, repetition builds trust. Each completed day reinforces a quiet belief. I do what I say I will do. That belief is more powerful than confidence. Confidence can fluctuate. Trust endures. This habit also reduces decision fatigue. Once a habit is installed, it requires less mental energy. You stop negotiating with yourself. You stop debating. The behavior simply happens. Mental space opens up. Repetition also neutralizes fear. Actions that once felt difficult lose their emotional charge through familiarity. What once required courage becomes routine. This is how growth becomes sustainable rather than exhausting. Many people abandon habits right before this shift occurs. They mistake emotional flatness for stagnation, but flatness often means stability is forming. Boredom is not the enemy. Restlessness is. Restlessness keeps you searching. Stability allows you to build. At the end of each week, reflect briefly. Ask yourself one question. Did I repeat the habit even when it felt dull? If the answer is yes, progress is happening beneath the surface. Neural pathways are strengthening. Identity is consolidating. Over time, the habit stops feeling like something you are forcing yourself to do. It begins to feel like something you are. You no longer need reminders or motivation. The behavior has been absorbed into your baseline. That is identity change. This habit teaches patience, it teaches humility, it teaches respect for slow progress. It protects you from constantly chasing new solutions instead of embodying old ones. You do not need more techniques. You need fewer techniques practiced longer. Repeat until it feels boring. Repeat until resistance fades. Repeat until effort disappears. Because when a habit no longer requires emotion to sustain it, it becomes part of you. And once something is part of you, it no longer needs willpower. It simply exists. That is the moment when change stops feeling like work and starts feeling like who you are. The mindset you live, not the one you think about. By now, one thing should be clear. Your mindset was never something you were missing. It was something you were practicing. Every habit you've explored in this audiobook points to the same truth. The mind does not change through insight alone. It changes through repetition, through what you do consistently, quietly, and often without applause. Most people spend years trying to think their way into a better life. They search for the right ideas, the right motivation, the right moment. But the brain does not respond to ideas the way it responds to behavior. It responds to evidence, and evidence is built one day at a time. The habits you've heard are not extraordinary. That is why they work. They don't rely on willpower spikes or emotional highs. They rely on structure, on small, repeatable actions that retrain your nervous system to feel safe in focus, calm in effort, and steady under pressure. This is how real change happens. Not through intensity, through consistency. You don't need to adopt all 10 habits at once. In fact, trying to do so would recreate the same overload this audiobook is meant to undo. Change is not accelerated by force. It is stabilized by simplicity. Choose one habit, just one. Practice it for the next 72 hours without modification, without optimizing, without questioning whether it's enough. Let repetition do its quiet work. Notice how your body responds. Notice how your thoughts shift. Notice how resistance shows up and fades. Resistance is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that something old is being challenged. Growth always feels unfamiliar before it feels natural. Remember this: the goal is not to feel different. The goal is to live differently. When you start your day without your phone, you train presence. When you define an intention, you train direction. When you choose discomfort, you train resilience. When you protect your inputs, you train clarity. When you speak with authority, you train self-leadership. When you finish what you start, you train trust. When you pause emotionally, you train control. When you move your body, you train regulation. When you review without judgment, you train awareness. When you repeat through boredom, you train identity. None of these habits are loud. All of them are transformative. Over time, you will notice a shift that is difficult to explain to others. You will feel less rushed, less reactive, less scattered. Not because life became easier, but because you became steadier. This is what a rewired mindset feels like. Not constant positivity, not endless motivation, but reliability. You begin to trust yourself. You begin to trust your decisions. You begin to trust that you can handle discomfort without escaping it. That trust is the foundation of confidence. And confidence built on trust does not collapse under pressure. If you forget everything else, remember this: you do not rise to the level of your goals. You settle at the level of your habits. Your future is being shaped by what you repeat today, not by what you promise yourself tomorrow. There will be days you fall back into old patterns. That does not erase progress. Habits are not fragile. They are reinforced by return. Each time you come back, you strengthen them. Do not wait to feel ready. Do not wait for certainty. Do not wait for motivation. Begin where you are, with what you can control, with one habit. Mindset is not a switch you flip. It is a system you live. And the moment you commit to living differently, even in small ways, you are no longer stuck. You are already in motion. Stay patient. Stay consistent. Stay with the process, because the strongest mindsets are not built in moments of inspiration, but in days of quiet repetition. And those days, lived intentionally, change everything.
And so one of the things they taught us was the issue of black and white. Remember, in 1896, in my country, we did not have those colors. And I was not referred to as black, I was African. But somehow we were just told that you're black. And then the other race is white. And then the other race, you take white color, you say white is pure, the angels are white, you wear white to go to weddings, you wear white for christening, and then you take another group of people and say, you're white. So the children are raised that you're beautiful, everything that you represent is perfect, and when they step outside the door, the world validates what they are being told at home.
This is the journey to One Africa.
So please join me in welcoming to the stage a truly remarkable woman, Her Excellency, Ambassador Arikana Chihambri Quo.
A very good morning to all of you right here in the historic city and University of Albany State. To the Provost and Vice Provost, to my sister Dr. Sakwe, distinguished professors, the amazing students, thank you so very much for having me. My name is Arikana Chihambri Quo. I am a proud product of two amazing HBCUs. Fisk University and Meharry Medical College. It does not get any better than that. I was appointed to the position of the African Union Ambassador in 2016 by the then chairman of the African Union, Madam Zuma. The most commonly asked question for me is, Ambassador, how did you come to have this position? What was your journey? And I always say, you know, I was minding my own business in bed one morning, and I remember exactly, it was 3 or 5 a.m. when my phone rang, and there was a voice trying to suggest that I should consider taking a position as ambassador in Washington, D.C. You have to understand that my whole life of 30 years prior to that had really been spent in healthcare, 5 years of training plus 25 years of private practice. And I'm looking towards retirement in a couple of years. And then this very strange idea about getting me to be an ambassador. What do you mean, being an ambassador? I know nothing about diplomacy. The closest diplomat that I could say I knew was a politician who was a relative, who was a governor. But other than that, my understanding of diplomacy is people who met and they would drink tea and coffee and talk about an issue. Might take them 5, 10 years to resolve, if at all. And I'm a medical doctor. We take care of business. We want results. And every day from one exam room to the other, it's results. Yes, we do have some losses, but even then, there's always a plan. Anything that we do, we have a definite endpoint. Diplomacy, it just wasn't my cup of tea. So it took 6 months of back and forth with Madam Zuma until one day she said, you know, if you don't take this position, it's going to stay vacant as long as she was the chair. I'm like, no pressure. And then my husband also said, honey, if you don't take this position, you're being given a platform to do something about what is wrong with our Africa. And if you don't take this position, I don't ever want to hear you complain about what is wrong with your Africa. So on that note, I thought, you know what? I've been in healthcare pretty much all my professional life. Maybe I'll just take a sabbatical for 6 months. I'll go to Washington and I'll hang around and just chill. And in 6 months, I'll come back and tell my husband that, you see, I tried. I couldn't do it. I'll tell Madam Zuma that I tried, and clearly I could not do it. So that was the plan. I stayed in a hotel intentionally. I had no plans of owning a place to stay. Every opportunity that I could get, I went back home to Tennessee. But slowly it became apparent to me as I looked at my mandate, which was to promote Africa in the Americas and to galvanize African diaspora to participate in the development of Africa. One thing became apparent. One, it was the blatant disrespect for the African. When Africans came to the table, their opinions didn't matter. And as I began to make friends, some friends would be very blatant with me. Well, Ambassador, we make policies and we tell the Africans. When we go to Africa, we go with our documents already drawn, ready for signature. But what was also interesting was that the Africans, they sign. They said the Chinese are the most difficult ones. You give them a document, they'll take it back home to China, they will analyze it back and forth, they come back 6 months later, they have redone the document, and then you gotta do it again, and they analyze everything. And we just wish the Africans would do the same. So my question was, why don't we do the same? Why do we just give in? And I began to understand it. I realized that there's this profound sense of inferiority among us. It percolates through from being a child all the way to people in leadership roles, people who are supposed to be defending Africa and speaking out and pushing back. As I began to understand, because I'd never really been put in a position to really say, now stop, this is what's going on, and you need to do something about it. Before, I was looking at it from the sidelines. But now, I'm faced with the situation that if I'm going to deliver on my mandate, we've got to deal with some issues from a fundamental point of view. There was a lack of understanding, in my humble opinion, of Africa, not only by the Africans, not only by the Americans, African Americans, but also by people in leadership in this country, the government. And I kept on that journey trying to think, how then am I going to deliver on my mandate if I'm surrounded by people who don't understand what is really going on? So it was because of that realization that I decided to go on a journey of educating, educating the continental Africans, the African Americans, and the Americans about what is really going on in Africa. Because what we have been doing in my own analysis, and keep in mind, I didn't realize how much I brought my own experience as a doctor to the African Union. You see, as a doctor, you don't realize you're automatically psychoanalyzing people. Every patient in front of you, you'd be surprised how when patients come to see you, they don't always tell you the truth. And yet you're supposed to help them, but they just, so you gotta learn to see beyond what the patient is telling you, particularly us women, even men too, but you don't come to the doctor as often as women. So you have to be able to say that headache that this woman has, is it a real organic situation or is there more to the headache? So through talking to this woman, through the questions, you are able to go home. What is going on at home that could be causing this headache? What's going on at work? What's going on wherever else that's in your environment? We learn to do that and decide, well, maybe this headache is that husband. It's not so much organic situation, that this chest pain is maybe the son. So we learn to look beyond the words and create an environment on this individual. I didn't realize how much I took that with me But as I began to make a diagnosis, I analyzed the situation, and my final assessment was that the ignorance that the world has about Africa is the disease that I must fight. So I set out to have a plan, and I began implementation. Because it is only when that disease is treated, it is only then and only then can we embark on a true healing path for Africa and her children. I'm going to ask you one question. If I were to ask you right now, all of you, what color is the devil? I want you to answer that question to yourself. And I'm going to pause for 2 seconds. Let me guess. Most of you said black, didn't you? And then I'm going to ask you another question. What color are the angels? Let me guess. Most of you said white. Who has seen either? And yet we accept it. So you take a group of people, you say the color black is associated with the devil. Everything bad is black. You wear black to go to funerals. The villains in the movies are black. Everything undesirable is black. You take a group of people and say, you too are black. No matter how we try as black mothers to raise our children at home and tell them you're black and you're beautiful, the minute they step foot outside that door, they're immersed in nothing but negativity about that which they represent. How do you raise a child with good self-esteem in such a world? Then I took it back a step further. You see, growing up in my village in Zimbabwe, the British did not come to Zimbabwe until 1896. Prior to that, we had our own gods that we worshipped. We had spirit mediums who were our intermediaries to the higher power. They had no color until the British arrived. Then the British began to, you can remember the missionaries were sent to Africa to teach us how to read, but not how to reason. So we're programmed to receive that which they wanted us to receive. And so one of the things they taught us was the issue of black and white. Remember, like 1896 in my country, we did not have those colors. And I was not referred to as black, I was African. But somehow we were just told that you're black. And then the other race is white. And then the other race, you take white color, you say white is pure, the angels are white, you wear white to go to weddings, you wear white for christening, and then you take another group of people and say, you're white. So the children are raised that you're beautiful, everything that you represent is perfect, and when they step outside the door, the world validates what they are being told at home. Now you take these two children. One is surrounded by nothing but negativity about that which they represent. The other is surrounded by nothing but positivity about that which they represent. How do you expect these children to look at themselves as equal? These are some of the subliminal messages that are being passed on to our children. And in my own assessment, and when you look at it from the African point of view, it explains why some of our leaders, people who are supposed to represent us, when they sit across the table with others who don't look like them, they automatically feel inferior. It is a serious problem. It affects our ability to feed our children as mothers. It affects our ability to provide for us children to go to school, provide good healthcare systems, provide good infrastructure. It starts right there. the failure to stand up and defend that which you believe in, and defend that which is blatantly wrong. 1884, after the colonizers had been running around our continent of Africa, they wondered how they were going to defeat these people. You see, you got to understand, before the Greek civilization, before the Roman Empire, there was Africa. The pyramids were built 2,500 years before the Greek civilization. Have you ever wondered why the Greek philosophers, the mathematicians, where were they sent for training, for education, for retraining? They were sent to Africa. Why were they sent to Africa? Because civilization, as we know it, began in Africa. Civilization was in Africa before they had it in Europe. You see, the history books choose to begin history from here going forward. What they don't tell you is that even the English language is based on the Yoruba language. Humanity, as we know it, began in Africa. Without the African, there would not be any other races. It's just a simple fact. So they came together and set out a plan. Prior to 1884, you gotta remember, Africa was made up of powerful kingdoms. The countries that we know as African countries today did not exist. So if you're going to be doing your DNA testing, I urge you, don't settle for I'm from Nigeria. Settle for what is my kingdom. Yes, I'm a proud member of the Monomotapa kingdom. Are you an Ashanti? Are you from the Benin kingdom? That's who we were before the Berlin Conference. So why did they meet in 1884 at the invitation of the then Chancellor of Germany, Bismarck? Bismarck said, let's all come together, we the colonizers. Because keep in mind, at that time, they were beginning to fight each other over how to distribute what they had looted from the Africans. So you see, the French would loot from the Africans, then the British would come and then loot from the French, what the French had looted from the Africans, and then the Belgians would come, they'll loot from the British, what the British looted from the French, that the French looted from the Africans. They were getting ready to have a European war on the African soil. So Bismarck called his sidekick, the then King of Belgium, and said, let's meet in Berlin. Let's strategize on how we can effectively loot from the Africans in a unified way that does not lead us into a war. So they met in Berlin to strategize on how to see to it that Africa and her children are forever defeated and dominated. Make no mistake about that. I repeat, they met in Berlin from November of 1884 to February of 1885 to strategize on how to effectively see to it that Africa and her children are forever defeated and dominated. That was 135 years ago. Fast forward 2019, the strategy remains in place today. History tells us that they set across from big old map of Africa. They proceeded to chop Africa up into tiny little economies that we see today. Tiny economies that clearly cannot survive on their own. Tiny economies that, should they survive, like black people always do, they're easy to destabilize. And then after they chopped up these little countries, They often say the divisions were so arbitrary that husband and wife were in bed, and when they woke up in the morning, the husband was in Zambia and the wife was in Malawi. And the assignments of these countries to the colonizers were also done in a way that they would provide maximum destruction. I often say, have you ever pictured driving from Zambia? You're speaking English. Pretty soon, you're in Angola. You're speaking Portuguese. A little north, you're in DRC. You're speaking French. Go a little west, you're in Equatorial Guinea. You're speaking Spanish. A little further north, you're in southern Cameroon. You're speaking English. Keep going north. Now you're in northern Cameroon. You're speaking French. A little west, now you're in Nigeria. You're speaking English. You see, give it a couple of generations, people who were once one will not know each other because they now speak a different language. They now have borders. They now have a different flag, and each one with their own anthem. People who were once one, completely divided up. It was all by design. Then they take those little economies and gave them the same sovereignty on the world stage as the big boys. How do you take Central Africa Republic and put Central Africa Republic on the same stage with China and say negotiate? How do you take Malawi and put Malawi in the same room across from India and say negotiate? How do you take Djibouti and put them in the same room with the United States and say negotiate? Africans are defeated before the game even begins. I often use an example of taking my poor husband, if you knew him, and put him in the same boxing ring with Mike Tyson. He said, my husband will collapse before he even gets on the stage. And when he collapses, it's like, what's wrong with you, Dr. Carroll? Can't you fight Mike Tyson? The world is not fair. So when we find ourselves being thrown, oh, African leaders are corrupt. Oh, that's a big one. They will hit you with that every time. And every time it's supposed to be a conversation stopper about Africa. You see, after they divided us up into the tiny little economies that we are today, then between 1958 and 1961, they started giving us quote-unquote independence. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former, and I'm going to use the word former loosely, French colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we aren't doing this, Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought. To hear Mugabe put it, they even took the last teaspoon and the last chair. Proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the country signed. Fast forward 2019. the pact for the continuation of colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The pact for the continuation of colonization said, 1, you Africans, you do not know how to manage your money. You shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report, and if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. What constitutes a violation? If you decide to pull from the pact. Keep in mind, as part of the financial situation, France also created a special currency just for West African countries and Central African countries that is called a CFA. And that France is the only country that can print your money. So a violation would constitute an African leader saying, I no longer want my money printed by France. I'm going to start printing my own money. That's a violation, and it can call for France invading your country. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind it, simply because France felt they were quote-unquote threatening French interests by wanting to pull out of this horrible, horrible pact. 2019, nothing has changed. Countries are still depositing their funds to France. French companies still have first right of refusal. So if you are an African president, newly appointed, your first day in office, your chief of staff comes to you and reads to you the do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Mr. President, you have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You have given up your military. What power do you have? May I take you back to the question? When people start the conversation with corruption in Africa, I give it to you. I'm not disagreeing. We have corruption in Africa, but who doesn't have corruption on earth? Which country, which continent, which region is free of corruption? And yet what happens in Africa, so much light is shone on it. And when the same thing happens elsewhere, it's minimized. You see, I liken to today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into the French stock market, they're realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Park that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. Now you got two thieves. You have a thief with a briefcase with 50 billion, and another thief, a small thief, with a briefcase with 500 billion. Which thief are you going to go after? The world wants you to be stuck with a thief with 50 billion, and not the thief with 500 billion that's going to become trillions of dollars. Do you quickly realize how the 50 billion becomes a crumb under the table? And we are meant to fight each other for which one of the brothers has gotten a larger chunk under the table. So that way we never have to get on the table and talk about not a 3-course meal, not a 5-course meal, not a 10-course meal. I call it a 100-course meal going on the table. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind. It goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington. That until we black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize and accept that you're sick. How do you go to the doctor if you don't think you're sick? We are not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We are not even in the hospital in a general ward. As black people, we are in the intensive care. And we need to realize that. United Nations. It is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France is on the UN Security Council. And you see me pick up on France. There are other colonizers too, who are still colonizing Africa. But France did something extraordinary through this pact. We're talking cold, hard cash out of Africa. That we must stop. And immediately, we must do that. So France remains as a member of the UN Security Council. And yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today, and nobody is talking about it. So I decided that if I am going to deliver on my mandate as the African Union representative to the United States, our people must know the truth and nothing but the truth. That no more shall we continue to be fed lies or be fed information that the powers that be feel we must know and stop there. We will know the truth. And so it is. My first video was addressed to the African diaspora to precisely put things in perspective, starting with the Berlin Conference, the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. 1963, when our Pan-African leaders got together in an effort to undo the Berlin Conference, but they failed. Because when they went to Addis Ababa at the invitation of Emperor Haile Selassie, they were divided. We had the Pan-African group that said Africa for the Africans, African Union now. There were only 7 countries: Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. The rest were the nationalists, the Monrovia group. They said, let's go slow. So it is, they won. We often say Africa lost when the Pan-African group, the Casablanca group, lost. Year in, year out, the leaders came up with a compromise which they called the Organization of African Unity. They meet twice a year to discuss issues pivotal to the continent. The issue of an Africa speaking with one voice was tabled at every summit. And year in and year out, they failed to reach consensus until March of last year, 2018, when we finally agreed on what we are now calling the African Continental Free Trade Area, where Africa is now saying enough is enough. Africa must speak with one voice. That's the only way for Africa to take her place on the world stage, is when Africa enters the world stage as one giant Africa. So it is July this year, the African heads of states officially launched the African Continental Free Trade Area. And beginning July next year, Africa, the sleeping giant, will enter the world stage as one customs union. It's been a long journey. I call it a 700-year courtship, and that goes back to when the colonizers first came to Africa. I'm calling it a 56-year pregnancy. That's when our Pan-African leaders met in 1963 and started the conversation about a united Africa speaking with one voice. The baby is now born, and her name is the African Continental Free Trade Area. You see, the children of Africa must realize that now we need diapers, we need formula, there are going to be sleepless nights, this baby is going to cry, this baby is going to throw tantrums. We need to be ready to take care of this baby. And the only way to effectively take care of this baby is when the children of Africa are walking and get rid of the shackles of the mind. Because if we do not wake up as a race, if we do not realize that we are suffering from this affliction, if we do not seek the help that we need and the healing that we must have, guess what's going to happen come July? You see, well, you got to understand what the African Continental Free Trade Area is doing. The African Continental Free Trade Area is creating an economy that's $3 trillion, with a workforce intra-Africa of 1.27 billion. An environment that you can spread and grow your business like wildfire from one country to the other. The borders that have kept us from trading with each other as African countries are in the process of being melted as we speak. Beginning July 9 next year, 90% of all goods being traded within Africa are going to be zero duty. We're looking at quadrupling intra-Africa trade in the next 5 years. Africa is on the move. The question is, are the children of Africa ready to step up and take what is rightfully yours? You got to understand, around the globe, as black people, the reason we are so disrespected is because we're poor. Most of us don't own anything. Singularly, while we were given our independence, the one thing that was denied from us is economic liberation. The African heads of states are saying, African wealth belongs to the African children. The African Union defines African diaspora as all people of African descent living outside Africa. The African Union is calling on its children to come home and, for a change, build the Africa that you want. The colonizers have been building the Africa that they want. The game is up. You see, you don't go to China and find black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Europe, you don't go to Mexico, India, and find black people driving those regions' development agenda. The reality is, you must not, cannot, should not, and golly, will not go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Yes. Unless, of course, you, the children of Africa, the inheritors of Africa's wealth, yes, choose to vacate that place that has your name. Yes. The choice is yours. The environment is ready. Yes. And so, I'm on a mission to see to it that we, people of African descent, truly understand our Africa. Yes. Truly realize that we have been lied to, yes, but that we are smart enough to know better. Yes. That we have been sleeping, that it's time to wake up. Yeah. You see, a united African diaspora is a sleeping giant. Yes. It is the sleeping giant that is needed to bring the sustainable change that Africa desires. So it's beautiful to listen to our children talk about the African Union, the model African Union. But I ask you children to take it a little bit further. It doesn't end with just a conversation about corruption in Africa. The bigger corruption in Africa is coming from outside. Try flying low over the DRC. You're gonna see tarmacs in the middle of the jungle. You're gonna see 747s flying into the DRC, picking up minerals and flying right outside the country. Do you think those multinationals are going to wanna see peace in the DRC? Do you think they're going to wanna see peace in South Sudan? No. A stable Africa is an Africa that cannot be exploited. So they will see to it that there will never be peace in Africa by any means necessary, unless you come to the table and do something about it. For a continent that doesn't have a single gun manufacturing company, we seem to have endless supply of guns. How? How is this okay that Africa continues to be exploited to this extent? How is it okay that the world has watched as France is taking cold, hard cash out of Africa? How is this okay? I want to know. United Nations, answer that. Secretary General Guterres, answer that. When you all meet every year in New York, what are you talking about? That is our reality as black people. And only we can change that. Yes. I am very encouraged by the president of Benin. He has put in a formal request For all the bank reserves his country has deposited with France. So to France I say, we are watching you, France. There better not be a coup in Benin, because that is your modus operandi. There better not be any instability in Benin, because that is your modus operandi. I'm hoping that the rest of the West African countries, quote unquote, former French colonies, can also demand a refund of their deposits. Africa is on the move. Let's join hands. Let's support those countries in what they have started. And since I'm standing here in a historical black college, that education and understanding is start with you, our youth. This is a fight that I know very well that we will not be able to finish. But golly, we want to make sure that you understand fully what is going on. So when we pass the baton, you understand the issues. No more shall we continue to be ignorant. Our eyes are open. We know our Africa. We are going to reconnect with our roots. African Americans, you must understand there is a void that is deep in each and everyone's subconscious. It is a void that affects everything you do. First, you must understand you have that void. In this country, with the exception of the American Indians, everybody is a foreigner. And everybody has their roots outside the United States. And the rest of the races are connected to their roots, with the exception of the African Americans. You're too busy running away from your roots. You're busy denying who you are. Well, guess what? It is what it is. You are an African, and Africa is home. And the sooner you wake up and realize and accept that Africa is home, the sooner you are going to fill that void. For as long as that voice is in you, you're always going to be like a ship without an anchor. The wind blows this way, here you go. The wind blows the other way, here we go. Find your base. Go home. Africa is where you belong. And Africa is where your roots are. Thank you.
For that, we owe her a standing round of applause, please. I just want to say that here at Albany State, we strongly believe that education is the vaccine to poverty. And so we stand with you, we stand alongside you, and we support your mission and your fight. Please accept this as a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Actually, one other point that I'd started discussing with the provost, the Association of African Universities now have their offices in Washington, D.C. It's an association that represents 400 universities across the continent. With a one-stop shop, you can pretty much pick where you want to go in Africa. I would hope that, I told the provost that I will bring them back. The enrollment, we must expand the international study program, not only for students, but also for professors. This can be done very easily, and I'm on a mission. I will work with the professor to see to it that next year, we have as many of you students going to Africa. We want to establish, it should not be expensive. You see, white schools are very good at taking care of themselves. My kids, one of my kids speaks French like a Frenchman, sadly, because of the program that she was in. All we paid for was the airline ticket. Even the professors, I housed 3 professors every year from France as part of the exchange program. We can do this. We need to establish host parents. We need to establish host parents in Africa and here. The schools must commit to accommodation. There are organizations that when we work together, our students should never have to struggle. There are airlines that are making money out of going to Africa. Let's hold them accountable. There are businesses making money in Africa. Let's hold them accountable. There are many, there are very different ways that we can see to it that our children get to where they want to go. I want to give you my word. I am going to fight to see that our children go to Africa. And Provost, you have my word. Assistant, you have my word. We are going to Africa next year. Plain and simple. Thank you.
All right, so now we are, just to move on.
Right now, somewhere in your mind, there is a conversation happening that you did not choose to start. Maybe it is with someone who wronged you last week. Maybe it is with a person who has not spoken to you in months. Maybe it is with someone who will never even know this conversation is taking place. And here is what nobody has ever told you about that argument in your head. It is not harmless. It is not just venting. It is not you processing your feelings. It is creation. It is law. It is the reason your life looks exactly the way it does right now. Stay with me, because what I am about to show you will be one of the most uncomfortable truths you have ever encountered. And if you actually apply it, it will change your circumstances within days, not years. My name is Abdullah. I taught Neville Goddard the principles of consciousness for over 5 years in New York City. What Neville went on to teach the world, he first received in my home, some of it in that very first year, and some of it only after long and painful practice. This particular teaching, the one about your inner conversations, is one he struggled with the most, because it is the one that hits closest to home. And I suspect it will hit close to yours too. You wake up in the morning. Before your feet touch the floor, you are already talking. Not out loud inside. You are rehearsing what you will say to someone. You are replaying what they said to you. You are continuing an argument that ended 2 days ago, except in your version you finally win it. You say the perfect thing. You expose them. You prove your point. It feels satisfying, almost necessary, like something you have to do. And then you close your eyes at night, and some version of that same conversation is still running. Different scenes, same argument. Different person perhaps, but the same energy, resentment, frustration, defense, accusation. Now let me ask you something that most people are afraid to ask themselves. What if that conversation, the one that felt so private, so harmless, so purely internal, was heard? What if every word you spoke inside your own mind was received, recorded, and returned to you in physical form? This is not a metaphor. This is the law. The ancient scripture in the book of Isaiah states, "My word shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please." Every word. Not some words, not the words you speak aloud at a dinner table. Every word, including the ones whispered only in the chambers of your own imagination. This is the teaching most people skip over. They understand that imagining a good outcome is creative. They accept that visualization has power, but they do not connect the other side of the equation. The imaginary argument you rehearsed this morning, that is also creative. That resentment you nursed while staring at the ceiling, that is also creative. The mental screenplay you ran for the 3rd time this week, where you confront your boss, your partner, your mother, your friend, that is not releasing tension, that is placing an order. The Apostle Paul, writing to the Ephesians, said something that most people read past without pausing. He said, "Put off your old nature, which belongs to your former conversations, and put on the new nature." Read that again. He called the old nature your former conversations, not your genetics, not your upbringing, not your circumstances, your conversations. And if the old nature belongs to the old conversations, then your new nature, the life you actually want, requires new conversations. This is not spiritual advice. This is a description of how consciousness operates. Your inner speech is not a byproduct of your life. Your inner speech is the cause of your life. Neville once taught his students in New York what I had taught him, that the whole vast world around you is your inner conversation pushed out. Walk down any street and you are walking through a physical record of what you have been saying on the inside. The relationships around you a record. The finances a record. The way people treat you a record. Every single detail of your outer experience is the faithful crystallization of conversations you have already held in the privacy of your own mind. Now, most people hear this and feel a momentary discomfort. And then they do the thing they always do, they argue with it. Inside. Silently. Adding yet another conversation to the very pattern that created the life they are trying to escape. Let that land. This is the hardest thing I ever said to Neville, and it is the hardest thing I will say to you today. You keep arguing in your head not because you cannot stop. You keep arguing because part of you enjoys it. When Neville was teaching in New York, there was a young man who came to him regularly. This was during the time of World War II. This young man, a fine, intelligent person, confessed to Neville, quite innocently, that every single morning while he was shaving, he berated President Roosevelt. He told him off. He said exactly what he thought of him, in vivid and heated detail. Neville asked him, "Do you not know you are only hurting yourself?" And the young man said, and listen carefully to this, he said, "I know it. But oh, if you told me what a thrill I get out of it." He knew. He admitted it openly. He understood on some level that this habit was costing him. And he still would not change it, because the argument had become a pleasure, the resentment had become a routine. The imaginary confrontation had become, in a strange way, a comfort. This is where most people quietly stop their spiritual journey, not because they did not understand the teaching, but because the teaching required them to surrender something they were not ready to give up, the right to feel wronged, the satisfaction of the rehearsed rebuttal, the warm and familiar wound of grievance. I want you to pause here for just a moment and search your own mind. Who is the person you argue with most frequently inside your head? What is the conversation you keep returning to? And if you are completely honest with yourself, does some part of you enjoy it? Because you cannot change a habit you refuse to see clearly. Before I go further, I want to tell you something. The shift I am describing is not complicated, but it is difficult to maintain alone, especially in those early days when the old conversations are loud and the new ones feel fragile and artificial. That is exactly why I want you to comment the word reset in the comments below right now. When you do, you will receive access to the Manifest Reset Guide, 5 practical shifts built directly on these principles, designed to help you return to the state of the wish fulfilled when the old inner arguments try to pull you back. It addresses that specific moment when you know what to do but cannot feel it, when the right conversation feels false, when doubt floods back in. Comment reset now, and we will make sure you receive it. Now let me show you the other side. Because this law is not one-sided, it does not only punish negative conversations, it rewards the positive ones with the same fidelity. Neville himself confessed something in one of his lectures that I want you to hear carefully, because it is rare for a teacher to be this transparent about his own failures. He admitted that he had received a letter from his brother, and his reaction to that letter, inside his own mind, was not generous. He found himself inwardly arguing with his brother, inwardly taking out his frustration, running that conversation on a loop in his imagination. He recognized what he was doing. He knew the teaching. He had taught it to hundreds of students, and still he caught himself doing it. And then he made a deliberate choice. He stopped the negative record. He deliberately held a different conversation, a loving one, the kind two people who genuinely care for each other would have. He imagined warmth between them. He imagined affection. He held that new conversation until it felt natural. Here is what he reported. Shortly after, with no request made and no appeal of any kind, a very large and unexpected check arrived from his brother, unasked, unsolicited. The outer world had simply responded to the inner conversation he had chosen to hold. That is not coincidence. That is law. The same creative energy that built the prison will build the palace, if you redirect it deliberately and consistently. Neville told another story in his lectures, a man he called Benny. Benny received a phone call that brought deeply unwelcome news, bad news, delivered by a familiar voice. And instead of replaying that conversation on an endless loop, which is what most people would do, Benny did something unusual. He put the receiver down, and in his imagination, he picked it back up. But this time, he held a different conversation with the same voice. Not a fabricated fantasy, a realistic conversation in which the news was good, in which things were resolved, in which the outcome he wanted was the one being reported. He held that imagined conversation with full feeling until it had the texture and weight of something real, and then he waited. It was confirmed not long after that the outer situation had changed to match what Benny had constructed on the inside. The circumstance shifted. The news became what he had imagined it to be. Now, most people reading this will want to debate the mechanism. They will want to ask how, from the perspective of physical cause and effect, a private mental act could produce a changed outcome in the outer world. I answer that question with a question. Do you want to understand it, or do you want to use it? If you will use it, here is the simplest summary I can offer. Consciousness is the only reality. The outer world does not produce the inner world. The inner world produces the outer world, every time, without exception. This is not a philosophy. It is the nature of being itself. The psalm I quoted earlier, "To him that ordereth his conversation aright." I will show the salvation of God contains both a promise and an instruction. The promise, your world will be shown to you transformed. The instruction, you must order your conversation aright, not occasionally, not when you remember, consistently, deliberately, as a discipline. Here is what ordering your conversation aright means in practical terms. For the next 5 days, I want you to become a watcher, not a fighter, a watcher. You are not going to battle your negative conversations. Fighting them gives them energy. Resentment loves resistance. It grows stronger when you wrestle with it. Instead, simply watch. The moment you notice an imaginary argument starting, the moment you catch yourself replaying a grievance, rehearsing a confrontation, running the scene where you finally say what you really meant to say, pause. Just pause. Then ask yourself one question. What conversation would I be holding right now if the outcome I wanted had already happened? Not what conversation would I hold to get that outcome. What conversation would I naturally be holding if it were already done? A person who is already reconciled with someone does not rehearse the argument. A person who is already financially settled does not run mental loops about debt. A person who is already loved does not practice their defense against rejection. So what does their inner conversation look like? What do they talk about inside their own mind? What tone do they carry? What do they assume about the people around them? Find that conversation. Hold it. Not for an hour. For 5 minutes. Consciously. And then live the rest of your day. And then do it again the next morning. You are not lying to yourself. You are ordering your conversation aright. You are choosing the nature as Paul instructed that matches the life you want to inhabit, rather than the life you are trying to escape. Neville once shared the story of a man who had spent most of his adult life believing that the world was against him because of the circumstances of his birth. He had been conditioned from childhood to accept a certain ceiling, a fixed idea about what was available to him and what was not. He came to Neville and heard this teaching, and he went away wrestling with it. Not because he thought it was wrong, but because 3 years of inner practice were required before the fixed idea finally broke. 3 years, not 3 days, not 3 months. 3 years of daily, deliberate work on his inner conversations, refusing to accept the old story, returning again and again to a new assumption about what was available to him and who he was allowed to be. And at the end of those 3 years, Neville saw him again. The man showed him his office on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. He said that 4 equally wonderful locations had been offered to him that year. He took this one because it had better telephone facilities. And that year, he told Neville he would net $250,000. The same man who once believed that the accident of his birth had fixed his ceiling forever. He did not change the world. He changed his inner conversations, and the world had no choice but to match. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disabuse you of the idea that this work is done in a single inspiration. It is done in the daily practice. In the 10 seconds each morning when you catch the argument beginning and choose to hold a different conversation instead. In the 5 quiet minutes at night when you deliberately speak inwardly, to yourself and to the people in your life from the place you want to occupy. This is ordering your conversations aright. This is the law in its most practical form. Look at your world right now, not with fear and not with shame. Just look at it honestly. The people who are difficult to you, what have you been saying about them in the private chambers of your mind? The circumstances that feel fixed and immovable, what inner conversations have been building those walls for months, maybe years. You did not do this deliberately. Almost no one does. The young man shaving every morning and berating Roosevelt was not trying to harm himself. He was doing what came naturally, what gave momentary satisfaction, what the habit of mind had made feel normal. But now you know. And knowing changes the responsibility. The ancient text from the Hermetica, a book written in the 1st century, stated that God gave 2 gifts to man alone and to no other creature, mind and speech. And it said that if these gifts are used rightly, the man who uses them will differ in nothing from the immortals. Mind and speech, imagination and inner conversation, these are not small things. They are the instruments of creation itself, and you have been handed them, whether you wanted them or not. The question is whether you will use them deliberately from this day forward. Before I close, I want to remind you once more. Comment the word reset in the comments below. When you do, you will receive the Manifest Reset, a guide with 5 practical shifts built on everything we have discussed today. Because there will be moments in the days ahead when you feel it slipping, when the old argument tries to return, when the new conversation feels hollow and unconvincing, when you want to know what to do at the exact moment the old pattern comes back loudest. That guide was designed for that moment, not for the easy days, for the hard ones. Inside, you will find practical ways to stop forcing the feeling when the new state feels false. You will find what to do when doubt floods back in and the inner conversation wants to return to the old record. You will find how to return to the state of the wish fulfilled when everything in your outer world seems to be contradicting it. Comment reset in the comments right now. It is free, and it may be exactly what you need to make this teaching stick. I have spent this time with you on one teaching, not on techniques, not on formulas, on a single principle that governs everything else. Your inner conversation is your world, pushed out, not your affirmations when you remember to say them, not your visualization sessions twice a week. Your constant, habitual, moment-to-moment inner speech, the conversations you hold with people who are not in the room, with yourself when no one is watching, with a world that is, in truth, always listening. The good news is this. The same law that brought you where you are will take you somewhere different the moment you begin to speak differently on the inside. You do not need to change your circumstances to change your conversations. You need to change your conversations to change your circumstances. Begin today. Begin this hour. The next time you catch an argument forming in your mind, pause, and choose instead the conversation that belongs to the life you intend to live. Because, as the psalm says, to him that ordereth his conversation aright, I will show the salvation of God. Not might show, not eventually might show, will show. And if this teaching resonates with you, there is one more thing I want you to see. The video appearing on your screen right now is called Abdullah's Ancient Mirror Code that took Neville 5 years to master. In that video, I take you deeper into the principle behind everything we discussed today, why your world is a mirror of your consciousness, and the specific practice Neville had to learn over 5 difficult years before he finally understood not just the theory, but the lived experience of what it means to change your reflection by changing your inner state. If today's teaching opened a door, that video leads you through it. Watch it next.
That's it. It's unbelief. Not just belief in God, but I think it's in short supply, and I think more of us need it. And if we don't have more of it, doubt's going to win. If doubt wins, we're all going to lose. And we got stuff out there to believe in. I think people are looking for it. I know I am.
I don't want it just because I can get it. Hang on a minute. Right. What is it that I really want? What is it that I really would like?
I want to be scared of the role that I'm going to take on, because I'm not sure where it's going to go, but I'm going to trust that I'll come up on the other side. We have to define success for ourselves, and then we have to put in the work to maintain it. And there are a lot of men that I know who are looking for that definition, that feel like
I've been told what it's not.
And now I don't know what it is.
Let's say someone has been kicked in the nuts a good bit by life. How do you advise them to sort of become the hero of their own story again?
Oof. Man, that's a tough one. That's a great question. You know, I sit here with a life where I have the luxury to project, to ask myself and ask others, no, make a sacrifice today. Sacrifice a plastic ring today for a gold crown tomorrow. Sacrifice something today for more freedom tomorrow. Sacrifice something today for a possible healthier future for your kids. I understand that's a luxurious position. I'm not going to apologize that I'm in it, but I understand to someone in misery, they're going, good for you, man. I'm trying to feed family tonight. I'm not thinking past that. I can't think past that. What do you ask them to do? Yeah, my indirect thing I would say and understand is, well, if you don't have the hope or believe in something, you're definitely going to remain where you are. And if you have hope and faith in something, I'm not saying it's 100% get out of jail. You're going to absolutely get out, but you got the best chance to. Yeah, the book's about belief. That's what I'm peddling here. I need more of it. I personally believe in God, but the whole thing's not for people that just believe in God. If you believe in trying to pursue your better self, transcend itself. If you believe in the future, you believe in your kids, you believe in the past, something. Don't know what that is? Ask yourself what you die for. Start there. Everyone kind of believes in something. There's an argument that even nihilists do believe in nothing's even something. I've never been able to really live with, by hook or by crook, I'll get it how I can get it. I'll lie, cheat, and steal to get it. I got the prize, and I'm still okay. I got it. My own shadow chases me down in the middle of the night, and those nightmares do become my own daymares. I think I naturally come back, and look, I hustle. I'm a hustler. I'm not puritanical. I'm not trying to preach a absolute straight and narrow way to go things. I bullshitted my way into things and faked my way into making things. Pulled off stunts. Why, wait a minute now. So we're saying if success is the key, if success is the measurement, and you can get it by lying, cheating, and stealing, and still be rewarded the gold medal, that's what's happening. Are we ready to say that's okay? Are we ready to say that's just how it is? We have leaders in positions now that are saying, yeah, just win. Well, just win, just succeed. But yeah, I don't care how you get there. You did it. Congratulations, come to the front of the line. So what are the ethics? I don't know, what'd the winner do? Well, but wait, what about rules? Oh yeah, by the way, the rules, if you follow them, you're a sucker. I started to find myself going, oh, wait a minute. I'm not ready to wave that white flag. Are we ready to wave that white flag and go, we can see that's what it is, because there's many reasons to do so. And so I'm looking around at people and going, I'm not finding people to believe in, and I'm finding it harder to believe myself.
But although those people might get to the front of the queue and be awarded the medal that you're awarded, or the queue that you get to the front of, might not actually give you what you want. And you start by sort of reframing success, which I think is a really important thing, especially for a young generation, especially for men who are, the first to want to get to the top of the pyramid in certain pursuits in life. And okay, you can get to the top of the pile, or you can get the gold medal, but be careful what that medal represents, and a medal in what?
Right.
And
what relevant for what? We all want to be relevant. Okay, like relevant for what? We want to succeed, but when we succeed, do we act? Is it worth it if we don't profit?
Yeah, you said, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If more, we're trained to go, the quantity is the goal. That's it. Well, and if that's sacrificing quality, or value, what we actually value, what are you really winning?
Sometimes you can do everything right and still not get the result that you wanted, and that seems like a really tough pill to swallow for people. I think that's why people become uncomfortable with fully feeling their emotions.
Yeah.
So where do you go? What do you think when I gave it my all there, I bared myself, and I still got kicked in the nuts?
Yeah. Not only did I feel like I deserve it, I feel like I earned it, and I still didn't get it. Wait a minute, but you said that's the playbook, and I followed the playbook. You said these were the rules and the regulations. I followed it. And I was good at it. I still didn't get it.
Is there something that you try to remember about the upside of a crisis during a crisis, or do we just need to ride that out? Zooming out would be so beautiful, and in retrospect, if only you could give yourself the gift of distance, of time.
Yeah.
And yet you know something hard is going to come again, and you're going to be swept away by the wave.
I mean, for me, I think it's an obvious dance of the both, because you can't jump to the objective right away and go, inshallah, oh, fate'll have it, this too shall pass, I'm fine. No, because then you don't deal with the crisis. I do have a pretty quick threshold for being able to laugh, like honestly start giggling when I'm in the shit, because I've found that I'm able to handle the shit better if the quicker I start going, are you kidding me? I'll get objective and remind myself things like, you gonna die, McConaughey, which gives me that, so what? This is not as big of a deal as I thought. If you're gonna do it, do it. Say what you can do what you say. If you can't do it, don't say you can do it. Don't over-leverage yourself. Don't over-leverage a decision and then jump in and kind of dip a toe. I think I'll try it out. No, think if you're gonna try it out beforehand, but when it's time to go, dive. Finish it, find out. Come out the other side. Don't leave it and go, if I just would have, That keeps me up at night. I think it keeps a lot of us up at night. When you half-ass something and you just don't know whether you failed or succeeded, got what you want or didn't get what you want. Finding out and looking in the mirror and going, I didn't half-ass it, I went all the way, I found out, and that ain't for me. Or I found out, and you damn right that is for me. That's a great place to get to. I think part of the challenges in life is a lot of us are running around half-assing ourselves, half-fooling ourselves, not full of ourselves, not studying ourselves enough, not holding ourselves to task enough, not patting our own self on the back when we do get what we want enough, not cracking our own whip on our backside when we do get out of line even though we knew better. I wish we were more full of ourselves that way. Someone said this to me before, Matthew, you're so full of yourself. And without thinking, I was like, well, who else am I supposed to be full of?
That's a good line.
And I stopped after. I was like, that's exactly what I meant. And I went and wrote that down. I wish more people were more full of themselves. I think we should take some time to be able to look in the mirror and own that thing that we pulled off and go, good job. That's what you wanted. That's what you got. At the same time, be able to, as we do more often, look in the mirror when we fail and go, bogey, you did not pull that off. Give others and yourself more credit. Happiness, you can't guarantee it, but there is a science to satisfaction. There you can look at habits that engineered less pain in your life. Maybe more pleasure, but at least less pain. And that's a win.
So much easier to be supportive and gentle of other people than of ourselves. You will happily bestow this sort of gentle, reassuring pat on the shoulder when somebody succeeds or falls short when they tried their best. Yet, given the fact that you tried your best, you give yourself a kick on the way out of the door and a harsh word to follow you.
Yeah, because I got myself in the pickle. Because things didn't go how I wanted it to go or how I believed it could go. Life's the ironic tragedy. Life is pain. I'm the reason that I stepped in, which is also an asset. Even if someone go, why do you give yourself so much credit for screwing that up? We're gonna make mistakes. You gotta own them. Then you gotta make amends. And then you gotta move on. Guilt and regret kills many a man before their time. So turn the page, get off the ride. You are the author of the book of your life. There are habits that I notice of things I take care of in my life, health-wise, faith-wise, father-wise, husband-wise. If I'm doing that consistently, there's less valleys.
The ironic tragedy is that life has to be lived forward, but only makes sense in reverse.
But when you look back, we can all connect every single dot.
It's mathematical, scientific how we got to this table right here. It's all connected if we go back and look at it. And there's a whole lot of, I thought that was the end. Well, it was the end, but it was the beginning of this thing. What you're leaning into is that mystery going forward, right? That ironic tragedy that you have something to push off the, well, I don't know what I do want, but I do know I don't want that. You have leverage.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it's there. You know, we always say, well, who are you? You know, once you figure out who you are. And we ask, I try not to ask my kids that now. Well, I want you to know who you are. And a part of that who's helped me is Bob Dylan's lines like, I don't know what all this talks about who we are, man. We are all just what we create ourselves to be. And that gives me a little, oh, that's relaxing. But it's so much easier to figure out who you're not. And if you start eliminating the who I'm not, by sheer mathematics, you end up
moving toward
more of what feeds you and who you are. And it's a hell of a lot easier thing to go, how can I get rid of some bullshit in my life, than it is to go, well, how do I go to my true self?
Do I want to press the accelerator more quickly, or do I want to take my foot off the fucking brake?
Sometimes the hard work and the endurance and the elbow grease, the work harder we were talking about, that hustle is not the way out. Sometimes it's, I need to back up, laugh, have a sip of my favorite whatever, and dance my way through the raindrops out of this sun. And even looking at the things that are bad and going, oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
I think one of the themes of your worldview that I've become familiar with is alchemizing bad times into good ones. A reminder that things that seem bad can end up being good. How can people, or how do you have more of that perspective during a hard time?
I probably start off intellectualizing something that I know I probably should believe in but don't believe in it, and convince myself, even to an extent to trick myself, that, you know, to sit here and go, well, you just tell yourself, this too shall pass. Okay, great. Well, what the hell's that mean? Even if it's true. In the moment, you're like, what are you talking about, man? I'm in the debit section. I'm in a warning section. This sucks. I think that how much I'm conscious of it or not, my undeniable optimism and faith that this isn't all it is. And if it is, oh, so what? That's okay. Well, then really, so what? You know what I mean? What's the big deal? It minimizes, I seem to have a tendency not to make a bigger deal out of things that other people make a bigger deal of. Dramas. I don't like to create false drama. When it comes and it's hard, I am affected. I get the blues, I get sad, I get mad. I'm a shit to be around. I can't get to sleep. I got demons in my own head trying to work the riddle out. Why did this happen? That's the other thing that's tough for me, is I think that any bad thing that happens to me, my initial reaction is, well, what'd you do wrong to lead to this?
Heard a quote recently that said, every man knows reflection and introspection when he's at his lowest. Bad times, you can't do anything other than wallow in retrospective assessment. Yeah. But one of my favorite things I've learned from you is when things are going well, given that that's presumably what you want to have more of, maybe worth deconstructing that.
Yes. Can I try and bottle some science here to why things are going well? And I did find consistencies. You were appreciating more. You were pointing out beautiful things and not taking them for granted. And so I found a list of things. I'm like, and when I get off track, I try to remind myself, you've been slacking on some of those. I've definitely found consistencies, and I think we all have them if we just notate them along the way, that they're not by accident. Let's cheers. Let's have a cheers on the way for all the things that will work for when we have it going right. Also knowing that it's not forever, that we will have a mountain to climb here shortly. What's my best advice I need to give myself right now is listen to my own damn advice.
You knew that there is something to be extracted from living life. How did you get that frame of reference? Like, that's so useful, but I don't think most people have that.
I don't know exactly where I got it. I mean, I would say, again, to call back that Australian year where I did not have a choice.
where I was forced into that situation and saw the green light assets from being alone and quite lonely. I do think that there's great value in being alone. And if we are alone and we get bored and we don't like the company, ding, may that light go off to say, that does not mean we need to pick up our phone to get some attention, or go to the bottle to ease the anxiety, or go online to get some feedback to entertain ourselves. No, it's actually a great time to say, no, sit here in that discomfort long enough to go, okay, until you come out the other side to go, all right, I'm good with me again. Now, it's part of that, I write about about traveling in general. Ideally, you don't go to a place, I always say this, I don't want to leave a place I travel to until I get to the point of going, I could live here. This could be my existence. And as soon as I get to that point, then I'm like, okay, you can go. Now I can go. That's the same thing in the personal journeys. Stick with it till you get through the discomfortable to uncomfortable times, until you go, you know what? I can spend time with myself. I could do this. I could do this forever. Well, then it's okay to go re-engage, pick up your phone, go see your friends, go have a drink, what have you, go look for those things that are other relationships in life. But hopefully not until. There's great value in not doing that until you go, I'm good with me and me for right now.
Now, why do you pursue things that scare you? Why seek the role that's hard?
Because it costs me something. Because it costs. It comes with a price. It's a bit of that line, don't pick a fight, kid. It's not really a fight unless you can lose it. It's not really, it's not really a risk unless you can lose the fight. I feel more alive in them. I have an experience in the making of them. I'm nervous every day I come to work. I feel like when I nail a day and I knock it and I know I did, I feel like, yes. I have a measure at the end of the day of like, you set out to do something, you prepared for it, you had intention, and you did it. And maybe even found some magic in the day. That, I sleep good knowing that I accomplished that day in building the architecture of a character's arc through a story. And then if I could put the whole thing together and it comes out, one whole performance turns out to be a beautiful song, an original song of that character, then I'm like, yes. And I know that I was highly responsible for that. I was not solely responsible, but the most responsible for that. And that gives me pleasure. That gives me gratification. That makes me gives me significance. That gives me confidence. If I don't pull it off, and I do have a day where I'm like, no, you didn't ever, and it was my fault. I would rather, with these kind of roles, I can look in the mirror and go, so guess who's responsible for not pulling it off? You, McConaughey. In the same way, when I go, guess who's responsible for pulling it off? I like knowing who, you. And it was also, again, work that challenged the vitality of my life. Dramatic roles allow the actor to have as high of a ceiling or as low of a basement, from love to hate, from happiness to pain, as that particular actor wants to bring to it. That's what's inherently beautiful about dramas. Okay, you're the part, you're playing the role. How are you going to emulate that person through yourself? That is a vital thing. That I feel, that makes me sweat. That makes me sleep better at the end of the day. That gives me a sense of accomplishment. I'm like, yes, I did what I intended to do. I prepared for it, was ready. Oh, the day didn't go how I thought it was going to go, but I called audibles along the way, enrolled, and still told the truth on my man, the character. That gratification feels good.
Unbelievable is the stupidest word in the dictionary. Should never come out of our mouths. Think about it. To say, oh, wow, what an unbelievable play. It was an unbelievable book, an unbelievable film, an unbelievable act of courage. Really? It may be spectacular, it may be phenomenal, most excellent or outstanding, but unbelievable? Give others and yourself more credit. It just happened. You witnessed it. You just did it. Believe it. Give your obstacles credit.
That there's a responsibility to freedom, and that there is freedom in responsibility. And that earn your way there. We remember the stuff we earn, the stuff we experience, more than what the teacher tells us or what someone gives us for free. We just do. We broke a proverbial sweat on it, whether it was mental or physical or whatever. We built it. We understand. We felt how we got it, how we achieved it. how we got what we wanted. Those stick with us, whether we forget them intellectually. They were written in our lineage, and they build resilience, and they build a healthy, true optimism going forward to know that, oh no, I've worked for something before and achieved it. Delayed gratification. Oh, there are choices I can make today for myself that will pay me back later in life. So there are choices we make. If you're going to say right now, I'm going to lie, cheat, and steal to get what I want, and I got it. I got an immediate green light for me. That's just a battery-powered green light. That's not a solar-powered green light. Why? Because now, everywhere I go, I got to look over my shoulder to see if someone's there that I lied, cheat, and stole from. And when I'm doing that, I'm stealing whose time? My time. Now I'm not freedom. I'm not free. I don't have the freedom. I didn't create freedom in my future because I chose to make an irresponsible act that I left crumbs. I've now got reasons to look over my shoulder. And the more things we do to create in our future that we got to look over our shoulder, the more of our most precious thing we have in our lives, time, that we're stealing from ourselves. So it's not puritanical. It's just like, it's actually self-serving. It's a very selfish choice. And I'm a fan of the word selfish. I've helped redefine it. But I believe that there are selfish choices we can make that are the most selfless, that there are selfless choices that we can make that are the most selfish choices. Those two are not a contradiction, and we see them that way. Responsibility is appreciation of a past. It's building of a lineage. It's investing in ourselves. It's investing in something we started to build yesterday that we want to take into tomorrow. There's a response that gives us freedom.
I'm going to talk to you about some things I've learned in my journey. Most from experience, some of them I heard in passing. Many of them I'm still practicing, but all of them I do believe are true. Now, they may be truths to me, but don't think that that makes them mine, because you cannot own a truth. So please think of these as signposts, approaches, paradigms that give some science to satisfaction. They're yours to steal, they're yours to share, liken to your own lives, to personally apply in your own lives, in your own way, should you choose to. So, here we go. Unbelievable is the stupidest word in the dictionary. It should never come out of our mouths. Think about it. To say, oh wow, what an unbelievable play. It was an unbelievable book, an unbelievable film, an unbelievable act of courage. Really? It may be spectacular, it may be phenomenal, most excellent or outstanding, but unbelievable? Give others and yourself more credit. It just happened. You witnessed it. You just did it. Believe it. Give your obstacles credit.
You know, once you do find your frequency on something, go forward if you're a non-tyrant and don't ask permission. And that's the not giving a damn part. I've found that the world will actually acquiesce and go, yeah, I'll give you a green light on that, if you actually go forward and mean it, and you're gonna do it by hook or by crook and not ask permission.
Life is not easy. It is not. Don't try to make it that way. Life's not fair. It never was. It isn't now, and it won't ever be. Do not fall into the trap, the entitlement trap, of feeling like you're a victim. You are not. Get over it and get on with it. And yes, most things are more rewarding when you break a sweat to get them.
Sit here in that discomfort long enough to go, okay, until you come out the other side to go, all right, I'm good with me again. I don't want to leave a place I traveled to until I get to the point of going, I could live here. This could be my existence. And as soon as I get to that point, then I'm like, okay, you can go. Now I can go. That's the same thing in the personal journeys. Stick with it till you get through the discomfortable to uncomfortable times, until you go, you know what? I can spend time with myself. I could do this. I could do this forever. Well, then it's okay to go re-engage, pick up your phone, go see your friends, go have a drink, what have you, go look for those things that are other relationships in life. But hopefully not until. There's great value in not doing that until you go, I'm good with me and me for right now.
So, to any of us, whatever those things are, whatever it is we look up to, whatever it is we look forward to, and whoever it is we're chasing, to that I say amen. To that I say, all right, all right, all right. And to that I say, just keep living, huh? Thank you.
See, happiness is an emotional response to an outcome. If I win, I will be happy. If I don't, I won't. It's an if-then, cause and effect, quid pro quo standard that we cannot sustain because we immediately raise it every time we attain it. See, happiness demands a certain outcome. It is result reliant. And I say if happiness is what you're after, then you're going to be let down frequently and you're going to be unhappy much of your time. Joy, though, joy is a different thing. It's something else. Joy is not a choice. It's not a response to some result. It's a constant. Joy is the feeling that we have from doing what we are fashioned to do. It is just as important where we are not as it is where we are. Look, the first step that leads to our identity in life is usually not, I know who I am, I know who I am. That's not the first step. The first step's usually, I know who I am not. Process of elimination. Defining ourselves by what we are not is the first step that leads us to really knowing who we are. South of New Orleans a few years ago, and I went to a voodoo shop, and they had this wooden partition against the wall with these columns, and in these columns were all these vials of these magic potions, right? And the headings above each potion defining what they would give you were things like fertility, health, family, legal help, energy, forgiveness, money. Guess which column was empty? Money. Let's admit it. Money is king today. It's what makes the world go round. It is success. The more we have, the more successful we are, right? Now, I would argue that our cultural values have even been financialized. Humility is not in vogue anymore. It's too passive. It's a get rich quick on the internet, rich as 15 minutes of fame world that we live in, and we see it every day. But we all want to succeed, right? So the question that we got to ask ourselves is what success is to us, what success is to you. Is it more money? That's fine. I got nothing against money. I don't. Maybe it's a healthy family. Maybe it's a happy marriage. Maybe it's to help others, to be famous, to be spiritually sound, to leave the world a little bit better place than you found it. Continue to ask yourself that question. Now, your answer may change over time, and that's fine. But do yourself this favor. Whatever your answer is, don't choose anything that will jeopardize your soul. Prioritize who you are, who you want to be, and don't spend time with anything that antagonizes your character. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, man. It tastes sweet, but you will get cavities tomorrow, all right? Life is not a popularity contest. Be brave, take the hill, but first answer that question, what's my hill?
There's a responsibility to freedom, and that there is freedom in responsibility. You know, and that earn your way there. We remember the stuff we earn, the stuff we experience, more than what the teacher tells us or what someone gives us for free. We just do. We broke a proverbial sweat on it, whether it was mental or physical or whatever. We built it. We understand. We felt how we got it, how we achieved it, how we got what we wanted. Those stick with us. Whether we forget them intellectually, they were written in our lineage, and they build resilience, and they build a healthy, true optimism going forward to know that, oh no, I've worked for something before and achieved it. Delayed gratification. Oh, there are choices I can make today for myself that will pay me back later in life. So there are choices we make. If you're going to say right now, I'm going to lie, cheat, and steal to get what I want, and I got it. I got an immediate green light for me. That's just a battery-powered green light. That's not a solar-powered green light. Why? Because now, everywhere I go, I got to look over my shoulder to see if someone's there that I lied, cheat, and stole from. And when I'm doing that, I'm stealing whose time? My time. I'm not free. I don't have the freedom. I didn't create freedom in my future because I chose to make an irresponsible act that I left crumbs.
I've now got reasons to look over my shoulder. And the more things we do to create in our future that we got to look over our shoulder, the more of our most precious thing we have in our lives, time, that we're stealing from ourselves. So it's not puritanical. It's just like, it's actually self-serving. It's a very selfish choice. And I'm a fan of the word selfish. I've helped redefine it. But I believe that there are selfish choices we can make that are the most selfless, that there are selfless choices that we can make that are the most selfish choices. Those two are not a contradiction, and we see them that way. Responsibility is appreciation of a past. It's building of a lineage. It's investing in ourselves. It's investing in something we started to build yesterday that we want to take into tomorrow. There's a response that gives us freedom. So be brave, have courage, and when you do, you get stronger, you get more aware, you get more respectful of yourself and that which you fear.
The result, which we know there isn't really one, and we cannot imitate someone else's exact result. We're going to have our own way to get there. The approach is all. I think that's the best our life can get, is one constant approach, and with many different approaches, but knowing there is no result.
You know the story of Sisyphus? Man gets cursed. I think he was a demigod, gets cursed to roll a boulder up a hill. It's a heavy, heavy boulder. He rolls it uphill, and just as he gets to the very top, he stumbles and it falls down and crushes him.
Okay.
And he needs to walk back to the bottom, turn around, pick it back up. And Albert Camus' famous line is, "We must imagine Sisyphus happy." That this pointless pursuit, that he finds joy in the process of doing it.
So I grew up only knowing sort of the courage of the persistence. Be resilient, endure, get up, dust yourself off, go. The problem with that, the Achilles heel with that, is if you get up and you have the courage to keep on going every time and get up and dust yourself off, you make the same mistakes each time around because you never backed up to have what I've now learned and still learning is the courage to go, no, I'm gonna let some people pass me in the race right now because I'm gonna look at why I keep stepping in that damn same pothole and twisting my ankle, the same spot. Why I keep failing when I try to get that next spot in this relationship, or failing in this place to get this product of my craft to the next.
Would that be the relinquishing of the rom-com era in a small part for you?
A small part, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely courageous. I did honestly think I'd written myself a one-way ticket out of Hollywood. People close to me, basically almost everybody besides my wife, was like, what is your major malfunction, little brother?
You got it made.
Why are you throwing a jackknife in this stuff? You're tripping yourself running downhill, man. You did it. I had my wife and myself to remind myself of that 4 a.m. clarity that I had in tears when I was like, no, I'm rolling the dice. I'm sticking with it. Yeah, man. I did think I wrote myself a ticket out of Hollywood. I did look at other vocations, become a teacher, a wildlife guide. I seriously looked at those things. But over time, and it was about 20 months, it was gone long enough, had found anonymity enough, was not in your living room in a theater in a rom-com, you didn't see me on a beach shirtless. Where is he? Turning down the $14.5 million offer, made people go, oh shit, what's he up to? You don't just step out of Hollywood and enter, unless you turn that down because you got a plan. You got somewhere you want to go. And I think that made me more attractive as a new novel idea. But that was, yeah, that risk I think it's fair to say that took a fair amount of courage from me.
We often see resistance as a form of failure and something that we should endeavor to avoid. You think about the avoidance of like people building families, or even many people consider that we're living in a bit of a comfort crisis. This is slightly a different sort of analogy, but most of the diseases that we have today, whether they're diseases of, I don't know, the mind, like, people feeling lonely and isolated, or physical diseases, 80% of Americans getting back pain, but no one in the Hadza tribe in Africa getting back pain. They're all a consequence of us continually choosing comfort, which is a short-term friend but long-term enemy. And resistance, I think, is something increasingly we can choose, opt out of.
Oh, and we've out-convenienced ourselves. What's AI gonna do to us? Talk about convenience. How much, and I want to keep hearing studies, I wonder if you have an opinion on this. How much of you coming up with an idea and then writing and rewriting it, thinking about it, no, that's not our export. Oh, no, this is what I really mean and how to get it. How much of that is really valuable to get it beyond just an intellectual idea, more valuable than just going, there it is. Because what comes out of AI, incredibly impressive. Our hunch is that, we can use it for like signpost to help us. Oh, that's good. That'll help. Thank you for helping me organize. But there's a value to us going through the sweat equity of learning something.
But through history, people like Richard Feynman, the physicist, has said the best way to learn something is to learn it and then to go through the pain of writing it, condensing it down to a simple truth like you do so often in your new book, Poems and Prayers, and then sharing it with the world, and then getting the feedback. And if the world understood it like you meant it, like that poem you just shared, you understand it. That's evidence that you get it.
Right.
So I think AI is going to be great for me saying something to you, but not learning something myself. And I think if you want to defend creativity and innovation and the ability to think, you actually have a huge opportunity, which is to go left when everyone's going right.
Well, now we're going into, I got that thing in there. I said, what's better? Take eight big risks in life, sin once, miss the mark once, but get achieve seven out of 8, or take 100 risks and achieve 8 of them. My hunch is that if there's a God, he's saying, go for the 100 and get 8, rather than 8 and get 7. If you're not taking enough risks to sin or miss the mark, which is what sin means, to fail, what are you doing? Don't come back with even money. Come back with the safe bets, which that can become a sort of recessive peace, namaste. No, it's almost a. I don't think it's what the mystics meant when they were like, be disattached. I think it meant go embrace, but for highs and lows and pains and pleasures, understand that those outward things are not the things to be attached to for your own identity. It's got to be inward first. Enjoy those, partake, but don't become attached to those for your measure.
Without complacency, trust that time is on your side.
Yep.
What do you mean there?
Yeah, man. Don't get ahead or behind it. And I can get in a rush. And I haven't found, look, and I know how to hustle, and let's go. The clock's ticking, we're all behind, all hands on deck. We got to bust ass, no time for pause. There's no sleep, no nothing. Get the caffeine out, let's go. Sometimes we got to do that. But that is usually because an unforeseen circumstance has happened, that there's a crisis we got to deal with, or we've procrastinated and I put myself in that position where we got to cram. But it's not those two circumstances. We got to watch ourselves getting ahead of time. And it's on your side. It's a little what I mean about the living longer and living more quality. Time's on our side. And we're forced to think and feel, especially today with how fast things move, that more productivity, faster pace, more information, faster pace, it's better. We're ahead of time a lot. It's the John Wooden, a great basketball coach for UCLA. Be quick, but don't be in a hurry. That was his note to his basketball players. It's like, be quick, but don't be in a hurry. You will miss things. You know, it's the Lego set, man. And you sit there and you get in a rush. You don't read the directions. You get to the end and you've got 12 pieces left. And you're like, shit. Because you got in a hurry. You got ahead of time. Instead of just that feeling of, I've checked out what I need to do and it's all adding up and this thing's built right and the foundation's right and boom, there's the last piece that fits. Voila, it was with time. Time's on our side. It's not an enemy. The end, death is not the enemy. I do believe that part of, not in a rush to get there and we want to stave it off sometimes and that it can be a screaming fight and partially denial can help us get there. I understand that, but still, it's on our side. It's gonna happen. And since it's gonna happen, and that's non-negotiable, might as well go, well, I'm not gonna rush to try and make more of it than there is. I wanna try and spend the time I got as well as I can, produce, succeed, achieve, well, whatever those things are, but also at a pace that I'm me, that I like to dance to. I like the give and the take. I like the reverb. I like the cause and effect of how things are happening at this pace. Like, start now. That doesn't mean time's on my side. Yeah, dude. Inshallah. When it happens, it'll happen. No, I'm like, wake up. The clock's ticking. It's on your side. Now just move with it. Dance with it. Put some soul with the facts.
The 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene is one of the most tactical and eye-opening books ever written on power. How to gain it, maintain it, and protect yourself from those who wield it. In today's video, we'll break down Greene's masterpiece, revealing the hidden rules of power that shape the world around you, whether you realize it or not. To help you on your journey to power, grab the 48 Laws of Power Blueprint, a complete guide packed with summaries, historical stories, reflective questions, and exercises to help you implement each law. Plus, it includes detailed mind maps, split into 6 categories, so you can focus on the areas that matter most to you. Now, there's a lot to cover, so let's get started. Law 1, never outshine the master. In 17th century France, Nicolas Fouquet was King Louis XIV's finance minister. When France's prime minister died, Fouquet saw an opportunity. He hoped to take his place. But instead of playing it smart, he made a fatal mistake. He tried too hard to impress the king. Fouquet hosted the most extravagant party France had ever seen at his Château de Vaux-le-Vicomte. It was a spectacle of wealth and power, but it backfired spectacularly. The party was so grand, so impressive, that instead of being flattered, King Louis XIV felt overshadowed. The next day, Fouquet was arrested, accused of embezzling state funds. The charges were largely false, but it didn't matter. The king had already made up his mind. Fouquet was sentenced to life in solitary confinement, spending his last 20 years in a prison cell high in the Pyrenees Mountains. Never make those above you feel inferior. Compliment them, support them, but never outshine them. Power is fragile. Threaten it once, and you may never recover. But what if you could use this law to secure power instead of losing it? That's exactly what Galileo Galilei did in the 1600s. He was one of the greatest scientific minds of his time. But like many scholars, he faced a constant problem: funding. He needed wealthy patrons to support his research. So, when he discovered the moons of Jupiter, he didn't just announce it. He strategically dedicated the discovery to the Medici family, whose royal symbol happened to be Jupiter. This flattery worked perfectly. The Medici saw Galileo's discovery as proof of their divine right to rule. In return, they rewarded him with a prestigious position as their official court mathematician and philosopher, securing his financial and political stability. 2 men. One ignored this law and lost everything, while the other mastered it and thrived. To apply this law, make your superiors feel secure. If your boss is insecure, don't flaunt your intelligence. Make them feel like the genius. Compliment their ideas, ask for their advice, and let them take credit when necessary. Flatter with strategy. Just like Galileo, align your achievements with your superiors' interests. Make them feel like your success is an extension of theirs. Know when to break the law. If your superior is a fading star, weak and losing influence, it may be time to subtly outshine them. Position yourself as the natural successor, but do it carefully. Law 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. In the 9th century, Byzantine Emperor Michael III made a fatal mistake. He placed too much trust in a friend. Years earlier, while visiting the royal stables, a wild horse broke loose. A lowly stable hand named Basil risked his life to subdue the animal and save the emperor. Impressed by his courage, Michael elevated Basil from obscurity. He showered him with gifts, made him his closest advisor, and eventually promoted him to co-emperor. But power changes people. Basil was no longer satisfied playing the loyal friend. He wanted the throne, and one night, the same man who once saved Michael's life turned against him. He orchestrated Michael's assassination and seized the empire for himself. Friends can be unpredictable. They grow envious, entitled, and, when given too much power, often forget how they got there. Enemies, on the other hand, are far more predictable. They have something to prove, which makes them easier to manage. Just look at the Song dynasty. For centuries, ruling China was a death sentence. A bloody cycle kept repeating. A general would overthrow the emperor and take the throne. Fearing betrayal, he would execute his fellow generals. But soon, new generals would rise, overthrow him, and repeat the process. But then, in 960, a general named Zhao Kuangyin, later Emperor Taizu of the Song dynasty, did something different. Instead of executing his fellow generals, he invited them to a lavish banquet. There, he made them an offer. Retire in wealth and luxury, instead of living in constant fear of assassination. They agreed. And just like that, Emperor Taizu ended centuries of violent coups without shedding a drop of blood. His dynasty lasted over 300 years. Both Michael III and Emperor Taizu reveal a crucial truth. Power is not about loyalty, but about control. Friends, no matter how devoted, can turn on you when given too much power. Enemies, on the other hand, are already on guard, which makes them easier to manage. In fact, history shows that an enemy who becomes an ally is often more reliable than a friend. They know their past actions put them at risk, so they work harder to prove their loyalty. To apply this law, be wary of friends. They may appear loyal, but familiarity breeds entitlement, and entitlement breeds resentment. They rarely challenge you openly, but that doesn't mean they support you. Their betrayals are often sudden and unpredictable. Hiring friends can weaken your authority. They blur the line between personal and professional, making it hard to enforce discipline. Use enemies to your advantage. Enemies are valuable. If you have none, create them. A leader without opposition becomes blind to their weaknesses. They sharpen your focus, push you to be strategic, and give you a clear enemy to rally against. An open enemy is predictable. You know where they stand. But a hidden enemy, disguised as a friend, is far more dangerous. Loyalty is a myth. Strategy is everything. If you want power, stop relying on loyalty. Keep friends for friendship, but work with the skilled and competent, even if they were once your rivals. Because at the end of the day, a trusted friend can betray you in an instant, but a well-managed enemy will always behave exactly as expected. Law 3. Conceal your intentions. In the 19th century, Otto von Bismarck served in the Prussian parliament. At that time, many politicians wanted to go to war with Austria immediately, believing Prussia's army to be superior. But Bismarck knew two things. The king was against war, and Prussia wasn't ready. If he had revealed his true intentions, waiting until Prussia was fully prepared, he would have faced opposition from both the king and the public. So instead, he played a different game. He pretended to oppose war entirely. He praised Austria, condemned war as madness, and urged diplomacy. This deception bought him time, while he quietly strengthened Prussia's military. Then, when the moment was right, he struck. Prussia crushed Austria, unifying Germany under Prussian rule. As a result, Bismarck secured his position as Prussia's prime minister. Power comes from controlling what others know about you. If people can't predict your next move, they can't stop you. But if you reveal too much, you give them the chance to prepare against you. That's why the key to control is misdirection, leading people to believe one thing while you secretly pursue another. So how do you do it? Distract with false desires. Silence can be suspicious. If you refuse to share your thoughts, people will start guessing, and often, they'll guess correctly. Instead, talk openly, but about the wrong things. Bismarck didn't stay quiet. He distracted people with false ambitions. You can do the same. Express fake goals. Make misleading statements. Flood people with irrelevant details. This serves three purposes. You appear honest and trustworthy. You keep your real intentions hidden, and your rivals waste time chasing illusions. Use smoke screens. The best deception is hidden in plain sight. A friendly gesture, a harmless appearance, or even an air of humility can all be perfect smoke screens. People focus on what seems ordinary and unthreatening, never suspecting something deeper is happening. Appear weak and unthreatening. The most powerful figures in history mastered the art of being underestimated. If you seem dull, harmless, or incapable, people will stop watching closely. And when they least expect it, that's when you make your move. People instinctively believe what's in front of them. They assume words match actions. But if you can control what they see, you can control what they believe. In war, business, and life, the less they know, the more power you have. Law 4, always say less than necessary. Louis XIV was a master of controlled speech. Known for his cryptic, carefully chosen words, he kept courtiers guessing and second-guessing his intentions. The less he spoke, the more power he had. His silence created mystery and authority, forcing others to reveal their true thoughts, valuable information he could later exploit. Louis XIV understood a simple truth. When you speak less, you maintain control. If people don't know your position, they can't manipulate or oppose you. When you speak too much, the less in control you appear. You risk saying something foolish, or even worse, revealing your weaknesses. Even simple words, if vague or open-ended, will seem more important and powerful. So, how do you wield the power of silence? Make people reveal more about themselves. One of the most powerful effects of silence is that it makes people uncomfortable. When you stop talking, they feel the pressure to fill the space. And when they talk, they reveal more than they intended. Thoughts, intentions, and sometimes even weaknesses. People will hang on to your every word. When you talk less, people listen more carefully. Silence compels attention. They begin to interpret and analyze every word you say, often assigning more meaning to it than you intended. Once words are spoken, you can't take them back. Remember, words are powerful, but they also come with consequences. Once you've spoken them, you can't erase them. The more you speak, the higher the chance you'll say something foolish. For example, sarcasm may feel good in the moment, but it can backfire and damage relationships. The more you say, the less impressive you seem. When you try to impress people with your words, the opposite often happens. Even if your ideas are brilliant, speaking too much dilutes their impact. By saying less, you leave people curious about what you really mean. Your brevity gives your words an air of hidden wisdom, something they have to ponder. They'll respect you more for keeping them guessing. Saying too much can destroy you. In 454, before the Common Era, the Roman military hero Coriolanus was admired by all for his battlefield victories. But when he ran for Senate, his arrogance and constant talking turned people against him. The more he spoke, the more he alienated others. His reputation crumbled, and he was eventually banished from Rome. Coriolanus couldn't control his words, and it cost him everything. This shows that speaking too much can't only diminish your power, it can destroy it. Law 5, so much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. In Renaissance Italy, Cesare Borgia didn't just rely on military skill or strategy. His greatest weapon was his fearsome reputation. His cruelty was legendary, and he made sure people believed he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. This image alone kept many rivals at bay. Borgia understood that perception can be as powerful as action. His reputation was both a shield, protecting him from betrayal, and a sword, intimidating enemies before they even challenged him. Your reputation is one of your greatest assets. People judge based on appearances long before they truly know you. A strong reputation acts as both a shield and a weapon, protecting you from scrutiny while amplifying your strengths, making you more influential. A well-crafted reputation commands respect, authority, and sometimes even fear. But once it's damaged, you become vulnerable, an easy target for those waiting to tear you down. At the start, you need to establish a reputation based on one standout quality, whether that's generosity, honesty, or cunning. This key trait will make you memorable and give others something to talk about. Once established, spread it far and wide, but build slowly and carefully, ensuring a solid foundation. But beware, once you've established your reputation, you must protect it at all costs. Anticipate attacks on it and be strategic in defending it. Here are 4 ways to safeguard and grow your reputation. First, never appear desperate. When your reputation is challenged, don't lash out emotionally. Doing so only shows insecurity. Instead, stay composed and don't engage in petty attacks. Desperation weakens your power, while calmness commands respect. Second, spread rumors about your rivals. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Attacking someone else's reputation can be a potent weapon, especially if you have less power than they do. The key is to subtly spread rumors to sow doubt. But don't seem petty or vengeful. The goal is to create suspicion, not to appear desperate. Third, don't go too far in attacking someone's reputation. While spreading rumors can be effective, don't overdo it. If you attack too aggressively, it may damage your own reputation more than your rivals. Fourth, use humor or gentle mockery. Once you have a strong reputation, you can use subtler tactics like humor or mockery. A clever, lighthearted jab at your rival can be incredibly effective, without resorting to harsh slander. Think of it like the lion toying with the mouse. You're in control, and your rival is on the defensive. Now let's imagine your reputation is tarnished. No worries, this isn't permanent. The key is strategic association. Align yourself with those who embody the image you want to project. J.P. Morgan, for example, improved his reputation by collecting art and associating with great artists like Rembrandt. His name became linked to cultural prestige, elevating his status. By surrounding yourself with respected persons, their reputation will rub off on you, helping to reshape your own. Law 6. Court attention at all costs. Thomas Edison knew that being a genius wasn't enough. You had to be seen. He wasn't just an inventor, he was a showman. He staged electrifying public demonstrations and made bold claims about future technologies, robots, thinking machines, things he never intended to build. But that didn't matter. The public was hooked. Meanwhile, his rival Nikola Tesla may have been the more brilliant scientist, but he lacked Edison's mastery of attention. And in the game of power, perception often beats reality. In 1915, rumors spread that Edison and Tesla would share the Nobel Prize. But when the committee approached him, Edison rejected the offer because accepting it would have placed Tesla's name alongside his. And to Edison, attention wasn't something to be shared. It was a resource to be controlled. Everything in life is judged by appearance. If no one sees you, you don't exist. Most people fade into the background, afraid to stand out, afraid to be noticed. But if you blend in, you're powerless. The solution is to become a magnet for attention. Stand out, appear larger, more intriguing, make them look. But no one is born knowing how to attract attention. It's a skill you must learn. Let's talk about 6 powerful strategies to ensure your name and ideas outshine the competition. First, attach your name to the sensational and the scandalous. If no one is paying attention to you, create a controversy. P.T. Barnum, the legendary showman, planted fake scandals about himself in newspapers because he knew that in the game of attention, even bad press is better than being ignored. However, use this tactic sparingly. Once you have the public's eye, constant controversy can backfire. But in the beginning, the quality of attention doesn't matter, only that you have it. Second, keep reinventing yourself. Attention is fleeting. If you don't evolve, people will get bored and move on. This is why pop stars constantly change their image. Reinvention keeps you fresh, unpredictable, and in demand. Third, be unpredictable. Predictability makes you invisible. People feel in control when they can predict your actions. Take that away from them and you gain power. Fourth, create an air of mystery. In a world where everything is overshared, mystery is irresistible. Never reveal everything at once. Leave people guessing. A little secrecy makes you fascinating. Mystery forces people to pay attention. They analyze your every move, trying to figure you out. And the more they wonder about you, the more you stay on their mind. Fifth, being attacked is better than being ignored. Most people fear criticism. They try to avoid controversy. Big mistake. Attention is power, and controversy fuels attention. Don't fear criticism. Use it. If they're attacking you, it means they're paying attention. Sixth, appear larger than life. People don't admire ordinary. They admire legends. Never downplay what makes you different. Amplify it, own it, use it to your advantage. If you blend in, you disappear. If you stand out, you rise. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Thomas Edison, the so-called great inventor, built his legend not just on innovation, but on taking credit for others' work. In the late 1800s, Edison hired Nikola Tesla, a brilliant scientist, to improve his outdated electrical generators, promising him a $50,000 reward. But when Tesla completed the work, Edison laughed and told him, "You don't understand American humor." Tesla was furious. He quit and later developed alternating current, a superior electrical system. Tesla, though a genius, never played the game of power. He focused on invention, not influence. And in the end, he died penniless, while Edison became a legend. The world doesn't reward effort. It rewards visibility. It's not who works the hardest, but who claims the spotlight. Never do for yourself what others can do for you. Here's 4 reasons why. First, burnout is for the weak. If you try to do everything yourself, you'll burn out. But people admire those who seem effortlessly efficient, almost godlike in their abilities. Second, you don't have every skill. Use people who do. Even the most talented people have weaknesses. The solution? Find those who have the skills you lack and use them. Third, stand on the shoulders of giants. Some of history's most celebrated figures weren't original creators. They were brilliant borrowers. Shakespeare borrowed plots from older writers. Picasso copied techniques from other artists. Steve Jobs didn't invent the personal computer. He took existing ideas, improved them, and made them his own. The real genius isn't the one who creates from scratch. It's the one who knows what to take and how to use it. Fourth, sometimes sharing credit is the smartest move. Taking credit is crucial, but sometimes giving credit strategically can give you even more power. Take Henry Kissinger, the U.S. Secretary of State under Nixon. He was the mastermind behind America's historic negotiations with China. Kissinger understood a crucial truth. Sometimes letting others shine in the short term ensures you keep your influence in the long run. Law 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. In 1600, during Japan's greatest civil war, Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and cunning warlord, faced Mitsunari Ishida, a powerful enemy. But instead of striking first, Ieyasu waited. He planted spies, spread false rumors, and bribed Ishida's allies, turning them against their leader. Slowly, Ishida's position crumbled from within. When Ishida finally launched an attack, his army was already weakened from internal betrayal and exhaustion. Ieyasu crushed him at the Battle of Sekigahara, securing his rule over Japan. Sun Tzu once said, "The clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him." Powerful people don't chase, they attract. They understand that making the first move often leads to mistakes. By waiting, observing, and luring others into action, they control the game. Here's how to make others come to you, on your terms. First, keep others reacting, never react yourself. The moment you react, you lose control. Instead of chasing opportunities or enemies, set the stage and force them to play by your rules. Create temptation and offer they can't refuse. Make them think they're in control until they've walked right into your trap. Stay calm. When they move out of desperation, you strike with precision. Second, bait your enemy. Then strike. People act out of greed, ego, or fear. Learn to exploit this. Greedy people dangle wealth. Arrogant people challenge their pride. Fearful people threaten their security. Third, control the battlefield. If you fight on someone else's terms, you lose. Always maneuver the battle onto your ground. Choose the setting. Let them come to your arena. Control the timing. Strike when they're vulnerable. Make them feel safe. Then take it all away. Fourth, exploit your opponent's weakness. Everyone has a flaw. Find it and press on it. Impatient people rush into traps. Prideful people refuse to back down. Desperate people make mistakes. The most powerful leaders don't fight battles head-on. They manipulate emotions, create illusions, and make others destroy themselves. Fifth, master your emotions. Never act out of anger. Aggression feels powerful, but it makes you predictable. If you let rage control you, you're playing into someone else's hands. Remember, the calmest person in the room holds the most power. Patience forces others to make mistakes first. Emotional people are easily manipulated. Law 9. Win through your actions, never through argument. In the 17th century, the Catholic Church insisted that the earth was the center of the universe. Challenging this belief meant risking persecution. Many tried to argue against the church and failed. But instead of openly arguing, Galileo played a smarter game. Instead of debating, he built telescopes and invited powerful figures to see the evidence for themselves. He didn't argue. He demonstrated. And once people saw the truth, they couldn't unsee it. Winning an argument might feel good in the moment, but the victory is an illusion. Sure, you might win the debate, but you stir up resentment, ego wounds, and lingering hostility. Instead of changing minds, you create silent enemies. As Balthazar Gracian put it, the truth is generally seen, rarely heard. Instead of proving a point, prove results. Actions persuade, words don't. Of course, there are moments when an argument can be useful, but not to prove you're right. Instead, use it strategically to confuse, deceive, or control the situation. Take Victor Lustig, the infamous con artist. He once sold a fake money printing box for $10,000. When the buyer realized he'd been scammed, he came back furious. Now, Lustig could have argued, he could have defended himself, but that would have made him look guilty. Instead, he played dumb. He acted shocked that the machine wasn't working, and even blamed the buyer for misusing it. Then, like a true manipulator, he offered to return the money, knowing full well he had already won the psychological battle. Here are 3 ways to win an argument without fighting. Feign ignorance. Act confused to shift the burden onto your opponent. Overwhelm with details. Use technical jargon to make them doubt themselves. Offer a fake solution. This makes your opponent feel like they've won, even when they haven't. Law 10, infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. Some people don't just bring misfortune upon themselves. They spread it to everyone around them. Lola Montes was one of those people. A fiery Irish courtesan, she had a way of enchanting powerful men and ruining them. King Ludwig of Bavaria was one of her many victims. Unable to resist her charm, he showered her with wealth and influence. But her presence brought chaos. Protests erupted, Bavaria spiraled into crisis, and his people turned against him. By the time Ludwig realized the damage, it was too late. Forced to abdicate, he lost everything. He later admitted, "I was bewitched by her." Just as a disease spreads from person to person, so do emotions, mindsets, and misfortunes. Some people radiate negativity, And if you let them into your life, their chaos becomes your chaos. The unfortunate often draw misfortune onto themselves, and they will pull you down with them. They come in different forms, but the signs are clear. Drama follows them everywhere. Broken relationships, ruined careers, endless complaints. They drain your energy. No matter what you do, they're never satisfied. They're always the victim. Nothing is ever their fault. They live in crisis mode. Constant instability, bad decisions, and self-sabotage. They pull you into their problems, whether through guilt, manipulation, or sheer emotional weight. So when you encounter one, just run. Don't argue with them. Don't try to help them. And never introduce them to your friends. You'll only spread the infection. Some people can't be saved, and trying will only bring you down. Instead of wasting energy on the wrong people, focus on surrounding yourself with the right ones. If toxic people drain you, then positive people do the opposite. They uplift you, inspire you, and make success feel effortless. Here's how to improve your life through the right associations. If you're naturally anxious, befriend those who are calm and grounded. If you're often pessimistic, surround yourself with optimists. If you tend to isolate yourself, connect with the socially confident. Your mindset is shaped by those around you, so choose wisely. Stay away from the infected and instead align yourself with the fortunate, the happy, and the strong. Law 11, learn to keep people dependent on you. In the early 1600s, King Louis XIII of France was in a difficult position. He was young, inexperienced, and overshadowed by his mother, Marie de Medici, who ruled as regent. The country was in turmoil. Nobles rebelled, enemies loomed, and the king lacked control. Enter Cardinal Richelieu, a brilliant strategist and political mastermind. At first, he was just an advisor. Rather than overpowering the king, he quietly wove himself into every critical decision. He handled foreign policy, crushed noble uprisings, and orchestrated military campaigns, all in the king's name. Louis XIII may have worn the crown, but Richelieu was the one truly ruling France. And yet, the cardinal was careful. He never taught Louis too much. The king remained dependent on his guidance, unable to function without him. If people rely on you for their success, their security, or their happiness, they will never let you go. The more they depend on you, the more control you have. But if they realize they can function without you, you become disposable. So, here are 10 ways to make yourself indispensable. Seek out weak leaders. Powerful rulers don't need you, but weak ones do. Align yourself with those in power who lack direction or strength. Become their missing piece. Make people think they need you. True power's subtle. It's about making people believe they can't function without you. Subtly create dependence, so they think losing you would be a disaster. Immerse yourself in their work. The more a leader relies on your expertise, the harder it becomes to replace you. Handle complex tasks only you understand. Possess an irreplaceable skill. If you offer something unique, whether it's a rare talent, deep knowledge, or specialized skill, people will hesitate to cut you out. Make yourself impossible to replace. Always have other options. When people know you have alternatives, they will fight to keep you. Never rely on just one source of power. Keep a backup plan. Appear to have specialized knowledge. Sometimes perception is more powerful than reality. Maintain an air of expertise so that others believe they can't function without you, even if your knowledge isn't as deep as they think. Wrap yourself around the source of power. Weave yourself so deeply into key figures and systems that removing you would cause disruption. If cutting you out creates more problems than keeping you, you become too valuable to lose. Use secret intelligence. Knowing people's secrets makes you invaluable, but also dangerous. This is a double-edged sword. Use it wisely or paranoia may turn against you. Don't expect love, expect fear. People who depend on you don't have to like you. They just have to fear losing you. Love is fleeting, but the fear of loss is powerful. Create mutual dependency. The best position is one of shared reliance. They need you, but you also have some level of control over them. This way, you stay in control, without bearing the full weight of leadership. Law 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. For 10 years, the Greeks failed to conquer Troy. The city's massive walls and skilled warriors made it impenetrable. Every attack was repelled. Every strategy failed. But instead of brute force, the Greeks turned to deception. One day, they vanished. Their ships gone, their camps abandoned. In their place stood a massive wooden horse, left as a supposed gift to the gods. Some warned that it was a trap, but blinded by pride, the Trojans believed it was an offering of surrender. They dragged it inside their walls, celebrating their victory. That night, Greek warriors, hidden inside the horse, crept out and opened the city gates. The Greek army, waiting nearby, stormed in, destroying the city in hours. Troy, which had withstood a decade of war, fell, not by force, but by a well-placed act of apparent generosity. People are naturally suspicious, always on guard for deception. But ironically, this makes a well-placed act of honesty even more powerful. When someone appears sincere, especially when it's unexpected, it catches others off guard. This is called selective honesty. Gain trust early, and people will overlook or rationalize any deception that follows. Here are 7 ways to make honesty your ultimate weapon to disarm anyone. Appear honest at the right moment. A well-timed display of sincerity makes people drop their defenses. Even if you've been dishonest before, one act of apparent honesty can erase doubts. Give before you take. People expect hidden motives, but a gift, whether it's a favor, an apology, or a confession, softens their defenses. It makes them more likely to trust you when it matters. First impressions matter. If you establish yourself as trustworthy from the beginning, people will cling to that belief, even when evidence suggests otherwise. Build a reputation for honesty. The more consistently honest you appear, the easier it is to deceive when necessary. People rarely question those with a clean track record. A gift is the perfect distraction. Gifts trigger gratitude, which blinds people to ulterior motives. Many leaders have used lavish gestures to make enemies overlook the real power play. Be careful. It must feel genuine. False sincerity is dangerous. If someone sees through your act, their disappointment will turn into hatred. A poorly executed attempt at selective honesty will destroy trust forever. So if you can't make it convincing, don't use it at all. When deception is expected, own it. If you already have a reputation for dishonesty, suddenly acting generous or sincere will only raise suspicion. In that case, embrace your rogue nature. Sometimes people admire honesty and dishonesty more than a forced attempt at virtue. Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy. Christopher Columbus had a dream to find a western sea route to Asia, but there was a problem. No one wanted to fund it. For years, European rulers rejected his plan, calling it too risky, too expensive, and too unrealistic. But Columbus refused to give up. He set his sights on Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain, and this time, he changed his approach. Instead of talking about exploration, he appealed to their self-interest. He promised them that a new route would make Spain richer than Portugal and expand their empire with gold and spices. The promise of wealth and power was too tempting to ignore. Isabella agreed to fund the voyage, not for Columbus, but because she saw an opportunity to make Spain the most powerful empire on earth. And so in 1492, Columbus set sail. When you need something, don't expect people to help out of kindness, morality, or gratitude. That's not how human nature works. Most people are too absorbed in their own needs to feel obligated to return a favor. So if you want a yes, don't ask them to care about your problem. Show them how saying yes solves theirs. People aren't moved by generosity. They're moved by self-interest. When making your appeal, don't bring up the past. Just because someone owes you one doesn't mean they'll pay you back. In fact, people often resent feeling obligated. Instead of guilt-tripping them, make it clear why helping you serves their interests today. Don't assume people care about your problems. Your struggles might feel huge to you, but to others, they're just background noise. If your appeal is based on emotion, morality, or sympathy, people will ignore you. Instead, shift the focus. How does it make easier, better, or more profitable? Show how you can solve their problems. People help when they see you as useful, but if they see you as a burden, they'll avoid you. So before you ask for anything, put yourself in their shoes. What do they get out of this? For example, if they're motivated by profit, show them how helping you can increase their wealth, influence, or status. Appeal to the ego. Some people do enjoy giving, but not out of kindness. They do it for the status, the admiration, the superiority. These are the people who love public acts of generosity. The more public, the better. So if you need their help, stroke their ego. They'll be dying to fund your project or introduce you to powerful people, as long as the world is watching. Law 14, pose as a friend, work as a spy. Catherine de' Medici, the powerful Queen of France, always knew what was happening before anyone else did. But she didn't rely on rumors. She built a secret network of spies. Her most effective spies were servants, maids, cooks, valets. People who blended into the background, overhearing whispers, reading discarded letters, and reporting everything back to her. She used this information to manipulate the court, crush her enemies, and control the throne. When nobles plotted against her, she knew before they could act. When alliances shifted, she adjusted her strategy accordingly. Knowledge is power. The more you know, the more control you have. But the best spies don't hire informants. They gather information themselves without anyone realizing it. To do so, pose as a friend. People lower their guard when they believe you genuinely like them. They talk freely, exposing secrets, plans, and weaknesses without even realizing it. And once you have that information, you hold the upper hand. Here's how to do it effectively. Let others do the talking. People love talking about themselves. Stay quiet, ask the right questions, and they'll reveal everything, thinking you're just a great listener. Control your own words. The more you talk, the more you reveal. Great spies listen more, speak less. Use social settings to your advantage. People drop their guard at parties, dinners, and casual meetups. Observe interactions. Who trusts who? Who's hiding something? Who's nervous? Information is everywhere if you pay attention. Trigger emotional reactions. To uncover hidden motives, subtly challenge someone. When people get emotional, they stop thinking clearly, and they reveal more than they should. The false confession trick. If you want someone to open up, share a secret of your own, real or fake. People instinctively reciprocate, revealing their own secrets in return. This also tests their character. Will they keep your secret, or will they run their mouth? Spread false information. Just as others might spy on you, you need to stay ahead of the game. By feeding disinformation, you mislead rivals, making them waste time and make mistakes. However, spying comes with risks. If people suspect you, they'll shut you out, or worse, turn against you. Here's how to avoid getting caught. Don't ask too many direct questions. It makes people suspicious. Don't spy too aggressively. If you seem too eager, people notice. Don't forget, you might be spied on too. Always protect your own secrets. Law 15, crush your enemy totally. Carthage was once a powerful empire, dominating trade across the Mediterranean. But Rome had already defeated them twice, and yet they still remained a threat. The Romans knew one thing. If they left Carthage standing, it would rise again. So in 149 before the Common Era, Rome decided to end the rivalry once and for all. Led by Scipio Aemilianus, Rome launched the Third Punic War with one goal: total annihilation. Carthage fought back, resisting for years under siege. But when the Romans finally breached the city walls, there was no mercy. They burned the city to the ground, erased it from the map, and ensured it would never challenge them again. Many enemies don't disappear. They retreat, waiting for the right moment to strike back. That's why when you move against an enemy, You must finish the job. But crushing doesn't always mean physical destruction. It means making sure they can never threaten you again. Here's how to do it effectively. Never show sympathy. Enemies see mercy as weakness. If you give them time to recover, they will strike back when you least expect it. Don't leave room for negotiation. A cornered enemy with nothing to lose is the most dangerous kind. If you can't eliminate them, cut them off completely. No deals, no second chances. Some enemies will act friendly for now, waiting for an opportunity to destroy you later. Don't fall for it. Beware of former friends turned enemies. A former ally knows your weaknesses. They might smile in your face, but deep down, resentment lingers. An enemy left alive is like a wounded viper. You might nurse it back to health, but one day it will bite you. Let them destroy themselves. Crushing an enemy entirely can sometimes backfire, turning them into a martyr. Instead, give them a way out, one that leads to their own downfall. Take away their power, their allies, their influence. Give them nothing to fight with, no hope to cling to. If done right, they will collapse under their own humiliation without you lifting another finger. Law 16. Use absence to increase respect and honor. Napoleon Bonaparte wasn't just a military genius. He was a master of perception. One of his most brilliant moves wasn't on the battlefield, but in the minds of the people. In 1799, after his Egyptian campaign, Napoleon returned to France, but instead of making a grand entrance, he disappeared from the public eye. He let rumors spread, leaving people wondering, where is Napoleon? What is he planning? The mystery made him even more powerful. When he finally re-emerged, it was with a dramatic coup d'etat. By then, the public had idealized him so much that they welcomed him as a savior. Ever notice how things become more desirable when they're rare? If something is always available, we take it for granted. But when it disappears, we realize its value. The same applies to your presence. When you're always around, people get used to you and you fade into the background. But if you withdraw at the right moment, you create demand for your return. By making yourself scarce, you create mystery, desire, and respect. To use absence to your advantage, remember that timing is everything. This law only works if you've already established your presence. Early on, make an impact. Be unforgettable. Command attention and establish your presence. Because if you vanish too early, you don't increase your value. You just disappear. Withdraw before people push you away. Too much presence makes people take you for granted. Leave before they grow tired of you. Create demand by disappearing. When you're gone, people will feel your absence. They'll wonder about you. They'll want you back. Return at the right moment. When you come back, it should feel like a resurrection. Your absence will have increased your value. Law 17. Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. In the 1970s, Richard Nixon faced a challenge, the Vietnam War. To withdraw without appearing weak, he used the madman theory, making enemies believe he was reckless and capable of anything. He spread rumors of possible nuclear escalation and, in 1972, ordered massive bombings in North Vietnam, while hinting to the Soviets that if peace talks didn't progress, things could spiral out of control. By making himself unpredictable, he forced his enemies to hesitate, giving him leverage at the negotiating table. Humans crave patterns. We look for habits, routines, and anything familiar. The moment you become predictable, you're vulnerable. Others can anticipate and counter your every move. Unpredictability, on the other hand, forces people to react on your terms. As your actions have no clear pattern, people become confused, off balance, and even intimidated. They waste energy trying to anticipate your next move, only to be caught off guard. Here's how to use unpredictability to keep the advantage. Break your patterns. If people always know what to expect from you, they will control you. Change your behavior, shift strategies, and keep them guessing. Strike when they least expect it. Surprise is a weapon. When you act without warning, others freeze, giving you control. Keep opponents unsettled. Confusion leads to mistakes. The more they struggle to predict you, the more power you have over them. Use predictability as a trap. Sometimes act in a predictable way, just long enough for others to let their guard down. Then, suddenly break the pattern and catch them off guard. Law 18, do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, was a man of immense power. He built the Great Wall and centralized his empire. But despite his achievements, he had one fatal flaw: paranoia. As time passed, his fear of betrayal grew. He began to suspect his ministers, his family, everyone. To protect himself, he withdrew, building a massive palace and sealing himself off from the outside world. But this isolation came at a cost. Cut off from his people, he lost touch with reality and had no idea how much resentment was brewing outside his walls. By the time he realized, it was too late. The walls he built for protection had become his prison. The world is dangerous. Enemies exist. It's natural to want security, but withdrawing too much doesn't make you safer. It makes you weaker. Here's why. You lose access to power. Information, influence, and opportunity come from people. When you cut yourself off, you cut off your lifeline. You lose awareness of threats. The world moves on without you. If you're isolated, you won't hear what's happening, including the dangers forming against you. You lose perspective. Alone, small problems feel massive. You start fearing the wrong things and ignoring the real threats. You become trapped. The longer you isolate, the harder it is to re-enter society. Your world shrinks and your options disappear. You become an easy target. In strategy, stillness invites attack. When enemies know exactly where you are, they know exactly where to strike. If isolation leads to weakness, then what's the alternative? The solution is to apply the opposite strategy. Take Louis XIV, for example. He understood a simple truth. A leader who hides is a leader who loses power. Instead of hiding, he placed himself at the center of everything. He built the Grand Palace of Versailles, not to withdraw, but to surround himself with his nobility, keeping them close where he could watch them. He stayed visible, involved, and aware. No plot could form without him hearing about it first. For over 50 years, Louis XIV maintained his rule because he never disappeared. Here's how to place yourself at the center of activity. Be where the action is. Stay involved in conversations, networks, and decisions. Keep your ear to the ground. Don't rely on a small circle. If you only hear from a handful of people, you lose perspective. Expand your network. Avoid paranoia, but don't be blind. If you retreat too much, you make yourself an easy target. Stay connected so threats never catch you off guard. Be fluid, always moving. Just like in warfare, a moving target is harder to hit. Mix with different groups, shift environments, and keep your enemies guessing. The more you engage, the harder it is for others to isolate or attack you. The more you hide, the easier you are to control. Law 19. Know who you're dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. In the early days of Soviet Russia, Joseph Stalin and Nikolai Bukharin were two prominent figures within the Communist Party. After Lenin's death, Stalin rose to power with the help of Nikolai Bukharin, who failed to see the danger in supporting him. But Stalin had no such blind spots. He saw Bukharin as a future threat. When the time was right, Stalin turned on him. In 1936, Stalin accused Bukharin of treason and had him arrested. Despite his desperate attempts to defend himself, he was executed in 1938. Not everyone reacts to offense the same way. Some people will forgive and move on. Others will remember it for life. And if you offend the wrong person, no strategy can save you. The key to survival is knowing who you're dealing with before you act. Here are 5 types of dangerous people you should never offend. The arrogant and proud man. At first, he may seem friendly, even charming, but his ego is fragile. The slightest insult, even unintentional, will turn him into a relentless enemy. And his revenge won't be measured or rational. It will be extreme, obsessive, and destructive. the hopelessly insecure man. Unlike the arrogant and proud man, this one won't explode in anger. He'll simmer. His ego is built on shaky ground. He doesn't lash out immediately. Instead, he holds grudges, undermines you subtly, and slowly drains you over time. You won't see the damage at first, but by the time you realize what's happening, it's already too late. If you offend this type, disappear. He won't attack head on, but he will make sure you suffer. Mr. Suspicion, this man sees enemies everywhere. Even when there's no threat, he assumes the worst. At best, you can manipulate his paranoia to turn him against others. If you become his target, leave. You will never convince him you mean no harm. He will watch, plot, and obsess over your downfall. If you become his target, leave. You will never convince him you mean no harm. The serpent with a long memory. Unlike the others, this man doesn't react emotionally. He doesn't explode in anger or act impulsively. Instead, he waits. If you cross him, he won't forget. He will play along, smile, pretend nothing happened, but years later, when you least expect it, he will strike, and it will be cold, calculated, and devastating. If you have somehow injured him, you have two options: crush him completely, leave no room for revenge. Get far away before he gets his chance. The plain, unassuming, and unintelligent man. This one isn't dangerous in the traditional sense. He won't seek revenge, but he will waste your time, energy, and resources. He doesn't play the game because he doesn't even understand the game. If you try to manipulate him, he will slow you down, make mistakes, and ruin your plans. Test him first. Tell him a joke. If he takes it literally, be careful. You're dealing with someone who won't help you. Or worse, someone who will unknowingly destroy your strategy. So before you make a move, analyze the people around you. A single mistake can turn an invisible enemy into a lifelong threat. Here are 5 rules for avoiding the wrong enemy. Never rely on instincts alone. Your gut feeling is not enough. Study people. Observe their actions, habits, and reactions. Never trust appearances. A kind smile can hide a vengeful heart. A loud, aggressive person might actually be a coward. Judge people by their actions, not their words. Reject people politely. Today's weak person might be tomorrow's powerful rival. A small insult today can turn into a lifelong vendetta. Test people before offending them. Some people's insecurity and ego fragility cannot tolerate the slightest offense. Make a small joke at their expense. A confident person will laugh. An insecure one will take offense immediately. That's your warning sign. Never insult just for the sake of it. Some people cannot let go of an offense. If you don't need to make an enemy, don't. Law 20, do not commit to anyone. Queen Elizabeth I ruled England during a time of war and political tension, yet she remained in control without ever marrying. In an era when marriage was a political weapon, she turned it into her greatest advantage. For decades, she played a delicate game of diplomacy, keeping European powers like France and Spain competing for her hand. Every proposal was an opportunity, a way to negotiate peace, form alliances, or keep enemies off balance. But she never said yes. By never committing, she kept control, remained free, and England remained powerful. When you refuse to tie yourself down, you stay unpredictable, and unpredictability is power. Indeed, once people know where you stand, they can control or counter you. But if they're unsure, they must chase, adapt, and react, which gives you the upper hand. Here's why you should be careful before committing. Be courted by all. Commit to none. If people believe they possess you, they take you for granted. But if you stay just out of reach, they fight for your attention. Desire is contagious. If people see that others want you, they will want you too. But the moment you commit, the magic disappears. You become ordinary, predictable, and, most dangerously, trapped. Keep them wanting more. Stay valuable by never giving yourself away completely. The aura of power that grows with time. The less available you are, the more people respect and desire you. Never discourage someone's hopes. but never fully yield either. Let them chase. People admire those who stand apart, who refuse to be owned. The more independent you seem, the more others will try to be the one who finally wins you over. Stay above the fray. Do not get pulled into battles. People will try to drag you into their conflicts. The second you take a side, you create enemies. Instead, be the wise observer. Let others exhaust themselves in their battles, while you remain neutral. When they're weak, you step in, not as a fighter, but as a mediator. This way, you gain influence without ever becoming a target. And watch out. Those who want to control you will use gifts, favors, and fake loyalty to tie you down. Accept if it benefits you, but never feel indebted. Master your emotions. Never let attachment trap you. Emotional commitment is dangerous. Once you attach yourself to someone else's problems, you become responsible for them. People will guilt trip you, manipulate you, and make you feel obligated. But their burdens are not your burdens. Show concern. Offer small gestures. But keep your true emotions detached. Your time and energy are limited. And every moment wasted on someone else's drama weakens your own position. But be careful, this law has limits. If you play too many sides against each other, they may see through your game and turn against you. If you make people wait too long, desire turns to frustration, then resentment. Sometimes temporary commitment is a strategy. If aligning with someone benefits you, do it. But always keep an exit plan. Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. Otto von Bismarck, when dealing with political opponents, often played the fool. He would act clumsy, ramble, even pretend to be drunk in diplomatic meetings. His enemies dismissed him as a harmless, not worth worrying about. But behind the scenes, Bismarck was meticulously planning his moves. In 1866, he provoked Austria into a war they thought they could easily win. Overconfident, they walked right into his trap and suffered a crushing defeat. No one likes feeling outsmarted. If you make someone feel less intelligent, they'll resent you. But if you make them feel smarter, they'll drop their guard, never suspecting that you're the one in control. The key to power isn't proving you're the smartest person in the room, it's making others believe they are. When someone sees you as naive or incompetent, they lower their guard. Reveal information they wouldn't otherwise share. Underestimate your ambitions. Trust you because you make them feel good about themselves. Meanwhile, as they bask in their own superiority, you observe, learn, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Now here's how to appear dumber than you are. Never openly challenge someone's intelligence. People hate feeling outshined. Instead, subtly reassure them of their own brilliance. Make self-deprecating remarks. Act unsure. Let them teach you. It feeds their ego. The more they believe in their own superiority, the less they'll suspect you. Ask simple, even obvious questions. This makes them feel superior and keeps them talking, often revealing more than they should. Play the likable fool. People don't compete with fools. They keep them around as harmless company. Stay underestimated. If they think you're incapable of deception, they'll never see your moves coming. The goal is to make people feel more sophisticated than you. Once their guard is down, their secrets become yours. But while downplaying your intelligence is generally the best strategy, there are sometimes exceptions. When you need credibility. If you're trying to establish authority, a display of intelligence can work in your favor. When you're in trouble. Sometimes proving competence can get you out of a tough situation. At the start of your rise, you can't play too dumb early on. Your superiors need to see you as capable, but not so much that you become a threat. Law 22, use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. During the Chinese Civil War, Mao Zedong faced certain defeat against Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists. But rather than fight a hopeless battle, Mao used retreat as a weapon. In 1934, Mao led the Long March, a strategic withdrawal that preserved his forces, built alliances, and strengthened his position. Meanwhile, the nationalists wasted resources chasing him. Mao's forces grew stronger. By 1949, Mao emerged victorious, founding the People's Republic of China. What seemed like surrender was actually a setup for victory. When you're weak, never fight for honor's sake. Choose surrender instead. Fighting a losing battle only drains your energy and strengthens your opponent, while surrender buys you time. It allows you to recover, observe, and wait for a future counterattack. Some think surrender is weakness. In reality, it's a tactical advantage. Here's why. Fighting when you're weak is pointless. No amount of pride will change the outcome. No one saves the weak. People don't risk their own position to help a losing cause. Resistance invites total destruction. If you're alone and outmatched, submission is sometimes the only way to survive. Martyrdom doesn't bring victory. Dying for a cause means you're no longer around to fight for it. Surrender buys you time. Time to recover, learn, and plot your revenge. It lulls your enemy into complacency. They assume you're defeated and stop seeing you as a threat. It disguises your ambition. While they let their guard down, you prepare. Surrender conceals great power. It positions you for a comeback. When the enemy is weakest, that's when you strike. Surrender isn't about giving up. It's about infiltration. It allows you to get close to your enemy, study their weaknesses, and quietly position yourself for the perfect counterattack. But be careful. Surrender is only useful if it leads to long-term victory. If your enemy never gives you an opening, surrender alone won't save you. And in rare cases, martyrdom may be the only way to inspire future resistance. Law 23, concentrate your forces. In the chaotic oil industry of the late 19th century, dozens of small companies fought for dominance. Most failed because they spread themselves too thin, trying to do too much at once. But John D. Rockefeller took a different approach. He concentrated his forces. Instead of diversifying, Rockefeller focused all his energy on refining oil. He systematically bought out competitors, sometimes using ruthless tactics, and consolidated power under Standard Oil. He didn't just refine oil, he controlled everything: refining, transportation, and distribution. By the 1880s, Standard Oil dominated 90% of the US market. Rockefeller's success wasn't about doing everything. It was about doing one thing better than anyone else. History proves this again and again. Ancient Athens overextended itself in distant wars and lost its empire. The Roman Empire stretched too far, making itself vulnerable to invasion. Napoleon tried to conquer too many lands at once and lost everything. Success is rarely achieved alone. To rise, you must align yourself with a powerful force, a mentor, an institution, or an industry leader who can fuel your growth. In any organization, true power is concentrated in a few hands, but it's not always the people with fancy titles. The real decision makers often operate behind the scenes. If you want to rise, you must learn who truly pulls the strings and get close to them. Once you find your source of power, don't scatter your energy chasing too many goals. You can't hit 2 targets with 1 arrow. If your mind is divided, your impact is weak. Focus all your energy on one powerful strike. While focus is powerful, it must be applied wisely, because there are 2 dangers. First, if you're up against a stronger opponent, concentration makes you an easy target. When outmatched, it's better to stay fluid and unpredictable, rather than presenting yourself as a direct threat. Second, tying yourself to one source of power can be dangerous. If your industry collapses, you fall with them. Therefore, always have a backup plan. Even as you focus, keep secondary options open to maintain flexibility. Law 24. Play the perfect courtier. Baldassare Castiglione, an Italian diplomat and author, outlined the art of influence in his book, The Book of the Courtier, where he described the ideal courtier, not a ruler, not a soldier, but someone who wielded power indirectly. He knew that success in royal courts wasn't just about intelligence or strength, it was about influence. He pleased without seeming desperate, influenced without offending, and navigated politics with grace. He never demanded authority, Yet he secured influence that lasted for years. Back then, royal courts existed to glorify rulers and keep the nobility close. But make no mistake, court politics didn't disappear. Today, the court exists in boardrooms, government offices, and social circles. Wherever power exists, courtiers thrive. And those who master the courtier's skills rise, while those who ignore them fall. So if you want to thrive in power, you must think like a courtier. Here are the 16 golden rules that courtiers follow. Please, but not too much. Over-flattery makes people suspicion. Obey, but distinguish yourself. Show value without threatening authority. Never make the ruler insecure. Always make them feel in control. Master the art of manipulation. Influence without being obvious. Let them shine. Make the king feel kingly. Make others fear your power. People respect those who seem powerful. Appearances are everything. Perception matters more than reality. Charm is a weapon. Be gracious and polite. Strike indirectly. Hide your aggression behind politeness. Choose your words carefully. Never say more than necessary. Words are tools. Use them well. Turn a compliment or an insult into an opportunity. Be a source of pleasure. People are drawn to those who make them feel good. Dignity is power. Never humiliate yourself. Build influence, not enemies. A strong network is the key to survival. Win the ruler's favor. This gives you protection against attacks, control from the shadows. The perfect courtier often becomes more powerful than the ruler himself. But beyond tactics, true courtiers understand the deeper rules of power, rules that separate those who rise from those who fall. Avoid ostentation. Drawing too much attention breeds envy. Practice nonchalance. Make your skills seem effortless. Never let them see you sweat. Be frugal with flattery. Too much loses value. Arrange to be noticed, but subtly. Stand out, but never too boldly. Your presence should feel natural, not forced. Mirror others' styles. Alter your style and language. According to the person you are dealing with, people trust those who reflect their values. Never be the bearer of bad news. The messenger is always killed. Let someone else take the fall. Never act overly familiar with your superiors. They don't want a friend and a subordinate. Never criticize those above you directly. If you must, frame it as insight, not attack. Be selective with requests. Asking for too much weakens your position. Never joke about status or taste. Pride is fragile. Avoid being the cynic. Constant negativity makes you a target. Be self-aware. Observe how others perceive you and adjust your behavior accordingly. Master your emotions. If you don't control them, others will use them against you. Fit the spirit of the times. Outdated attitudes and styles make you look foolish or irrelevant. Make people enjoy your presence. If you can't be the ruler's favorite, at least be enjoyable company. Courtiers don't rule by force. They rule through perception. They shape how they're seen, influence decisions behind the scenes, and make themselves indispensable. And in a world where perception is power, the ability to control yours is the ultimate advantage. Law 25, recreate yourself. Napoleon Bonaparte rose from a young officer to a revolutionary hero, then crowned himself emperor in 1804, declaring his power came from no one but himself. Even in exile, he controlled his image. After being sent to Elba in 1814, when most believed his story was over, he staged a dramatic comeback. In the 100 Days, he marched toward Paris, daring soldiers to shoot their former emperor. Instead, they rallied behind him. He wasn't just a fallen leader, he was a legend reborn. Even after Waterloo and exile to St. Helena, he shaped his legacy through memoirs, portraying himself as a betrayed martyr rather than a defeated ruler. In the game of power, your identity is either your greatest tool or your greatest trap. The world will try to define you, to box you into a role, and once you accept it, you become predictable. And predictability is weakness, but power belongs to those who refuse to be defined. Those who shape themselves, rewrite their own story, adapt to the moment, and decide who they will become. So, if you want to reinvent yourself and take control of your identity, follow these principles. Master yourself. Before you can shape how the world sees you, you must first understand and control yourself. Power begins with self-awareness and the ability to adapt without losing your core identity. Be self-conscious. Recognize that life is a stage. Know the role you're playing and how others perceive you. Master self-control. Master your emotions and expressions. Adapt to the situation without losing control. Create a memorable identity. Craft an image that is impossible to ignore, one that makes people talk. Master the art of theatrics. Reinvention isn't just about who you are, it's about how you present yourself. A well-crafted image needs the right stage, the right timing, and the right dramatic effect to leave a lasting impact. Use suspense, surprise, and grand gestures to make your presence unforgettable. Position yourself at the center of the action. Never fade into the background. Your identity is a costume. Wear it with confidence, but never let it wear you. Control how others perceive you. People don't see you as you are. They see you as you present yourself. The key to power is managing perception, knowing when to reveal, when to hold back, and when to disappear. Read the room. Know what captivates people and what bores them. Command attention. Be seen, but on your terms. Hold back when necessary. The less you reveal, the more they wonder. Mystery creates intrigue. But great reinvention isn't just about creating an identity. It's about how you reveal it to the world. If you reveal too much too soon, you lose your mystery. Hold back too long, and you fade into obscurity. That's where theatrics come in. The most powerful figures don't just exist. They stage their presence. Here's how you do it. The beau geste, a bold, symbolic gesture that cements your reputation. Stage entrances and exits. People remember the first and last impression. Make them count. Understated presence. Sometimes silence is more powerful than words. But be careful. Overacting can backfire. Trying too hard to be seen is just another way of looking desperate. So master these tactics, but remember, true power isn't in just creating one identity. It's in adapting. The strongest players don't stick to a single role. They shift, evolve, and become whatever the moment demands. Law 26. Keep your hands clean. In the 12th century, King Henry II of England clashed with Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Once Henry's loyal ally, Becket defied him, defending the church's power over the king's authority. Frustrated, Henry reportedly exclaimed, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" His knights took this as an order. They traveled to Canterbury Cathedral and murdered Becket in 1170. The assassination shocked the Christian world, but Henry denied involvement. He never explicitly gave the order. By keeping his hands clean, he avoided direct blame while still benefiting from Becket's removal. Power is a dirty game, and those who truly master it understand one crucial rule. You must appear spotless. Your reputation is built more on what you conceal than on what you reveal. Mistakes, scandals, and ruthless decisions must never be traced back to you. Instead, use others to do your dirty work. Let them take the risks and the fall, while you stay untouchable. To do it, use the scapegoat strategy. When things go wrong, find a scapegoat, someone to sacrifice to protect your own reputation. During the Italian Renaissance, Cesare Borgia knew power depended on appearances. To establish control over Italy, Borgia hired a brutal enforcer named Ramiro de Orco, giving him absolute power to crush opposition. De Orco did his job mercilessly, spreading fear and hatred among the people. But as resentment grew among the people, Borgia knew he had to distance himself from him to clean up his image. So he turned de Orco into the villain. He publicly condemned him, staged his execution, and left his mutilated body in the town square as a spectacle. The people, once terrified of Borgia's rule, saw him as their savior for punishing the tyrant. This is the power of a scapegoat. When things go wrong, shift the blame before anyone questions your role. But there is a second strategy, the cat's paw strategy. While a scapegoat takes the blame, a cat's paw does the dirty work. When a task is risky or unpopular, the true strategist ensures that someone else executes it while they reap the rewards. Few mastered this strategy as well as Cleopatra. She wasn't just a queen. She was a master manipulator who used the most powerful men of her time as tools for her own gain. After being exiled by her brother Ptolemy XIII, Cleopatra didn't attempt a direct attack. Instead, she seduced Julius Caesar, convincing him to eliminate her enemies and restore her to power. Years later, she repeated the same tactic with Mark Antony, using him as a pawn to expand her influence. Cleopatra never wielded a sword, yet she controlled the men who did. This is the essence of the cat's paw strategy. Let others take the risks while you remain in control. Finally, here's how to apply this law. Never let your name be attached to failure or scandal. Keep a scapegoat ready for when things go wrong. Avoid doing the dirty work yourself. Find someone, a cat's paw, willing to take the risk while you reap the rewards. Control the narrative. If a mistake is made, act quickly. Shift the blame before people start looking at you. Law 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. In the late 1960s, Charles Manson built a devoted following known as the Family, but he didn't control them through force. He controlled them through belief. Manson presented himself as a messianic figure, claiming an apocalyptic war was coming, and only he could guide his followers to salvation. He gave them purpose, rituals, and a cause greater than themselves. And once they believed, they obeyed completely. In 1969, under Manson's direction, his followers carried out a series of brutal murders, including the killing of actress Sharon Tate. Manson never lifted a weapon himself. His power lay in his ability to make others act on his vision. This is the power of belief. People don't want the hard truth because truth requires effort. Instead, they crave romantic illusions, something bigger than themselves to believe in. They don't follow logic, they follow emotion. If you can provide that belief, if you can position yourself as the leader of a movement, a cause, or a new way of thinking, people will follow you with blind devotion. But creating a devoted following isn't random. It follows a formula. Here's the 5-step formula. Keep it vague, yet inspiring. First, attract attention. Your message should be simple yet profound, filled with the promise of transformation. But don't reveal too much. The less you say, the more people will fill in the blanks with their own hopes and dreams. This makes them even more invested in your vision. Say things like, "You are destined for greatness." They don't want you to know the secret. Appeal to emotions, not logic. Once you have their attention, you must keep them engaged. The biggest threats to any movement are boredom and skepticism. If people think rationally, they might start questioning you. So don't give them time to think. Keep them emotionally engaged. Use dramatic speeches, visuals, and rituals to create a hypnotic atmosphere. Surround yourself with an aura of mystery and exclusivity. Keep them entertained, so they never stop to analyze too deeply. By constantly stimulating their emotions, you ensure they stay loyal. Borrow religious structures. Every powerful movement, from ancient religions to modern brands, follows a structured system that elevates the leader above the followers. To achieve this, you must create rituals that reinforce commitment. Develop a hierarchy where members progress in status over time. Assign titles to make them feel special and chosen. Ask them for sacrifices, like money or time, framing them as a necessary for their own transformation. But most importantly, establish yourself as more than just a leader. You are a prophet, a visionary, a revolutionary. Speak with conviction. Dress the part. Act as if you possess wisdom beyond ordinary people. The stronger your image, the more authority you hold. Disguise your source of income. As your movement grows, power and wealth will flow to you. But you must never appear power-hungry. Instead, if you become rich, claim your success comes from the truth of your methods, not from your followers' pockets. People will copy you, believing that if they follow in your path, they too will achieve success, and their devotion will blind them to any contradictions in your story. Create an us versus them dynamic. A movement thrives on opposition. To solidify loyalty, you need an enemy. If no enemy exists, invent one. Frame outsiders as non-believers or oppressors. Convince followers they are part of an exclusive group under attack. Use this fear to keep them united and dependent on you. When people feel threatened, they cling tighter to their leader. Even if they have doubts, they won't leave, because betraying you would mean betraying the cause. These techniques grant you immense influence, but they come with a warning. If your followers ever see through your illusion, their devotion can turn into rage. History has shown that the most powerful cult leaders and manipulators are often destroyed by their own followers once the spell is broken. Therefore, be vigilant. Use spies, control the narrative, and always have an escape plan, because when belief shatters, so does your power. Law 28, Interaction with Boldness. In 1519, the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés landed in Mexico with a small force of men, facing the mighty Aztec Empire. Outnumbered and deep in enemy territory, he made a radical decision. He ordered his men to burn their ships. There would be no retreat, only victory or death. At first, this seemed reckless, but by eliminating any escape, Cortés forced his men to commit fully. There was no room for doubt or hesitation. And against all odds, they conquered the Aztecs. Cortés' boldness inspired unwavering loyalty and led to a decisive victory. Hesitation infects your actions with doubt, and doubt is contagious. The moment you appear unsure, others start questioning you. But when you move with boldness, you seize control, forcing others onto the defensive. A bold move commands respect. A timid one invites challenge. Here's why boldness works. The bolder the lie, the more believable. This is why in negotiations, asking for something outrageous often gets you more than playing it safe. A bold claim delivered with confidence distracts from its flaws. But hesitation, on the other hand, gives people time to doubt you. So if you demand the extraordinary, you force others to take you seriously. Lions circle the hesitant prey. Everything depends on perception. If you show weakness, compromising, backing down, retreating, you invite aggression. Even those who aren't naturally ruthless will push you around. But when you act with unshakable confidence, people hesitate to challenge you. Boldness strikes fear, and fear creates authority. A bold move doesn't just surprise people, it shocks them. If it's sudden, swift, and unexpected, it doesn't just create fear, it establishes dominance. When people are caught off guard, they don't have time to question your power. Instead, they become defensive, constantly anticipating your next move. The bolder you are, the less likely others are to resist you. Going halfway digs your grave. Hesitation is fatal. If you act without full confidence, you create your own obstacles. The moment problems arise, you second-guess yourself, hesitate, and get overwhelmed. And when you pause, others take advantage of that gap. The timid hare retreats and falls into the hunter's snare. The bold wolf charges forward and survives. Audacity separates you from the herd. Most people are timid, eager to avoid conflict and be liked. But that fear keeps them small. The bold, however, stand out, and attention creates power. Timid people fade into the background. The bold demand attention. And what draws attention draws influence. We can't look away from those who dare to go further than the rest. We want to see their next bold move. But let's be clear, boldness is not for every situation. It's a tactical weapon, not a blind strategy. You must plan ahead, think strategically, and when the moment comes, strike with audacity. Mistakes made through boldness can be corrected with even more boldness, but mistakes made through hesitation, they rarely can. So act boldly, strike first, and command respect. Law 29. Plan all the way to the end. Hannibal Barca was one of the greatest military strategists in history. In 218 before the Common Era, during the Second Punic War, he did the impossible, leading his army, including war elephants, across the Alps to attack Rome from an unexpected direction. He won battle after battle, including the legendary Battle of Cannae, where he crushed a Roman army twice his size. But despite these victories, Hannibal failed to achieve his ultimate goal, defeating Rome. Why? Because he had no endgame. He conquered land, but didn't secure critical resources and allies. He expected Rome to surrender, but they regrouped and struck back. Eventually, after years of fighting, he was outmaneuvered, forced into exile, and died a fugitive. Victory in the moment is worthless if you haven't planned for what comes next. If you don't control the outcome, someone else will. Most people act on impulse. They chase short-term wins, react emotionally, and hope everything falls into place. But hope is not a strategy. Improvisation will only get you through the next crisis. It will never build lasting power. However, when you plan all the way to the end, you take control. You anticipate obstacles before they arise. You stay ahead while others scramble to react. You dictate the game. But if planning all the way to the end is so powerful, why do most people fail to do it? They get trapped in the moment, reacting instead of strategizing. They mistake wishful thinking for actual planning. They improvise under pressure instead of having contingency plans. They assume things will just work out and ignore real obstacles. They focus on the happy ending but never map out how to get there, and that's why they lose. But if you want to dominate the game, here's how you can plan like a master strategist. Define the end game. What is the ultimate goal? Power, wealth, influence? Get specific, because a vague vision leads to vague results. Map out the obstacles. What could go wrong? Who could oppose you? Anticipate every threat. The best generals win the war before the first battle. Set the steps in motion. Think like a chess player. Move your pieces deliberately. Every action should lead you closer to the final goal. Control the timing. Know when to advance, when to retreat, and when to stop. Law 30. Make your accomplishments seem effortless. In the early 20th century, Harry Houdini stunned the world with impossible escapes. From handcuffs, locked boxes, even water-filled tanks. To his audience, he appeared almost supernatural, effortlessly slipping free from any restraint. But behind the illusion was something far less magical: relentless practice. Houdini spent years mastering his craft until every move was second nature. By making his accomplishments seem easy, Houdini created an aura of mystery. People believed he possessed a special gift, something beyond human ability, and that belief made him powerful. Power is not just about what you achieve, it's about how you make it look. The most powerful people create the perception that success comes easily to them. But behind closed doors, they spend hours refining their craft. Yet, most people make a crucial mistake. They expose their struggles, thinking it will earn them respect. Instead, it has the opposite effect. It makes them look ordinary. The moment people see your sweat, they stop seeing your brilliance. So, how do you create an aura of effortless power? Here's what you need to do. Practice relentlessly, but in private before stepping onto the stage. Never reveal the struggle. If people see you sweating, they stop seeing you as exceptional. Conceal your methods. The more mysterious your skill, the more powerful you appear. This concept isn't new. In the 16th century, Baldassare Castiglione introduced a term for it: sprezzatura, the art of making the difficult seem easy. This idea is at the heart of power because power depends on perception. If something looks effortless, people assume you were born with a gift. If they see the struggle, they assume you're just another hard worker. Mystery creates admiration. When people can't understand how you do what you do, they stand in awe. But the moment you explain, they convince themselves they could do it too. Over-explaining kills the magic. When you reveal too much, others can copy you, or worse, use that knowledge to undermine you. Despite its power, many fail to apply this law because they crave recognition. They want credit for their hard work, not realizing that exposing it weakens their image. They over-explain their process. Instead of impressing, they make themselves look ordinary. They assume honesty about struggle earns respect, but in reality, it often makes them seem less competent. They reveal too much, and by doing so, they give away their advantage. If you want to master this law, follow these 2 golden rules of power. First, maintain mystery. The less effort you show, the more awe-inspiring you seem. People will assume your abilities are limitless. Second, control perception. If others believe you could achieve even more with minimal effort, they won't just admire you, they'll fear you. The greatest illusion of power isn't just having it, it's making it seem effortless. Law 31. Control the options, get others to play with the cards you deal. In the 16th century, Ivan the Terrible faced 2 major threats: rebellious aristocrats defying his rule, and enemies surrounding Russia. If he crushed the rebels, he'd weaken his defenses. If he focused on external threats, the rebels would grow bolder. So he created a dilemma. In 1564, Ivan suddenly left Moscow, claiming he could no longer rule under such opposition. The city panicked. Without the Tsar's protection, the people feared the rebels would seize power and plunge Russia into chaos. Desperate, they begged him to return. He agreed, but only if they accepted his absolute rule. Their choice? Submit to Ivan or face the rebels alone. But in reality, there was never a real choice, only an illusion of one. The best deceptions make people think they have control when, in reality, every option still leads to your desired outcome. Instead of forcing people in one direction, which trigger resistance, you present multiple paths, all leading to where you want them to go. By controlling the options, you make others feel like they're in charge, when really they're just playing into your hands. It works because total freedom is overwhelming. Too many choices create anxiety, and when people feel uncertain, they prefer a controlled set of options. That's why skilled manipulators don't impose a single path. They create 2 or 3, all leading to the same destination. Here's how to do it. Color the choices. Highlight the option you want in the best light, while making the alternatives seem less appealing. This is especially useful when dealing with someone in a higher position than you. Force the resistor. Some people rebel against authority, no matter what. The trick? Push them toward the opposite of what you want. Knowing their contrarian nature will make them defy you by doing exactly what you intended. Alter the playing field. Instead of limiting choices, change the environment so that the decision you want is the only practical one. People will believe they chose freely, but you set the stage. The shrinking options. Some people hesitate endlessly, fearing the wrong choice. Apply pressure by making the options worse over time, forcing them to act before it's too late. The weak man on the precipice. The weak avoid tough decisions. If logic fails, fear works. Make inaction feel like a bigger risk than making a choice. Brothers in crime. Want to lock someone into loyalty? Get them involved in something shady. Shared guilt binds people together. The horns of a dilemma. Give people 2 bad choices, ensuring they suffer no matter what. When both roads lead to their downfall, they'll scramble for a 3rd option, one you secretly wanted all along. But be careful while controlling the options is powerful. It must be done subtly. If people realize they are being manipulated, they may resist out of spite, even if the choice is logical. Law 32. Play to people's fantasies. In the early 1500s, Spanish conquistadors sailed to the New World, driven by the promise of immense wealth. Leaders like Hernán Cortés didn't tell his soldiers, "This will be a brutal, uncertain war, and many of you will die." That would have crushed their morale. Instead, he fed them a dream, gold beyond imagination and eternal glory. And it worked. Most of these men were poor and desperate for escape. That belief pushed them to fight against impossible odds, ultimately leading to the fall of powerful empires. The truth is often avoided, not because it's hard to find, but because it's ugly. And when people are suffering, they rarely want to admit that their own choices got them there. Instead, they look for something external to blame: the government, the economy, fate itself. And if the problem comes from outside, then the solution must also come from outside. A savior, a shortcut, a miracle. This is why people are drawn to leaders, influencers, and gurus who promise a way out. But here's the key: never offer gradual improvement through hard work. That's not what people want to hear. They don't want the truth. They want a story, one where transformation is instant, effortless, and inevitable. If you understand what people want to believe, you can shape their actions. Here's the 4 fantasies that control people's desires. The fantasy of instant change. Success takes time, effort, and sacrifice. But people hate patience. They want to believe in one magical event that will change everything: a winning lottery ticket, a secret formula, a hidden shortcut. If you can sell them the dream of instant transformation, they won't just believe it, they'll fight to defend it. The fantasy of escape. Reality is full of rules, responsibilities, and limitations. But people dream of leaving it all behind, of stepping into a new world with unlimited freedom and adventure. This is why cults, radical movements, and luxury lifestyle influencers thrive. They sell the idea that you can abandon the ordinary and become someone else. The fantasy of unity. Society is divided by competition, self-interest, and conflict. But people wish there was a way for everyone to come together in perfect harmony. And it works because people crave belonging. Leaders who promise unity can rally enormous support, whether it's through nationalism, religion, or ideology. But this is also the most dangerous fantasy, often exploited by demagogues. The fantasy of reversing the unchangeable. The past is gone. Death is final. But people desperately want to believe that what was lost can be restored. Whether it's an old era, a second chance, or even a way to cheat death, nostalgia is a powerful drug, and those who master it can make people chase ghosts forever. But to keep the fantasy alive, it needs to stay just out of reach, because the moment it becomes too real, it loses its power. Think about it. If a self-proclaimed guru actually delivered everything they promised, people wouldn't need them anymore. Their influence would disappear. That's why the smartest manipulators never let the illusion fully materialize. They keep people chasing, always believing that the breakthrough is just around the corner. Because once someone is addicted to the fantasy, they'll follow you anywhere. Law 33, discover each man's thumbscrew. J. Edgar Hoover ruled Washington, D.C. for decades, not because of his official power as the head of the FBI, but because he knew everyone's secrets. He kept extensive files on politicians, celebrities, and public figures. These files weren't just records, they were weapons. At any moment, Hoover could expose an affair, a hidden vice, or a past mistake. And because of that, few dared to challenge his authority. Everyone has a weakness, an insecurity, a hidden pleasure, an uncontrollable emotion. Some wear it openly, while others hide it beneath a facade. By finding people's weaknesses and exploiting them strategically, you can gain control and influence over them. To strategically find and exploit someone's weaknesses, follow these 6 principles. Read the unspoken signs. Sigmund Freud once said, "No mortal can keep a secret. If his lips are silent, he chatters with his fingertips." People reveal their weaknesses in ways they don't realize. Watch for how they treat waiters or subordinates. Does power make them arrogant or generous? What excites, angers, or obsesses them? How they respond to flattery or criticism? Do they crave praise or shrink from disapproval? But the key isn't just what you observe, but how you observe it. Train yourself to seem genuinely interested. People spill secrets to those who listen. Share a harmless secret first. This makes them reciprocate, often revealing something deeper. Study their habits, how they tip, how they dress, what they collect. All of it speaks volumes. Find what they worship, what they chase, what they fear, and you'll know exactly how to pull their strings. Find the helpless child. Most adult weaknesses trace back to childhood wounds. A person who was spoiled may crave indulgence, while someone who lacked love or validation will gravitate toward those who provide it. Once you uncover what they lacked, you can supply a version of it, making them emotionally dependent on you. Were they overindulged? Then feed their hidden cravings. Were they deprived of love or approval? Then become their source of validation. When you hit on a person's deep-seated insecurity, they don't react logically, they react emotionally, like a child. Watch for behavior that seems immature or exaggerated. That's the key to their soft spot. Look for contradictions. People often project the opposite of their true nature. The timid crave boldness. The aggressive are often insecure. The overly serious secretly long for adventure. They overcompensate to hide their true nature. But if you look past the surface, their weakness becomes obvious. And once you know what they truly want, you can control how they get it. Identify the weak link. Not everyone is easily manipulated, but someone close to them is. Every leader has an advisor, a confidant, a spouse, someone they trust. Find this person, win them over, and you gain indirect power over the real target. Fill the emotional void. People are driven by two major emotional voids, insecurity and unhappiness. The insecure crave validation, flatter them, and they will seek your approval. The unhappy look for an escape. Become their source of joy, and you control their emotions. Most people don't want to fix their problems. They want to feel like they've fixed them. Give them that illusion, and they'll depend on you forever. Exploit uncontrollable emotions. Lust, greed, fear, vanity. These emotions override logic. A paranoid person will believe any threat you suggest. A greedy person will chase any opportunity that promises wealth. A vain person will fall for any praise that feeds their ego. When people can't control themselves, you can control them. However, manipulation is risky. Stir up emotions too much, and people may react unpredictably. A timid person pushed into boldness may go too far. A validation seeker may become clingy and demanding. A person whose fear is exposed may lash out in desperation. The key is balance. Push when necessary, but always know when to step back. Because once a person realizes they're being controlled, they'll do anything to break free. Law 34. Be royal in your own fashion. Act like a king to be treated like one. Before he ever became emperor of Rome, Julius Caesar acted like one. Even when his future was uncertain, he projected confidence, dressing with elegance, speaking with authority, and commanding his troops as if his rule was inevitable. By carrying himself like a king, people began to see him as one. And when the time came, his rise to power felt natural, as if he had been destined for it all along. Most people don't claim their power, not because they lack talent or ambition, but because they fear how others will perceive them. They think that if they act too confident, they'll come off as arrogant. So instead of owning their worth, they downplay it, hiding their strengths behind false humility, hoping this will make them more likable. But here's the problem. People don't truly respect those who act this way. They sense the performance, and instead of admiration, it breeds contempt. Worse, when a leader erases the natural distance between themselves and others, they lose their ability to inspire fear or admiration. Without mystique, they become ordinary, or worse, forgettable. And in the world of power, being forgettable is a death sentence. The deeper issue isn't just pretending to be humble, it's that many people actually believe they aren't worthy of greatness. Over time, they impose limits on themselves, shrink their ambitions, and accept mediocrity as their destiny. But the truth is, the world treats you as you present yourself. If you act small, you will remain small. If you act like royalty, you will eventually be treated as such. To command respect, you must act as if you deserve it. The key is to believe in your own destiny so fully that others believe it too. Confidence is magnetic, and people are drawn to those who believe in their own greatness. If you move with certainty, people will assume you have a right to lead. If you demand more, they'll assume you're worth more. Over time, the world will reflect back the image you create. But a crown is more than just confidence. It's the way you move, the way you hold yourself. The key is to separate yourself from the ordinary without becoming arrogant. Move with dignity, never desperation. Show confidence, not insecurity disguised as arrogance. Never try to prove your superiority. True power doesn't beg for validation. A true ruler doesn't need to convince others of their worth. They simply embody it, and the world follows their lead. To reinforce this royal demeanor, consider the following strategies. The Columbus strategy: make bold demands. Christopher Columbus wasn't born into nobility. He was the son of a cheese merchant, but that didn't stop him from acting like he came from greatness. When seeking funding for his voyages, he didn't beg. He demanded titles, wealth, and hereditary rights. By setting his price high, he forced people to take him seriously. If you ask for little, you will get little. But if you set your price high, people will assume you're worth it. The David and Goliath strategy. Challenge the most powerful. One of the fastest ways to elevate your status is to stand against someone above you. By daring to confront someone powerful, you place yourself on their level in the eyes of others. The world measures you by the strength of your opponents. The gift strategy. Give to establish equality. A well-placed gift can subtly shift the power dynamic. When you give something valuable to someone above you, you create a bond of reciprocity. You are no longer a beggar. You are an equal, offering something of worth. This forces those in power to see you differently. They must acknowledge your value, and once they do, the balance of power shifts in your favor. While confidence is crucial, it's important to strike a balance. Excessive confidence can be risky. Here are some pitfalls to avoid. Never humiliate others to elevate yourself. This breeds resentment and creates enemies. Don't stand too far above the crowd. If you make yourself untouchable, you also make yourself an easy target. Avoid false vulgarity. Some try to gain power by outdoing others in crudeness or excess, but this is short-lived. Someone will outdo you. Law 35. Master the art of timing. John D. Rockefeller, the founder of Standard Oil, didn't become one of the richest men in history by acting impulsively. He understood that power comes from knowing when to move. Instead of aggressively eliminating competitors at every turn, he waited. He didn't fight the market when it wasn't in his favor. Instead, he observed, letting time do the work for him. During economic downturns, when oil companies were struggling and desperate, Rockefeller struck. He bought them for a fraction of their worth, expanding his empire while his competitors collapsed. While others exhausted themselves by reacting, he controlled time itself. He made moves only when they would have the greatest impact. Time isn't fixed. It changes based on our emotions. A child's summer feels endless, while an adult's year disappears in a blink. Impatient people are slaves to time, always reacting, always rushing. And rushing signals weakness. It shows you're not in control. But powerful people, on the other hand, move as if they own time. They wait, they watch, and they act only when the moment is right. When you control timing, you see further into the future. Avoid traps that others blindly walk into. Stay flexible, ready to seize opportunities that others miss. Build power that lasts instead of burning out quickly. So instead of forcing things, position yourself where opportunity will naturally arrive. And to do that, you must master the 3 types of time and the strategies that let you bend time to your will. First, long time, the art of waiting. Some things cannot be rushed. Power built slowly is power that lasts. Acting out of fear or impatience only creates more obstacles. Sometimes the best move is no move at all. This is where the tidal wave strategy comes in. Instead of fighting against the tides of history, the wise ride them to power. But remember, what rises will fall. Knowing when to step back is just as important as knowing when to advance. For example, a smart investor doesn't panic when the market crashes. They wait for the right moment to buy low and ride the wave back up. Second, force time, controlling others' pace. Timing isn't just about waiting, it's also about manipulating other people's timing. If you can make your opponent hurry, hesitate, or abandon their rhythm, you gain control. This is where the chess player's strategy comes in. Great chess players dictate the pace of the game, speeding up or slowing down to throw their opponent off balance. You must do the same in life. Control the tempo of conversations, negotiations, and conflicts. Slow down when others are impatient. Speed up when they expect hesitation. Third, end time, the moment to strike. Patience is worthless if you hesitate when the right moment comes. When it's time to act, move with speed and finality. Your opponent should be paralyzed, unable to react before it's too late. This is where the snake charmer strategy comes in. A snake charmer lulls the snake into a trance, but when the moment comes, he must strike without hesitation. The same applies to power. You can wait and prepare, but when the opportunity arrives, you must act instantly. A single delay can undo years of preparation. Law 36. Disdain things you cannot have. Ignoring them is the best revenge. One day, as Diogenes lounged in the sun, Alexander the Great offered him anything he desired. Without hesitation, Diogenes replied, "Yes, move out of my sunlight." His audacious response stunned Alexander and his entourage. The most powerful man in the world had offered him everything, yet Diogenes wanted nothing. In a single sentence, he proved he was beyond control, untouched by wealth or power. Power struggles usually go two ways. Either people try to get something from you, your time, your energy, your reaction, or you find yourself chasing something from others. In both cases, the one who seems least affected holds the power. People expect reactions. The more you react to insults, the more control you hand over to others. But when you act as if something doesn't exist, you strip it of all meaning. Think about it. Someone insults you. Do you react or act like their words are beneath you? A rival tries to provoke you. Do you fight or let them exhaust themselves for nothing? A setback occurs. Do you panic or move forward like it never happened? The less you respond, the more control you have. And if something truly needs to be dealt with, do it in silence. Never give the satisfaction of a public reaction. But what happens when you actually want something? That's where desire becomes a paradox. Chase it and it runs. Ignore it and it comes to you. The more you chase something, the more power you give it. If you desire something too openly, you repel it. But if you act indifferent, suddenly it comes to you. Think of someone chasing approval or love. Desperate people beg for attention and get ignored. But the ones who walk away, they become the prize. And that's the secret. Nothing is more powerful than looking unbothered. Lose something. Act like it never mattered. The job you didn't get, the person who rejected you, the opportunity that slipped away, shrug it off like it was nothing. Because the less you care, the more others do. Law 37. Create compelling spectacles. In the late 17th century, Louis XIV moved the French court from Paris to Versailles, where he built a palace so extravagant that it became a symbol of absolute power. Louis turned Versailles into a stage for political theater, hosting elaborate ceremonies and daily rituals, like his famous Rising ceremony. Nobles would compete for the honor of assisting him as he dressed. It may sound absurd, but that was the genius of it. Power wasn't taken, it was given to him. The nobles were so caught up in the spectacle that they didn't realize they were the ones being controlled. People don't crave facts or logic, they crave feeling. A well-crafted spectacle bypasses reason and speaks directly to emotion, where real influence happens. Think of religious ceremonies, political rallies. or even viral marketing campaigns. None of them rely on words alone. Instead, they use grand imagery, dramatic symbols, and orchestrated moments to create awe. And when people feel something deeply, they convince themselves of whatever they want to believe. This is why powerful leaders or brands master the art of visual dominance. Play with powerful imagery. Symbols and visuals stick in people's minds far longer than words. Establish a signature look or act. A unique trait, whether it's a personal style, a signature phrase, or an iconic gesture, makes you unforgettable. Draw from the past. Timeless symbols carry weight. If something worked in the past, it can work again. Be theatrical. A well-staged performance doesn't just communicate a message, it makes people feel it. Visuals work because they bypass the mind's defenses entirely, leaving no room for debate. Words, on the other hand, can be misunderstood, twisted, debated, or ignored. Words divide, but spectacle unites. A speech can be challenged, but a flag, a symbol, or a dramatic event can rally people instantly. The more you explain, the weaker you seem. If you need to justify your power, you've already lost half the battle. Spectacle imposes itself as truth. When something is visually overwhelming, it's hard to question. It simply feels real. That's why the most powerful figures in history don't just tell people who they are. They show them. If you want to command attention, don't rely on words alone. Create a spectacle and people will follow. Law 38. Think as you like, but behave like others. Galileo Galilei provided proof that the Earth revolves around the sun, directly contradicting the Catholic Church's teachings. At the time, the Church had immense power, and Galileo knew that challenging their doctrine could lead to severe consequences. In 1633, Galileo was tried for heresy. He had a choice: stand by his beliefs and risk execution, or publicly renounce his findings and live. He chose survival. He recanted, conformed outwardly, and avoided persecution while privately maintaining his views. Many believe that standing up for the truth will earn them admiration. But in reality, openly challenging the status quo rarely leads to respect. More often, it invites resistance, resentment, or punishment. People don't like to feel judged or inferior. If your words or actions make them question their beliefs, they won't thank you. They'll see you as a threat. Even if you don't intend it, your defiance may be seen as an insult. So what's the alternative? If direct confrontation doesn't work, you need to play the long game. Don't waste energy fighting battles you can't win. Here's how to do it. Blend in to be left alone. Behave conventionally while quietly thinking whatever you like. Let people assume you think like them. It flatters them and keeps you in their good graces. Express your ideas only to the right people. Share your real thoughts only with those who will appreciate them. Don't reveal too much. If no one knows what you truly believe, they can't accuse you of hypocrisy. Never seek martyrdom. Suffering for your beliefs won't change the world. Surviving and quietly influencing others over time is far more effective. Establish power before standing out. Once you have influence, you can slowly shape opinions instead of forcing change. Master adaptability. The most powerful people are those who fit in best. They blend in to gain control and strike when the time is right. But why does this strategy work? Why do people react so aggressively when their beliefs are challenged? The answer is simple. Most people don't hold their beliefs because they've carefully thought them through. They hold them because those beliefs define who they are. When you attack their beliefs, they don't respond logically, they respond emotionally. This is why arguments rarely change minds, but often create enemies. If you force people to question deeply ingrained beliefs, they'll resist, reject, and in some cases, retaliate. Law 39, stir up waters to catch fish. Napoleon Bonaparte, known for his military genius, often used chaos and confusion as a strategic weapon. Before invading Austria in 1809, he deliberately sowed distrust among Austria's allies, weakening their unity. They became disorganized, reactive, and easy to defeat. By stirring the waters, Napoleon forced his enemies into making rash decisions, giving him total control over the battlefield. Emotion is a liability in power. The moment you lose control, you hand your enemies the advantage. But if you can make them angry while staying calm, you gain an undeniable advantage. They become predictable, impulsive, and easy to manipulate. This is why great strategists provoke emotions in others, but never let their own emotions control them. When people are calm, they think clearly, but when they're angry, they make mistakes. Therefore, if you want to control someone, don't attack them directly. Agitate them, unsettle them, and let their emotions do the rest. Here's how to make your enemy angry. Stir the waters. When things are calm, your enemies have time to plot. So, disrupt their balance. Push them into action before they're ready by playing on their emotions: pride, vanity, insecurity, or fear. Exploit their weaknesses. If you expose a weakness, whether real or just an illusion, your opponent will often overreact, giving you an opportunity to strike. Appear weak. Nothing is more tempting to an aggressor than an easy target. Let them believe they have the upper hand, and they'll rush in blindly. Stay unshaken. People hate losing control. If you remain calm while they unravel, they will become even more frustrated. Choose battles wisely. Never provoke someone you can't handle. Use this strategy against those who are vulnerable to emotional manipulation, not against those with overwhelming power. But what happens if you are the one being provoked? If someone tries to stir your emotions, losing your temper will play right into their hands, revealing your weaknesses. It may create fear at first, but fear fades, resentment lingers. You look unstable and untrustworthy, creating enemies who quietly wait for your downfall. You say things you regret, handing your opponents ammunition against you. It signals to everyone that you've lost control. You don't look powerful. You look like a child throwing a tantrum. Truly powerful people don't let anger control them. They see anger for what it is, a weapon, not a reaction. By staying calm, they keep the upper hand. Once you master your emotions, you can play with the emotions of others. Provoke the insecure by questioning their competence. Frustrate the impatient by making them wait. Use fake anger strategically, not as a genuine reaction, but as a calculated move to intimidate when necessary. Chaos is a powerful tool in the hands of those who know how to use it. Keep control over yourself, but never hesitate to stir the waters when it serves your purpose. Law 40, despise the free lunch. When Louis XIV became king, the nobility was rebellious and difficult to control. But instead of crushing them by force, he made them financially dependent. He forced them to spend lavishly to maintain their status at court, draining their resources. Then, when he needed loyalty, he didn't demand it. He created the illusion of choice. He would first ignore a noble, making them anxious. Then, when they least expected it, he would grant them a favor, a position for their son, funds for their region, or a priceless gift. Gratitude replaced defiance. They felt indebted, not forced, and that made their loyalty far more powerful. Nothing is truly free. What is offered without cost often comes with hidden strings, obligations, deceit, or a future favor you may not want to repay. Accepting free gifts can make you weak, dependent, and controlled by those who offer them. But when you pay full price, you stay independent. You owe no one. Strategic generosity, however, is different. Giving at the right moment creates influence. A reputation for generosity makes people admire you, trust you, and even better, feel indebted to you. The key is knowing when to give and when to refuse. And to do that, you must first understand how people think about money. Not everyone uses it wisely. Some let it control them, making themselves predictable and easy to exploit. To navigate power effectively, learn to recognize these types. First, the greedy fish. Obsessed with profit, they prioritize numbers over relationships. Their hunger for gain makes them blind to deception. Offer them easy money and they'll take the bait every time. Second, the bargain demon. These people judge everything by cost, not by value. They waste time chasing discounts, ignoring quality and long-term benefits. Their scarcity mindset can infect you if you're not careful. Third, the financial sadist. They use money as a weapon, paying late, controlling others through debt, and creating stress. If someone enjoys making you beg for what you're owed, walk away. The price isn't worth it. Fourth, the indiscriminate giver. They give to everyone, not out of strategy, but out of neediness. They want validation, but their generosity lacks power because it's unfocused. No one values what they give because they give too freely. Finally, to stay in control, understand this. Money isn't just a resource. It's a tool for power. Use it wisely, or others will use it against you. Free favors come with hidden costs. If something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Pay for what you want and stay independent. Greed blinds people. If you promise easy money, many will fall for it. Use this to your advantage when needed. Selling the dream is more profitable than chasing it. The smartest players don't just seek wealth, they profit by teaching others how to get it. Use money to lure, not to save. Being cheap is a distraction. Strategic spending builds influence, loyalty, and power. Fast money disappears quickly. Real power isn't built on quick wins. It's built on patience, control, and long-term thinking. Law 41. Avoid stepping into a great man's shoes. Louis XVI inherited the French throne after his grandfather, Louis XV. But overshadowing them both was the legacy of Louis XIV, the Sun King, who made France a dominant power. Louis XVI tried to maintain the same grandeur, the same rituals, but without the same force of personality. Where Louis XIV commanded respect, Louis XVI hesitated. Instead of adapting to a new era, he clung to outdated traditions. As a result, by trying to imitate a legend, Louis XVI set himself up for failure. He became a weak king, lost control of the nobility, and ultimately lost his throne and his head. Power is about presence, about standing out. But when you follow a legend, your presence shrinks. Many successors make the mistake of assuming they can follow the same blueprint that worked before them. But times change, circumstances evolve. What worked for the past will not necessarily work now. The strategies that built an empire in one era can destroy it in another. So, don't follow, break free. Here are 5 reasons to bury your past. It prevents you from shaping your own world. If you cling to the past, you will never build something new. You are forced to follow outdated traditions. The world changes, and yesterday's solutions don't solve today's problems. You remain in the shadow of your predecessor. If you don't break free, you'll always be the next instead of the first. You assume what worked before will work again. It won't. The world is different now. Adapt or fail. Fear of losing an inheritance makes you weak. When you're too afraid to let go of the past, you hesitate, and hesitation leads to downfall. If imitation is a dead end, what's the alternative? Power isn't about preserving the past. It's about creating the future. To do that, you must clear space for yourself. Here's how. Eliminate the father figure. Only when the predecessor is symbolically removed can you step into power. Napoleon did this by abolishing the monarchy and crowning himself emperor, signaling a complete break from the past. Reject outdated precedents. The chaos execution of a king is often a metaphor. You must distance yourself from the old ways. When Steve Jobs returned to Apple, he scrapped the failing projects of the previous leadership and rebuilt the company from scratch. Use the generational divide. Stir up rebellion against outdated traditions. Frame the old as obsolete and position yourself as the leader of a new era. Make a clear break. Symbolic gestures matter. Elon Musk removed Twitter's iconic bird logo and rebranded the entire platform as X, signaling a complete transformation of the company's identity. Breaking from the past is only half the battle. Once you clear the old, you must create something new. Power doesn't just come from rejecting what came before, it comes from positioning yourself as the new force to fill the void. To do that, hunt out the gaps in the present. Look for areas where something is missing. Make yourself the first and only figure in that space. Create a niche where no past shadow can reach you. Build a name that stands alone. Don't be the next someone. Be the first you. History remembers innovators, not imitators. If you want true power, don't walk in another man's shoes. Forge your own path. Law 42, strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. In the mid-20th century, J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, made it his mission to dismantle organized crime. But instead of wasting resources on every low-level thug, the FBI focused on taking out the leaders. Take Al Capone. He ran one of the most powerful criminal empires in history. The FBI didn't waste time taking down every hitman or bootlegging operation. Instead, they got him for something simple: tax evasion. With Capone out of the picture, his entire network collapsed. If you want to destroy a group, don't fight everyone. Just take out the leader. A strong leader is the glue that holds everything together. Without them, chaos takes over. And this doesn't just apply to criminal empires, it applies everywhere. In toxic workplaces, dysfunctional groups, or chaotic environments, problems rarely happen by accident. They usually start with one person. At first, the issues seem small. Minor arguments, passive-aggressive behavior, or subtle manipulation. But left unchecked, their influence spreads like a virus. Resentment builds, people take sides, and soon, everything spirals out of control. This is why addressing surface-level conflicts is pointless. If you don't deal with the true source, new problems will keep emerging. The key is to neutralize the troublemaker before they gain too much influence. Here's how. Spot them early. They usually fall into 3 categories: the arrogant elite, those who think they're above the group; the isolated leader, someone in power but with no real allies; the manipulator, the one always stirring tension. Never try to reform them. Appeasement only makes them bolder. Don't attack them directly. If you confront them head-on, they'll play the victim and rally support. Cut them off before they gain too much influence. Separate them from their supporters. Without a base, their influence dies. Act fast. The longer they stay, the more damage they do. Make an example of them. One sacrifice strengthens the rest of the group. Expose them. Once their true nature is revealed, their power collapses. At this point, you might be thinking, why not just get rid of them altogether? It seems like the quickest solution. But history shows that eliminating someone outright can backfire, turning them into a martyr and giving them even more influence in their absence. Instead, the smarter move is isolation. Strip them of power, but don't give them the status of a victim. When people are isolated, they become vulnerable. Their power was never really their own. It came from their followers. They grow desperate. Without influence, they're weak and easy to manipulate. They lose credibility. The moment they're cut off, their authority fades. Even the strongest figures crumble when left alone. There are 3 ways to isolate someone: physical isolation, exile them, remove them from the environment; political isolation, strip them of influence, cut off their support; psychological isolation, turn the group against them through slander and manipulation. In the end, power isn't about fighting every battle, it's about striking the right target. Remove the leader, and the rest will fall apart on their own. Law 43. Work on the hearts and minds of others. Napoleon Bonaparte knew that loyalty could not be won through fear alone. A ruler who relies only on force is sitting on a ticking time bomb. That's why he created the Légion d'honneur, a prestigious order that rewarded bravery, not just for generals, but for common foot soldiers too. By making his men feel valued, he won their hearts. They didn't fight for him because they had to. They fought because they wanted to. Yes, fear can make people obey, but only for a while, because fear breeds resentment. And resentment doesn't just disappear, it waits, it builds, and one day it explodes. The more you tighten your grip, the more people dream of breaking free. So if you try to control people through intimidation, you don't just create followers, you create future enemies. So what's the alternative? Seduction. Instead of forcing people to follow you, make them want to. When people feel like they're acting out of their own free will, they become far more committed. No resistance, no rebellion. That's real power. But to win someone over, you need to understand what drives them. Some crave recognition, others seek security. Many are ruled by ego. If you tap into what they care about, they'll follow willingly. But if you ignore their emotions, they'll resist you. Push them into despair, then offer them relief. They will feel grateful. Make them expect pain, then give them pleasure. They will be loyal. Show a small act of sacrifice. They will see you as one of them. This is how you create lasting influence. Contrast Napoleon's brilliance with Marie Antoinette's downfall. By the late 1700s, France was collapsing. People were starving. The nation was drowning in debt. And what did she do? She ignored them. She threw extravagant parties. She spent fortunes on gowns and jewelry. And even when revolution erupted, she dismissed it, convinced it would pass. When the people forced her to move to Paris, she had one last chance to win them over. But again, she ignored them. By the time she realized her mistake, it was too late. In 1793, she knelt at the guillotine, defiant to the end. People like Marie Antoinette don't just lose power, they self-destruct. Here are 5 fatal mistakes that guarantee downfall: living in a bubble, oblivious to the emotions of those below them, believing you're entitled to loyalty, respect must be earned, not demanded, ignoring people's psychology, bulldozing through people breeds resistance, acting spoiled. People raised in luxury often expect the world to serve them, failing to persuade. They assume others will follow without effort. If you want lasting power, you must do the opposite. Most people think power means domination, but real power comes from connection. So if you want to maintain influence, pay attention. Always read the psychology of those around you. Tailor your words. Speak in a way that entices and persuades. Lose touch and you lose control. The higher you rise, the more connected you must remain. Build a strong base of support. When storms come, they'll protect you. Convert enemies into allies. A former enemy who chooses your side will defend you fiercely. Calculate before you act. Learn people's emotional triggers, their fears, desires, and weaknesses. Alternate harshness with mercy. Break them down, then build them up again. Show them how it benefits them. People act out of self-interest. Tap into it. The wider your support, the stronger your power. Law 44. Disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union both had enough nuclear weapons to wipe each other off the map. But because neither side could attack without ensuring its own destruction, they settled into a strategy called mutual assured destruction. Each side mirrored the other's actions. If one built more nukes, the other did too. If one deployed troops, the other responded in kind. This mirroring kept both sides in check, preventing all-out war. Mirrors reflect reality, but they can also deceive. When you mirror someone, copying their actions, attitudes, or strategies, you disorient them. They can't predict your next move, and that confusion gives you control. Mirroring works in 2 key ways. 1, it seduces. People love themselves. If you reflect their desires, attitudes, and emotions, they'll feel connected to you, even if it's an illusion. 2, it unsettles. When you mimic an enemy, you mock them, frustrate them, and make them react emotionally instead of logically. But mirroring isn't just about imitation. It's a psychological weapon, and it comes in 4 powerful forms. The neutralizing mirror. Disarm your enemy. Copy your opponent's actions, and they won't know how to respond, since their strategy depends on your expected reactions. Mimicking them breaks their ability to anticipate your moves. In politics, if an opponent makes accusations, reflect their rhetoric forces them into their own trap. In warfare, mirroring an enemy's tactics confuses them, making them second-guess their own moves. This strategy forces your enemy into a defensive position, unsure of their next step. The Narcissus mirror, win people over. People are drawn to those who reflect their own values, emotions, and beliefs. That's why great salespeople, politicians, and influencers don't impose their views. They reflect what others already believe. When you subtly mimic someone's speech, energy, or interests, they feel like you understand them. This builds trust and lowers their defenses. Want to make someone like you? Match their tone, mirror their gestures, and reflect their emotions. Want to influence a group? Echo their fears, desires, and aspirations. People trust what feels familiar, and nothing is more familiar than their own reflection. The moral mirror. Teach a lesson. Sometimes people don't realize when they're being selfish, cruel, or hypocritical. Instead of arguing, make them feel their own behavior. If someone ignores your messages, ignore theirs. If they spread rumors, let them become the subject of gossip. When people experience their own actions from the other side, they're forced to confront their flaws without you ever needing to call them out. The hallucinatory mirror. Create an illusion. This is the ultimate deception. You don't just reflect reality. You manipulate it by making people believe in something that isn't real. Con artists mimic authority figures, gaining trust through illusion. Military strategists use deception tactics, such as inflatable tanks or fake battle plans, to mislead enemies. If you can control what people believe, you can control what they do. Finally, mirroring is a strategy that can make you persuasive, untouchable, and even dangerous. But why does it work so well? Because it builds trust. People feel safe with those who reflect their thoughts and desires. It confuses enemies. When opponents see themselves mirrored, they lose control and react emotionally. It buys you time. By copying rather than reacting, you force others to make the first move while you stay 2 steps ahead, from seduction to warfare, from business to politics. Those who master the mirror effect can control the game without others even realizing it. Law 45, preach the need for change, but never reform too much at once. In 1861, Tsar Alexander II of Russia made a bold move. He freed the serfs after centuries of servitude. It was supposed to be a step toward modernization, but instead of gratitude, his reforms sparked chaos. The newly freed peasants weren't prepared for life outside the old system. Landowners, furious at losing their power, resisted. Radicals argued the reforms didn't go far enough, while conservatives feared they had gone too far. Russia was caught between progress and tradition, and the backlash was deadly. Alexander II was assassinated by revolutionaries who saw his reforms as too little, too late. People demand progress, but when it arrives too fast, they resist. They fear instability more than stagnation. History has proven it over and over again. Those who push for radical change rarely live to see its rewards. The French Revolution started with promises of freedom, but ended in the reign of terror. The Soviet Union began as a workers' paradise, but turned into a dictatorship. Why? Because change, when sudden, feels like chaos. People don't just accept it, they fight it. That's why if you want to reform something, you can't present it as a break from the past. Instead, make it feel like a natural continuation of what already exists. Indeed, people don't resist change itself. They resist the feeling of loss. If something familiar disappears overnight, they panic. But if change feels like a refinement of what already exists, they accept it without question. So, how do you introduce change without triggering resistance? Tie it to tradition. Keep old symbols, titles, and rituals intact to create a sense of continuity. If something must go, replace it with something equally familiar. Make change feel inevitable. Introduce reforms quietly and in small steps so they seem like natural progress rather than radical shifts. Control the narrative. Frame your reforms as a way to preserve history, not erase it. People resist what feels like a break from the past, but they accept what seems like a necessary adjustment. Make it look smaller than it is. If a reform is too ahead of its time, people won't understand it, and they'll fight it. Disguise big changes as minor tweaks. Use nostalgia to your advantage. In chaotic times, people crave stability. Preach a return to the good old days, even if you're actually leading them into the future. Revolution is dangerous, so control the reaction. Those who start revolutions rarely finish them. If you want to survive, you must anticipate and neutralize backlash before it gains momentum. Change is inevitable, but how you introduce it determines whether people accept it or rebel against it. Because in the end, people don't fear change itself. They fear losing what they know. Law 46, never appear too perfect. Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France, lived in unimaginable luxury while the people of France struggled with hunger. Her lavish lifestyle wasn't just out of touch, it made her a symbol of everything wrong with the monarchy. The people resented her, and that resentment fueled the French Revolution. In the end, her perceived perfection made her a target, and in 1793, she was executed. We assume people admire perfection, but in reality, they envy it. And envy is far more dangerous than admiration. The moment people see you as superior, they start comparing themselves to you. When they fall short, they don't blame themselves. They blame you. Envy festers in silence, turning admiration into resentment. And resentment leads to sabotage. The more you rise, the more enemies you create, sometimes even among those closest to you. As philosopher Kierkegaard put it,